Does the wood hold it?
There's probably only a handful of days in your whole life that you can look back on
Everybody's holding their breath.
and know that that was a pivotal day. It was like a fork in the road. For us, today is that day.
It's looking good.
We've been planning this road trip for years and years.
I think they've finally done it.
It really doesn't matter what happens from this day onwards. We'll be able to look back and go that, you know, that was the day that our whole lives changed forever.
See you, Steve.
Yeah, it's not a bad size.
Yeah, we've brought the producers out of it.
King brown snake in the toilet.
Another little fishy, eh?
Yeah, they're always
Hare Krishna.
First met Steve in 1991. I was working in a photocopying business. That first year together, Steve and I saved pretty much every cent that we could and ended up buying a Hilux four-wheel drive. So by the end of 1992, we took our first trip together to the Northern Territory and was the first of many trips for us. Saying hello. Obviously loving every second of it. Tends to get a bit slippery, as you can see.
I finally met a girl that liked to get out in the bush, so things were looking pretty good.
When I was growing up and travelling with my family, we always stayed in nice hotels and, you know, that sort of thing. But I knew with Steve that was going to be a different reality. Oh, he's just missed a wall. That if he had the choice of going to a hotel or camping, that he would choose camping all the way.
No, I'd say it'd be about 35 and it's about 100% humidity. You've got no idea.
In 1998, we took 10 weeks off and went from Melbourne to Cape York and back in what was a 10,000 kilometre round trip.
Along the way, we actually started talking seriously about what if we did a big trip? What would it take for us to do that? And I suppose that was the first time that I'd ever really considered walking away from my corporate life.
Steve especially had made this wild dream that he was going to go do the whole round of the whole of Australia.
I've always been talking about this trip, and as long as I can remember, and it was just one of those things that after a few years I thought, well, it's just talk, it's never going to happen.
We had lots of hoops to jump through before we had any chance of actually hitting the road, including the fact that we owned our own printing business, which we'd have to sell first.
I thought it was going to be a very hard thing for them to actually close that side of their lives to start this one.
It ended up taking almost 4 years to sell the business, which was longer than we anticipated. But on the positive side, we ended up having our first child, little girl Savanna.
Judy's got a little girl.
Originally, we figured we'd sell our business, take a year off to drive around Australia, come back and then have babies. But things don't always go to plan.
After we'd sold the business, we were in the handover phase. We discovered that we were having another baby. Lo and behold, another little girl, Sara, was born, and she's a delight.
So with two young daughters to look after and very little money coming in, this really raised some questions about whether or not the trip was even viable. And in fact, some people even suggested it'd be pretty irresponsible to go at all.
What happens if one of the kids gets sick? What are they going to do? Leave Steve out in the middle of nowhere with one baby and Jen flies back with the other? Or if the car breaks down, what are they going to do?
Little Sara, still in nappies, will no doubt have to go through a lot of her training whilst in...
Whilst they're away.
That's right, and not in a normal situation,
No.
living in a tent, having toilets, if there are toilets around that are away from the tent. So
Jen holding her up going, go.
yeah.
I needed to prove it to myself and everyone else that there really was nothing to worry about. So I decided to take the girls camping just to see how they would go. I don't feel like it's irresponsible to take young kids on a camping road trip for a year. In fact, quite the opposite.
Sara, out you come. No.
Sara's just a baby. She still wears a nappy. She still has an afternoon sleep.
Give your face a wash, won't we?
I've got enormous fears, you know, what if she falls in a hole? What if she wanders away? What if she gets eaten by a crocodile? What happens if she doesn't eat the right food and she's short for the rest of her life? You know, what if?
Hungry girl.
Kids these days end up seeing a lot of the world through a TV screen. Personally, I'd prefer to get them out into the world while they're still young and impressionable to have their own experiences.
Sara having a lovely ride on the back there.
Kids are a lot more resilient than what you think.
Have they actually thought through it, or have they been so involved in the dream that really they haven't thought through this at all?
Smile, Sara.
I knew for Savanna it would be really important for us to transition her out of her day-to-day life and kindy life into a travelling life. And so we arranged with her kindy teacher to have an official farewell.
Savannah's mummy and daddy are here because they're going to tell us all about your big trip, a four-wheel drive and a camper trailer. And we've got a...
Obviously in the planning of this trip we know that we're going to be around water a fair bit. So we've had them in swimming lessons for some time so that they've got that confidence. If anything was to happen by accident, you know, one of them fell in, they wouldn't panic in the water, and that would just give us enough time to get them out if that was the case.
I really want to build in some challenges into this trip besides travelling with kids and doing it without very much money. So what we're going to do is we're going to set ourselves the goal of getting to every state and every territory around Australia, and also going to all the extremes. That's the north and the south and the east and the western points of the continent, as well as the exact centre and the highest point at Mt Kosciuszko. Having these challenges, it's going to make for a lot more adventurous trip. It's going to get us off the beaten track and really make sure that we just really maximise the whole experience.
I've spent the last 15 years of my life, you know, wearing a suit and all of the palaver that goes with that. And now I'm going to be living out of a suitcase. How will I get it all in there?
Our plan is to travel clockwise around the whole country, but for the first 3 months we're just going to do a smaller trip up into New South Wales, across to Queensland and back down the coast until we get back to Melbourne at Christmas. Now what that's going to do is it'll give us a chance to see how the girls go, it'll give us a chance to see what gear we need and what we don't, and then when we come back through Melbourne we can offload all the extra gear that we haven't used yet and we won't need on the major trip around the country. Now there's no way we could get to where we want to go without a four-wheel drive, and we're taking our trusty 80 Series Landcruiser. It's about 15 years old, but we spent quite a bit of time and money setting it up for the trip. We've also had some help from some sponsors who've given us some gear to field test to see how it goes. Under the bonnet we're running a 6-cylinder turbo diesel, which is probably about the best engine for a trip like this. It'll give us plenty of power, but diesels are a lot more economical to run than petrol engines. We've installed a second battery for keeping the fridge going in the back of the car when the car's not running. We've installed an isolator switch, and what that does is it means that if the car's not running, the fridge can run off the second battery, but if that battery goes flat, the isolator switch stops this battery going flat. So this will always be available for starting. As much as we're going to be doing a fair bit of bush camping in this trip, it's not all going to be hardship. I've got to keep in mind I've got a wife and 2 young daughters that need to be looked after. So I've installed a shower unit under the bonnet here. Now what it is a heat exchanger, and that basically uses the heat from the water in the engine, or the coolant in the engine, to heat up water, which is being pumped through with this unit here. And so we have a nozzle here with a shower, we have a hose into a bucket of water or a creek or anywhere we can get water from, and we can have a nice hot shower in the bush. Talking to Jen about going bush camping, and she said that's no problem as long as she's got her own toilet. So I've managed to find this porta potty. It's just a second-hand one, but the owner promised me it had never been used. I actually hope by the end of our trip it's never been used either, because it's me that'll end up having to empty it. We're going to be tackling some pretty rough roads and tracks on this trip, so we're running Cooper tyres, and we've also installed ARB air lockers on the front and back diffs. Now the air lockers can be turned on from switches on the dashboard when we need it, so if we really get into the rough stuff off-road, or we're doing a creek crossing, or we're driving through some mud, we flick the air lockers on and we're getting the best possible traction that we can. We've also upgraded the suspension. We've got Old Man Emu springs and shockers, and they'll just give us more load carrying ability and better ride on road, and certainly when we're forward driving. Now if somehow we do still manage to get bogged, then we've got a full recovery kit here to help us get out. We've got a shovel, we've got a high lift jack, we've got a tree trunk protector, a snatch strap, gloves, snatch block, shackles, chain, and even an X-jack, which goes in under the car and uses the exhaust to pump the car up, so you can put things under if you're bogged in sand or something. You need to get some stuff under the wheels to get some traction. course, on the front of the car, we've got a 12,000 pound winch as well. So with all this, I can't really see us getting stuck. I'm taking a compressor so that we can keep the tyres at the right pressure so that they're higher on the road and lower off the road. We've also got this plug tyre repair kit so that if we get a puncture, I can have a crack at fixing it. I've never used one of these before, but they tell me they work pretty well, so no doubt 40-odd thousand kilometres we'll get a chance to give it a go. Now at this end of the Landcruiser, we're running an ARB steel bull bar and IPS spotlights for night driving. And at this end of the Landcruiser, we've got a Kmart rear bar which replaces the bumper bar. It carries a spare wheel, carries a jerry can, it's got a tow bar built into it and adds a lot of strength to the back of the car. Under the back of the car, I've replaced a 45 litre back tank with a 166 litre long ranger tank. Now that with the 90 litres in the front gives us over 250 litres of fuel on board, all of it stored safely under the car, and it gives us a range of about 1,500 kilometres between fill-ups. We've gone for this compact GPS from Garmin, which mounts well on the dashboard, but it also works well as a handheld, and it will also mount in our boat, so it's very versatile. We've also got a lot of maps from HEMA that cover the whole country, an atlas, so one way or another, I can't imagine that we're going to get lost. And when it comes to communications, you can't have too many gadgets. We've got these little UHF radios, which are just good for when we're out hiking. We've got a larger UHF radio in the car, which we'll use for talking to other vehicles. We've got a satellite phone, which will pretty much allow us to make phone calls from anywhere to anywhere. We've got our everyday mobile phones, which will work anywhere we're in phone range. And if all that fails, well, we can make smoke signals or do something else, but one way or another, we won't be able to touch. For a fridge, I've gone for the Waco CF80, and I've chosen this because it's big, but also because it's got a freezer and a fridge at the same time. Now I think that's going to be good for us because when we're out in remote areas, we can keep some frozen veggies and some frozen meat. At least we can heat it up and have a decent meal without just having tins and dried food all the time. When we're out bush camping for a while, we're going to need some power. So we've got a little Yamaha inverter generator and a couple of spare batteries. They'll help to run the fridge. They'll also help to run our laptops and mobile phones and lights and things. Of course, we've got a lot of gear to take with us, and we're taking a roof rack as well. We've got a tradesman oval roof rack on the roof, and we'll use that for carrying lightweight stuff and things that we don't need very often. What was important was we actually had something behind us that would keep up. There aren't many caravans that you can take off serious rough roads, so we opted for a camper trailer. We had a pretty good look around at what the options were, and we ended up going for a Tambo, which is made here in Melbourne. Fitted our budget, which was a little over $10,000. Very heavy duty, very well made. We've come down to the factory and met the people that make them. Okay, well that'd be pretty handy to keep the lighting because that would be a bit like a cave otherwise, wouldn't it?
Yes. So you can roll it up and you don't...
Oh, okay.
Or you can do it up the top and you can totally remove it.
Okay, that's good. You can actually get into the trailer while you're inside the camper. It's got this little trap door under there, can you see that? You don't need to go outside in the weather if it's raining. Just you've got 6 really heavy duty leaves in the springs here, which is good. Pin through there, you can rotate that way, pivot that way. Fantastic for off-road. I think ours might need to be a bit wider. We've got the boat fuel container, which is thicker than that. I'm pretty happy with this as a camper trailer. The guys here look like they're very flexible as far as doing some of the alts that we want. They can do a boat rack, which actually fits on the top. They haven't got one here, but they assure me that's one of their options. This is going to be the one we end up going for. It's now only 2 weeks until we leave, and we still have a long list of things to get finished. It's the moment of truth to make sure it doesn't collapse. The camper trailer came with a small gas bottle, but we're putting a 9 kilo bottle on instead.
Got to paint it. Yep.
Meanwhile, Jen's busy getting the kitchen packed up and ready to go.
Somehow I've got to magically condense this entire kitchen into 2 tubs.
Another major hurdle we've had is how to finance the trip. We didn't have much money left over after we sold our business, and we've been saving every dollar we can for the past couple of years. We've had 2 garage sales in the last couple of months. This has raised nearly $4,000, which has helped a lot. It'll also reduce the amount of stuff we have to put into storage. If we live to a tight budget, we should have enough money to last us about a year to a year and a half. But if we run out, we'll just have to stop and work along the way. We finally found a home for the dustpan and brush.
Finally, this is the joy of travelling with babies, is that you need all of the baby paraphernalia, such as strollers.
Excuse me, Steve, would you like to rethink leaving?
That's it. God, we'll be here forever while he does his 4 million knots.
I was in Cub Scouts, you know.
I'm looking forward to being predominantly a full-time mum, and I know that the girls are looking forward to having me around as well. I know that's, you know, a constant source of excitement for Savanna is that, you know, mum will be around.
Right, bye-bye. We'll see you later. Bye-bye for now.
I think that's the best thing I admire about them both, is that they've dreamt about it and now they are actually going.
I knew we had too much stuff. The car's so heavy and the tow bar's so low that we can't get the trailer down to meet it.
What about if we put some blocks coming down?
Now we're raising the car so that we can get the trailer and the tow bar to meet. Okay, here we go. Do we go up the ramp? Does the wood hold it?
Well, we're off to a good start. Night 1, Catherine and Robbie's driveway.
Everybody's holding their breath.
We have lockdown.
We have lockdown. This is exciting. We're leaving the driveway. Yes, it goes. The whole lot, all goes. It's a mighty task to fit all the goods in the car.
One more bag.
Oh no! Just give it his.
What, to get rid of?
We need it. Perhaps I can hold it.
I said to you, you'll be nursing that one.
Okay, she's ready.
I got my head on now.
Good. Where's your designer beads, darling?
I'm beadless.
Oh, here comes the dog. Hopefully they'll clean him up and you won't have to worry about him. See you, Steve.
Hey, Sara bear. Back there. Can I say, oh, there you are. There's your beautiful, hang on, let's see if that, oh, here's the other one. Here's the other one.
Yes.
Hey, Savannah, how you doing?
Well, it's hard to describe the feeling of finally being on the road. After 7 years of dreaming about it and planning it and boring our friend silly about it, we've got a year and a half of open road and adventure in front of us. All we need now is for the car to keep going and we'll be okay.
Good luck to them. It's going to be a hell of a challenge, but if ever any two are going to do it, I think it's going to be these two.
Okay, well, we're 2 hours down the road and already we've encountered our first problem. The radiator's overheating, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. The Snowy Mountains are just a few hours drive out of Melbourne, so we're going to head there first to give the girls their first real taste of snow.
Making an angel. Daddy's too busy making snowballs, sweetie.
Yeah, you make some tea?
We're just taking advantage of the trough in the laundry here to give Sara a bath. You enjoying that? We're getting rid of all that snow?
We'll put you in the dryer after this, it's big enough.
Well, sadly our radiator problem hasn't sorted itself out and it's actually overheated a couple more times since we've been here. Maybe the radiator's a problem, but it could also be something more serious like a cracked head. Before we head off into the outback, I'm going to get it fixed properly. So even though we've only left Melbourne a few days ago, we're going to turn around and head back and get it sorted. I think it's going to take us quite a while to pack up our camp, so I'm going to film it so we can compare it from now to a year from now and see how much better we are. We're picking up my mum in Brisbane in a few weeks and she's coming with us back to Melbourne, so somehow we have to get her and her bags in here as well.
We'll have to figure that out a bit better, won't we?
Yeah, so Nana can fit in.
Yeah, we've got to fit Nana in yet, haven't we? Oh my God. I don't know how that's going to happen.
I was really worried that the engine had a cracked head, but it turns out that the radiator is about 30% blocked. So we're upgrading to a bigger one and hopefully that'll fix the problem. And we're back on the road and ready to pick up where we left off. As luck would have it, we've arrived in Swan Hill at the same time as the annual show, so of course we have to check it out. The show runs over 2 days every year and it's been going since 1895. There's a definite competitive angle to these shows. There's everything from cattle to wood chopping to show jumping, and of course plenty of new toys for the farmers to spend their money on. For our kids though, it's more about the rides and the ice cream, of course. It's also a chance for them to have some animal encounters. We found this tent called Snake Busters where we can get up close and personal with a couple of pythons. You've got a snake necklace, Savanna. This probably won't be the last snake we find in our trip. We camped on the banks of the Murray River, which is Australia's largest river, running west from the Snowy Mountains, across the top of Victoria, then south down into the sea in South Australia. For most of its length, it's actually the state border between Victoria on this side and New South Wales across the other side. Today we're heading out to Mungo National Park, which is about 250 kilometres north of here in New South Wales.
And some toast, bub?
But before that we have to get this camp packed up. Before we left we thought long and hard about what gear to bring with us, and having 2 kids as well means there's a lot of extra kit. The reality for us now though is that we have to manage all this gear, and pack-up days are becoming hard work. Our first pack-up at Bright took 4 hours.
Way too much food.
Today we're going to be lucky to get out of here under 3.
Ta-da!
It'd be great to get that down to about an hour. I think we'll be offloading a lot of stuff when we get back to Melbourne at Christmas. This is the bit where the camera crew comes and helps the tent packer-upper. Number plate holder has come off the tailgate. A couple of guys here are going to give us a hand. One's got a drill and one's got some self-tappers.
So we're in the hole, mate? I think so. Yep. That won't move. Yeah, right. We'll give a demonstration. Yeah. She won't come off now, I tell you.
You lift the whole trailer up on that.
Yeah, that's right. Now that's where if you've got a flat tyre, you jack that up on number plate.
Yeah. Thanks, fellas. Much appreciated.
All the best.
No worries.
Thank you very much.
Travel safe. Have a good holiday.
We will. Thanks very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have that too.
Oh, yeah, right.
One thing I'll be adding to the toolbox is a cordless drill. They do come in handy. Once we cross the Murray River into New South Wales, we start heading into the real outback, with a lot less people and a lot more flies. I really wanted to come out to Mungo National Park because they found evidence of Aboriginal life going back over 40,000 years. Lake Mungo is actually part of the ancient Willandra Lakes system, which dried up around 15,000 years ago after the last ice age. From above you can see where the lake beds were, but today they're flat expanses of saltbush. It's actually the eroded banks of the lakes that are gradually revealing clues to the Aboriginal tribes that have lived here.
And you can see them, how they just erode out like that, and once they erode out they get kicked around, and you can see a few scattered over there and that.
We're out here at a site where a geologist named Jim Bowler discovered a skeleton of a man back in 1974. It's been estimated to be between 40 and 42,000 years old. It's known as Mungo Man. The rangers are the descendants of the original people that lived here, and they're the caretakers of this region.
And all the mussel shells out here are around about that size.
Walking around this area you get this sense of trespassing on history. There's literally bones and shell fossils everywhere you look. The word Mungo actually means meeting place, and the area here is shared by 3 Aboriginal tribes, the Muddy Muddy, Puckenji and Nyimpa. As the sun sets, the best place to be is out here on the eastern edge of Lake Mungo, at what they call the Wall of China. Tonight we're watching the sunset over the Wall of China, which is probably the most well-known aspect of this park. As you can see right now, the sun's coming out just to give us that grand finale. We didn't think we were going to get it for a while there because the clouds were covering the sun, but just come into play just at the right moment. It's easy to sit here on the banks of what was Lake Mungo 15,000 years ago and beyond and imagine what it was like to live here. It's almost like being on a beach, and yet you're in the outback.
As we leave Mungo and continue north, the skies have opened up and it's pretty much rain all the way. Fossils aren't the only things they find in the ground in outback New South Wales. We're heading up to Lightning Ridge to find out more about opal mining. But not before fixing our first flat tyre.
It's always made more fun when you've been driving through the mud for 2 days.
It doesn't look too flat at the moment because we just put it up and it's on its way down again. So we have decided to stop and repair. Steve's loving this really because he's getting a chance to play with all of his gadgets. He's in man heaven.
There you go. You can actually hear the hole in the tyre. Right there.
Lightning Ridge is a town that exists only because of that elusive gemstone, the opal. We've jumped on board the Black Opal tour bus to get a better idea of what makes this little mining town tick.
Girls, you want a fly swatter? The flies are terrible.
Opal mining is still the domain of the independent one-man band miner. And today, as it's been here for over 100 years, the only way to find opals is to stake your claim and start digging. We can't resist the urge to get out and have a faucet. You just never know your luck.
See, that's low-grade opal. See that? When you get home, you can put them in a little bottle of water.
I'm going to leave the girls to it and go down and check out this mine. Hello!
On an 8 step, took me 6 months to dig these. Oh, yeah. And this is hand dug probably 70 or 80 years ago, and you can see where the footmarks in the wall there, where they used to, they used to climb up and down these in the old days.
Is cave-ins an issue?
This mine's a pretty good. I've never had any problem here because we're working on my own. Yeah. I'm a bit careful. Dig around it and knock it out, and that's the little piece of material there, look. And shouldn't really crack them with a pick like that because sometimes they've got colour. I know it's just a bit of potch, look. Yeah. All you can do is dig. That's the thing with opal. There's no physical or mechanical or electronic way you can actually find opal. You know,
there's not like a gold which might follow a seam.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, although the price might be a bit lower than it used to be, if you find quality, there's always a market for it.
Yeah. Okay.
And this is sort of just me little playroom. Just come here and do bits and bobs.
It's your artistic outlet.
Yeah, that's right. If I can get some entrepreneur in later years who's going to spend 100 grand to buy this as a tourist thing, then it'll be a good sort of an investment, if you like.
Exactly.
Yeah. And this is going to be the Egyptian room.
Good quality opals are cut and polished up on one of these sanders and made into jewellery.
This is black opal and this is the crystal opal.
The black opal is the rarest and most expensive and highly sought after around the world.
He's surprised too. You said the price.
If we had more time, I'd love to have a crack at opal mining, but for now we have to get to Brisbane to meet my mum at the airport. She's flying in from Adelaide and going to travel with us for a couple of months.
Well, we had a beautifully executed plan to go to pick up my mum at the airport, and we had 20 minutes up our sleeve. We've been stuck on the M1 motorway for the last half an hour, and if you have a look over there now, you'll see what the cause of the drama is. Just out your window there.
We're not having much luck with the rain. Since leaving Lightning Ridge, we've been battling the weather all the way.
Just been told by the ranger that there's a severe thunderstorm on the way, so we're going to tie down the camper and make sure it doesn't blow away.
We stopped in at Geraldton National Park where a huge storm front came across. Then we moved on to the Gold Coast where it's rained solidly for the last week. Poor Mum must be wondering what she's gotten herself into. As we've travelled south, the rain's eased up, but it's been replaced by the wind. All of this is a great test for our camper trailer, which apart from a few minor leaks has held up pretty well. I bought this huge tarp, and with the help of about a dozen poles, ropes and ocky straps, it's able to keep all of the weather out. We're 6 weeks into the trip now, and the girls have adapted to the travelling lifestyle really well. About the only side effect is that they spend so much time playing and running around that by the end of the day they're exhausted. Not that that's a bad thing. Now that the weather's settled down, we managed to get out for a ride on our bikes for the first time.
Okay, they're racing now.
You made it!
You made it.
One little girl there.
A couple of thousand calories burned.
Oh, shut up. There's the other little girl. There she is.
And we even got the boat out to try some fishing. Not that we caught anything. It's also given me a chance to reorganise some of our gear. Our boat motor is currently strapped to the board across the drawbar, but it's picking up a lot of mud from dirt roads, so I'm going to need to find a better way of storing it. I haven't managed to convince Jen to offload any clothes yet. Her bag still weighs about as much as the rest of ours put together. I'll keep working on that between now and Christmas. It's now 7 weeks till we're back in Melbourne for Christmas. A couple of days after Christmas, we'll be hitting the road again for our 1 year big lap ride around Australia. With so much weight on board, the back of the Landcruiser has been sagging when it's hooked up to the camper trailer. So we stopped in at out-of-town four-wheel drive in Newcastle to have some heavier springs installed. These guys also make the long Ranger fuel tanks like the one we had fitted before we left. So while we're here, let's have a tour of the factory and see how they're made. The tanks are designed for each individual vehicle to use as much of the available space as possible. You can see how neatly this 166 litre tank fits under our cruiser. With so much stuff being made in China these days, it's just great to see products like this still being made in Australia. So with the new springs fitted and the back of the cruiser a couple of inches higher, Fred, Peter and the boys are taking us out to the famous Stockton beach, which is just outside of Newcastle. I've been looking forward to visiting Stockton for years. It's got a reputation for being a four-wheel driver's paradise, and we're about to find out.
These tyre deflators here, you can set the exact pressure you want your tyre to go down to and it just lets it down automatically. So we're going to try 16 pounds and see how that goes.
That's what you've got to look for in a tyre, mate. See how the tyre is bulged on the side?
Yep.
Not only is it wide, it's longer. So that's the type of thing you have to look for to go on seeing.
What is sand, Daddy?
We'll see it soon, Dale. Yeah, it's all good, mate. It's amazing the difference the tyre pressure makes. I'm looking at this stuff thinking I'm buggered, but we just seem to float over the top. It's beautiful.
Yeah, a little bit of a momentum here now until we get up on top of this ridge here.
This is slightly more terrifying than what it looks.
Oh no!
Be careful coming over this little bit. A little bit of brake just as you come over that bit there, mate. Push a little bit of sand in front of your wheels as the idea, and then that stops at the bottom. Good to have you, I think.
He's better than Seawell.
It's a wonderful beach. You've just got to treat it with respect. I mean, it's just so dangerous till you know where everything is, and you know you just got to be careful. The little 4-foot ones catch you out more than the big ones.
This beach is unbelievable. Apparently a lot of TV commercials are filmed here, and it's easy to see why.
Things on it.
So how long have you been there?
74 it went. Here it is now with the stern on and half of it missing here. Here it is broken. They got a lot of stuff off it. For years they had all sorts of things on it. These are some of the higher dunes and that sort of thing that you can come down over. You know, this one here is quite exciting.
Coming down the dunes is one thing, but getting back up is a whole nother story.
Come on Fred, show us how it's done. Okay, it's our turn now. Giving it plenty of welly. Too easy. Not a bad way to spend a day.
After the fun of Stockton Beach, we've kept travelling south through Sydney and Canberra and made it here to Kosciuszko National Park, which is on the other side of the snowy mountains from where our trip began. We're going to stop here for a while and get out and explore the mountains before heading back to Melbourne for Christmas. We're also hoping to be able to climb Mt Kosciuszko while we're here, which will be the first of our extreme challenges completed. Although the weather forecast further up the mountain is looking pretty bleak. Today we're heading out to check out an area called G-High and give Jen an opportunity to get some full driving practice. Nothing like a nice water crossing to break the ice. She made that look so easy, but let's see it again from inside of the car.
Okay, we're going. Out the window.
That last one was nice practice, but now it's time for a real water crossing.
Why? It's only just wider than the other one.
It's the same depth all the way over.
Well, you can see the bottom all the way over. That's a pretty good indication. The fact it's not too very deep. You should be out here. I can see that the water is only about knee deep. It's a bit of a current though, that's a major issue because it's going to be pulling at the car a bit. So when you're going across a river like that, what do you think might happen?
I think the car might turn over on its side.
Because it's lurching around so much?
Yeah, so it's like it's going to the left or to the right and you're thinking it's going to keep going. I'm never trusting you again. That was awful.
A few big holes there, wasn't there?
A few. I lost steering several times. I was like, ah!
Mummy did good driving?
Mummy, we bought car.
Good.
Want to go back and have another go?
No, that was it. That's it.
I couldn't convince her to have another go, so we found a nice spot for lunch instead.
We're having baked bean toasties today. It's called making do with what's in the pantry.
How's that?
Perfect.
Look. Oh, yummy.
Billy's boiling too, how about that?
Fantastic. There you go. Good feel. Now, got that?
I don't.
You do it. Oh well. How can I get to the border now? You're just taking the whole thing up. Alright, now stay there in the cold for another 5 minutes. No.
Today's going to be a good test for Savanna though, because her and I are going to go out on an overnight hike. And the weather forecast is for rain, rain and more rain. So it should be a nice little adventure.
All pack ready?
Bye-bye, Mummy.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Nana.
Love you.
Bye-bye, sweetheart. Have fun.
Well, Sara, she wants to come too, but she's a bit young, isn't she?
Yeah.
When she's a bit bigger, she can come too.
Yeah. And this, the three of us can go.
Yeah. Well, we might need a bigger tent then.
Yeah. Bye-bye, Sara.
We're only going a few kilometres down this track, but it'll be a good experience for her. And me too, of course.
That's okay for
We'll find a nice spot to set up camp for the night.
Yeah, this for the night.
Yeah.
And you'll come back.
Yeah. Well, we're here and we've managed to set our tent up, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the tiniest tent in the world. Shall we see how big it is?
Yeah.
That's it. There's lots of mozzies here and it's raining. So I don't know that we're going to be able to cook anything yet. We'll have to wait and see if the rain stops, because we can't cook in the tent, can we?
No, the tent might catch on fire.
That's right. So if the rain stops, we'll cook some dinner. Otherwise, we're just going to be having a cold dinner tonight.
Oh, yuck.
The rain stopped, so I've got the stove outside. We'll get some flame going and we might be able to actually have a hot dinner.
A warm dinner, I think. Dad, why's there dried up banana?
That's yummy stuff.
What's in here, Daddy?
That's our dinner there. Hold up, see? It's pasta vegetariano. Sounds pretty bland and boring, doesn't it? How's your pasta, Dale?
Yum.
Squall the billy out there, eh? So how do you think we'll sleep tonight in this cosy little tent? Alright? The most important camping food there is, isn't it?
Most dessert, yummy thing in the whole world.
What are you going to have with it? A Milo?
Mhm.
And have a cup of tea. Good morning, Savanna.
Good morning, Daddy.
Did you sleep okay?
Yes?
Did you hear the thunder and lightning?
No.
I did. There was thunder and lightning all night.
Was there?
Yeah.
I only heard one thunder.
Everything's soaking wet outside, but we're dry enough. How's the tent unpacking going?
Good.
How good is that? Hello, sweetheart.
Was it a bit wet and rainy last night? Was it windy?
Yeah.
It was very windy here.
Mission accomplished.
Have fun?
Yeah. Savanna returned.
Well, Savanna had a great night, but I think she's glad to be back. Today we're going to tackle the Mt Kosciuszko summit hike. Looks like this is about as good as the weather's going to get.
We came out yesterday and the weather was atrocious. It was blowing a gale and it was freezing cold and it was raining. So we decided to take a rain check, excuse the pun. We've come out again today and while it's blowing a gale and freezing cold, it's not raining today, so we're going to do the Kosciuszko hike. Mum's first major walk on this trip. That's mine too, come to speak of it. So we should be back here in about 12 hours if all goes well.
There are actually 3 tracks that lead to the summit of Mt Kosciuszko. You can catch the chairlift from the ski village of Thredbo to the Eagle's Nest and then walk from there. There's the main range track which starts from Charlotte's Pass and crosses the Snowy River before snaking up over Carruthers Peak. And then there's the summit track, which is the one we're on, where you don't have to get your feet wet.
This track's called the Summit Track and it's actually the old road up to the peak of Mt Kosciuszko. It's been closed off now, you can't drive up here, but you can walk it fairly easy going, and it's about 9 kilometres each way. The best bit of course is it's downhill on the way home when we'll need it the most. So the only problem we've got now is trying to find somewhere out of the wind so we can boil the billy and have some morning tea. It's about 9:30, we haven't had morning tea yet, and that's going to become a problem anytime soon. Morning tea time?
Yes. Sounds like a great idea.
We start out there, and there's the peak, so we're more than halfway there.
Wow.
On a fine day, this walk would be easy, but with this wind and the temperature hovering around zero, it's actually a pretty solid trek. The wind's just getting stronger and stronger the higher we go.
We're on the last kilometre of the trip now. Rise is about 1 metre every 10 metres. It's very cold, very windy. We're nearly there. Should be there in about 10-15 minutes at this rate, I think. Maybe not, 20. And so, let's go.
Well, it's been an awesome walk and we've made it to the top of Australia, and that's our first extreme conquered. 1 down and 5 to go.
This is the mountaineering bit.
Better than going back the other way.
Well, at 2,128 metres above sea level, these are the highest toilets in Australia, and it wouldn't be fitting to come all this way without trying them out.
How was that?
Oh, fantastic. We'll do it again tomorrow.
No, all right.
Not. That's going to rain tomorrow. Give her a scratch, give her a scratch. She likes that. Oh, yeah. Likes a scratch.
So does Savanna. Back scratch, don't you, Savanna?
Yeah. Good girl. You're getting sleepy, are you, darling? Yeah. She does get tired. Hey.
This baby wombat's been named Rose, and she was rescued from the roadside after her mum was hit by a car.
Cheeky game.
Barely skimming the water about that.
Animal. And poor Rose went straight up to her. Hello, sweetheart.
Here we are.
Hello.
This last week at Mt Kosciuszko really has been the best week of the trip so far. We've made it to the highest point on the continent and ticked off the first of our Australian extremes.
I'm on the top of Mt Kosciuszko at the moment.
Jen's mastered the art of river crossings. And Savannah's had her first overnight hike.
Just hopping past.
We can't cook in the tent, can we?
No, the tent might catch on fire.
That's right. And just to top things off, on our last day here, the sun came out and we've headed down to Thredbo for some sightseeing.
I'm a bit scared.
Oh, you look it.
Tomorrow we'll be packing up camp, and in a few days we'll be back in Melbourne in time for Christmas. And then it's off again for a full year on our big lap around Australia. Yep, everything was falling nicely into place.
1, 2, 3, and go!
Right up until it all went horribly wrong.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. Does anybody copy over? Mayday, mayday, mayday. Does anybody copy over? The car then just bang, just fell over.
Oh my God. killed my babies.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. Is anybody copy over? Mayday, mayday, mayday. Is anybody copy over?
We were basically heading south, down towards Bairnsdale.
So we've, packed everyone in, got everyone organised, went through Jindabyne.
Yeah, Steve had a terrible cold that day and had taken a cold and flu tablet, and Jen decided to drive. They thought it was the best thing to do. So
I think we're about 50 kilometres south of Jindabyne. It's a dirt road, quite slippery, like gravelly kind of road.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. Is anybody copy over?
There were some quite significant washout ruts where the water has run down the road and just created these channels.
And we were on a fairly windy track. It was quite gravelly, so I was taking it really easy. I didn't push it at all.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. Is anybody copy over?
We're just coming around this bend. There's a pretty significant cliff on this side and the wall on that side.
the road, we'd had a lot of rain before that, and there were some potholes in the road, and I think the car probably went into a pothole first, or maybe it was a trailer, I'm not sure, but we were going about 40 k's.
And suddenly the steering wheel just jolted and we started heading off the road.
It's obviously something behind us has gone wrong.
And bearing in mind we had, a fairly, steep wall this side, and that side was a fairly steep descent. And so my first instinct is to pull away from that, because I'm thinking we're going to go down there. And I just remember saying to Steve, what's going on? What's happening?
It just fish-tailed from there, that we just went backwards and forwards a few times.
And so we were kind of lurching around what feels like eternity. Then it just kind of got to the point of ridiculousness, like the car shaking. We were just lurching around from side to side, and then suddenly we just, I think I just pulled it straight into the wall. I thought, well, I've got to stop.
We skidded to a halt into the wall. The front of the bull bar just sort of smacked into the dirt embankment. But then we'd stopped, and the car then just fell over, and subsequently it turned out that it was the trailer had continued to roll behind us and had tipped us that last bit over.
It was quite surreal, really, because nobody screamed or thought, oh hell, this is the end or anything. It just all happened and then it stopped.
And I remember sitting there thinking, oh my God. And then I had warm liquid on my back, and there was silence, just silence. And I thought, oh my God, I've killed my babies.
There's just stuff everywhere, and there's just this moment of unreality, like, did that really just happen? What's happening here? And so that was a pretty scary moment.
And then suddenly everyone started talking at once. And I said, Steve, what's on me? What's on me? And he said, it's okay, it's just your coffee, it's all right, we're all okay. And he wound down his window and climbed out. And
my real worry was the fact that we were in the middle of the road and it's on a fairly blind corner, and I started imagining, what if someone comes barreling around behind us?
Steve and I just proceeded to get out and undo seat belts, pass girls out through, the window that we were able to open.
And everyone climbed back down the underside of the car, which is, the chassis and the rails and everything was a bit of a ladder.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. Is anybody copy over?
Climbed back in the car, got on the UHF radio, and fortunately I got the rangers, because we're still within the national park area. So they arrived and pretty much coordinated things from there onwards, which was very handy actually, having them so close. The trailer's actually done almost a 360 roll behind us, and it looks like the boat soaked up most of the damage.
And I've just said to Steve, I've done it. I've absolutely stuffed it. I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. And he's like, it's not your fault. It's okay, you know.
I just remember at that time just thinking, this is a pretty big setback, you know. The car's pretty badly damaged, but you don't think, I wasn't thinking, oh, the trip's over. I was just thinking, how are we going to get past this? When we got everything back to Jindabyne, yeah, I'm thinking, oh, okay, we're going to have to get the car fixed. I know the damage is quite extensive because the whole side was damaged. At the end of the day, it was basically panel damage. I expected it to be expensive, but I didn't think there'd be any real problem with that. We'd actually hoped to get the car fixed in Jindabyne or Cooma, which is not far from Jindabyne. We couldn't find a crash repair either of them that would actually do it. The guy in Jindabyne said he would do it, and then a few days later changed his mind, said it was too big a job for him, he couldn't do it. But during that time, the towing company, we asked them to get it going because we were thinking about actually driving it back to Melbourne, you know, potentially, you know, that might be an option. And they couldn't get it started, and they're trying all these different things, and that's when they realised that the engine had actually seized up. And to this day, we have no real idea why that happened. We looked at the possibility of getting it fixed. They said, well, look, it's going to cost you $1,500 or $2,000 just to strip the engine down, just to work out what's wrong with it. Chances are it'll cost more to fix than to replace. So in this situation, a seized engine, you generally just throw it away and get another one. We're looking at a $12,000 bill for the fixing the car, and then the engine was going to cost, the diesel engine for a Landcruiser is about $12,000 or $13,000. So at this point, the insurance company said, well, that's it, it's a write-off. You'll need to just write it off and we'll give you a check. And you know, that's just the last thing we wanted. You know, we invested so much into this car, we've got everything set up ready for the trip. So we ended up, we put the whole lot on a truck and trucked it all back to Melbourne.
Yeah, today, driving back from Jindabyne today, we were
The Idlers radio show on the ABC has been following our trip for the last few months. So once we got back to Melbourne, we dropped into the studio to give them and the listeners an update.
And so the tow bar, the trailer's bouncing around, it's upside down, and eventually it managed to turn your car over. At least you know that your tow bar is very strong.
It's very solid. So if the tow bar had given way...
Yes.
Well, if that had happened, the trailer would have actually tumbled down the side of the cliff. The car probably wouldn't have turned over. The car would have been better off, but the trailer would still be down.
You would have lost the trailer. Yeah. But these things can happen in the blink of an eye.
And that's it. One minute everything was great, next second I'm saying to Steve, what do I do?
So what we did in the end is we actually went to the insurance company and said, well, look, if we pay the difference, and will you just pay us as much as you would pay, and then we'll make up the difference. And they said, well, that's fine. And I reasoned that, well, it might cost us some money, but we'll have a brand new engine. And instead of getting a reconditioned engine, we just bought a brand new one. And I think we're about $6,000-7,000 we had to put into that.
Once it's all put back together again, are you going to head back up to Jindabyne and pick up where you left off?
Well, we're not actually there. We've got
I'm not going down that road.
We're going to do it.
No, we're not, no.
Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle that's not yours. Thank you. What's it boy. Boy.
To Savanna from Santa.
Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way.
You went on a little Christmassy, New Year's holiday to Hahndorf, did you?
We did. Well, Steve's family's from Adelaide. Oh, yeah. Our plans before we crashed was after Christmas we'd be heading off to Adelaide and catching up with the family. So we thought we would continue that plan and go and catch up with the family, which we did, and we had a fantastic week.
The top of Mt Kosciuszko. So as you can see, we're in the new Chateau de Bale. It's quite cosy, quite comfortable.
Run!
We're using this in conjunction with the emergency support vehicle as our camp while we're staying in Harndorf.
We're coming up for our 1 month anniversary since we had the accident. It's been a bit of an epic journey and we're still really no closer to anything at the moment, which is kind of frustrating.
This coming week everyone should be back at work and the wheels should turn more expediently for you to get your four-wheel drive and trailer back on the road.
Hopefully that's the case. You know, I want to get back on the road.
Of course you
do.
do.
Steve's getting a bit antsy, the poor guy.
I think I can hear it running. New doors on there, new fender, new guards. A nice purr of a brand new engine there. Well, sure feels good to be back in the driver's seat. Blowing a whole lot of smoke out the back. I hope that's just because the engine's brand new and got a bit of oil floating around in there. Today's Sunday and we're hoping to get away on Thursday. So we've got about 4 days to get organised. First thing I'm going to do is reinstall our cargo barrier. Just need to cut a small section out of the carpet here so I can fit the bolt in. Goes into the floor. I just can't believe how much stuff we've got to get done this week. It's pretty amazing.
First up, I'm stopping in at ARB to get some side steps and rails fitted.
This will certainly help us out when we're bashing through the bush. Climbing on top.
I suppose with any major repair job you have to expect a few teething problems.
Car has to go back to the people that put the engine in. The air conditioning needs to be regassed. There's a bit of an oil leak towards the back of the engine, which I don't think is a major problem. Just probably just needs something to be tightened up. And they've left off the bottom bash plate. Got to find that and put that back on. So I mean, these are little things, but no doubt they'll take several hours. I mean, it took them 3 weeks to put the engine in.
Our revised departure date is Friday now. We're hoping to get away Friday morning. The wheels and tyres are organised finally, and Sara's in the back there. She's my little helper today. We're heading on down to Bell Street now to get this window here tinted, which was overlooked when the crash repair fixed the car.
So it depends what we want to do. If we go down the coast road and then come back up through there before we then go on, or go here and then go back through here. There's this magnificent bit of coast here that we're not going to see if we go the short way, if you like.
Get back camping ground.
Lake Elizabeth.
Lake Elizabeth.
Yeah.
In Otways.
Yeah, Otways.
Yes. Today's our last day before we leave.
It's all of our worldly possessions. Nicely stored away in there.
Basically, I've come out here to put the rest of our gear into storage that we're leaving behind.
That's it. What we don't have in our car and our camper trailer
is all in there.
It's now been 11 weeks since the crash, and after what seemed like an endless list of things to do, we're finally ready to hit the road again.
Is this like the Last Supper, Steve? You know, like the last roast chicken?
Yes. May the wheels travel well.
Yeah.
For the past 6 weeks we've been camping in my dad's lounge room while we've been sorting out the car and camper trailer and boat, which have all needed major repairs. I think he's going to be happy to get his house back, but I'm sure he's going to miss us as well. We originally planned to be leaving Melbourne in late December, and it's now late February, so we're about 8 weeks behind schedule. We'll have to cut out some of the places we were planning to go so that we can make up that time over the next couple of months. There's also the problem of us having a $7,000 hole in our budget thanks to the new engine. At this stage I don't know how we're going to make that up. We're just going to have to figure something out along the way. There always seems to be just one more thing to fix.
Just noticed an oil leak in the back diff. Let's see how much we can get in there. Bloody thick. And she goes. It's a bit like honey. Alright, that's it, job's done. See you later.
See ya.
Thanks for having us.
See ya.
Bye, Grandma.
And I'm not going to cry.
So here we go. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
Let's drive around Australia, hey?
Okay. Okay. Let's do it.
Make sure we
No more crash, Sara. That's right, Dad.
No more crash.
We've been working very hard to make sure we don't crash again.
GPS.
Got the iPod holder. You got the iPod?
Yes, I got the iPod.
Well, it's been 77 days now since we had our crash, back on the 8th of December. But it's all done now. We're on the road, finally, and we've got around about 11 months in front of us to get around the country. How long have we been on the road? Oh, about half an hour. Time for lunch.
With our already tight budget now $7,000 tighter, we're going to be saving money every way that we can.
We have a nice little system worked out where we can actually get a large chocolate shake and split it between the girls. It saves $1. Work that out over the trip, it's thousands.
This is classic Melbourne weather, 4 seasons in one day.
Oh, wet out here, isn't it? The car's handling well, the trailer's towing nicely. The new wheels and tyres we got are bigger than the last ones. They're 33-inch diameter instead of the 31 that we had before. And at this speed, about 90 kilometres an hour, the revs are lower and the car's running smoother. With the smaller wheels, it tended to rev pretty high.
We'll just stop in at Lorne for a couple of days and get back into the camping lifestyle.
Ooh, Daddy's so strong.
Surrounded by females, I think pink.
Or purple.
Thank God we've got some green in there.
Lorne's a favourite holiday spot for Melbourneites, being just a couple of hours down the road. We've had plenty of weekends down here over the years. There's a lookout just out of town which should give us a good view of the Great Ocean Road. This has got a very Mediterranean feel to me, except instead of Commodores and Falcons we need Porsches and Ferraris. Next stop is Erskine Falls, which is only about 10 kilometres out of Lorne on the edge of the Otway Ranges, which run along the back of the Great Ocean Road.
Oh, my leg.
Good reading, isn't it, hey? Savannah, do you want marmalade?
Yes.
Sara, do you want marmalade?
Yeah.
Ducks, do you want marmalade? On your crusts? Okay.
We've really seen the benefit of our lightening of the load. It only took us a couple of hours this morning to get everything packed up. Kids were fantastic, they just ran around and did their own thing. So today we're heading off, we are going to Port Campbell.
This stretch of the Great Ocean Road between Lorne and Apollo Bay is definitely the windiest part of the whole road. It's certainly one you don't want to be rushing. Plan to take it very easy, and obviously we're towing a camper trailer and lots of little turnouts where you can pull over to the side and let other cars go past, because it's a case of making the road work for everybody.
But we have a lot of ground to cover today, so we're going to find something for lunch that won't break the bank.
Check this out.
Oh, I don't think that's enough.
Now all I want to know is, what are you guys having? Did you want some lunch as well? Did you want some lunch as well?
Oh, I just got enough for me.
Why? We're all sharing it.
It's not bad for $20, is it? No? It's about 3 o'clock, so we're going to have to leg it now to Port Campbell. So we don't want to get there in the dark. Yeah? So we'll put the DVD on for girls.
Different type of DVD.
Oh. You need these, don't you?
Go hiking and not. We're going to go hiking and walking, and I don't want to.
You don't want to go?
No.
Why?
It'll take too much long.
What would you rather do? Savannah, what would you rather do?
Stay home and play.
Play what?
Play chasey, hide and seek, go for a walk with my baby. That's what I prefer to do. No, Bobs. Come on.
What about you, little miss? What would you rather do?
Would you like to stay home with me, Sara? Or would you like to go for a walk now? Shoes on. Okay, shoes on before you go for a walk. And that's my shoes on. Okay. Shoes on.
Well, the girls are obviously thrilled at the prospect of another day of hiking and sightseeing, as you can tell. No doubt they'll warm up to it once we get out there. So these are the famous 12 apostles, although there isn't 12 anymore as a few have crumbled into the sea like the one in front of us. Thousands of people come to Port Campbell every year to see them, and some even jump in a helicopter to get a closer look. But I reckon most people miss the best view. I came down here this morning before dawn, and the view with the misty air and the sun rising was well worth getting up early for. It's worth taking in the view from the other direction as well, which is pretty spectacular. I set up a time-lapse camera, and the mist rolling into the sea and the sun behind it looked amazing.
What's in there? What's in my pocket? Gorgeous.
It doesn't look gorgeous to me.
Oh, you're just a grumpy bum.
No, it's because I want to go to the beach.
Savannah's got the grumps on because she didn't want to get out of the car. She just wanted to stay there and watch her DVD. Maybe a little plan to put a DVD player in there to break up the driving has backfired.
We're going to Lockhart Gorge, ready for sunset and a picnic dinner.
How's Savannah? She feeling happier?
I don't know, are you feeling happier? No, still grumpy.
What do you reckon? Should we picnic on the beach?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Well, someone's in a better mood all of a sudden.
After all that, all she needed was a bit of beach, a bit of sand, a bit of salt water.
That's easy. Have to remember that, Daddy.
Picnics at the beach make Savannah happy.
Makes Savannah happy.
Alright. So the history of this place, well, it's called Lockhart Gorge because of the ship, the Lockhart that sank just off the coast here. And everybody died except 2 people, and their names were, Professor? Eva Carmichael.
Eva Carmichael.
And we'll look up the names. And they were the only survivors, and they're both 18 years old. They swam into the cove here, and need to research the story a bit more and find out what happened to them. Sounds like Blue Lagoon with Brooks Fields and what was his name? I don't know, something I saw a long time ago. It was Christopher Atkins and Brooks Fields from Blue Lagoon, I just remembered.
Today we're driving right across the bottom of Victoria into South Australia, and we'll stay at Robe if we make it that far. We've only got about 3 months to get from down here in the southeast all the way to Broome, which is right up in the northwest corner and about as far away from here as you can get. So we're under a bit of pressure to keep moving.
we call express lookouts. Can't avoid seeing these amazing scenes, so we run because we've got a lot of ground to cover today. Ooh, have a look at that. Oh wow. Well, I could get the boat and the skin diving gear into there. Be magnificent. Alrighty, off to the next lookout. Shouldn't be a race, but Australia's a big country and we've got a lot of ground to see. Ooh, here we go. Fantastic. I got the shot.
Eva Carmichael was the young lady and Tom Pearce was the boy.
Oh, that's right.
Tom was washed up actually into the gorge of Lockhart. He thought that he was the only survivor, but it turns out that he heard someone calling for help out actually in the water, and Eva had got hold of a branch or a piece of the shipwreck or something, and was basically holding on for dear life, and Tom heard her and went out and saved her basically, but it took him over an hour to get her onto the beach.
Okay.
The current must have been fairly strong, the tide must have been going in the other direction or one of those things. And so he got her to the safety of the beach. She was very distressed, as could be imagined.
Why? The ship sunk, did it?
It turns out that there was a few things that got washed up on the shore, and brandy was one of them, which was quite fortunate really. So he gave her some brandy and settled her down, and then he walked up out of the gorge into the grasslands, and there happened to be two drovers going past.
Okay.
And they took them up to the homestead, and so they were saved.
Wow.
That's kind of nice.
Hello. So we shake all the car lethargy out of them. Getting ready for another stint. There we go. Alright. Good for another 100 k's now, I reckon.
Well, it's been a long driving day, but we should get to Robe in time to set up camp before it's dark. There we go.
Good. Very helpful, very friendly.
She's escaped. How'd you get out of the handcuffs? Where's it all going?
Gone.
Where?
It's gone.
Did you drink it?
Yeah.
Down there?
No, I don't want any more. No.
There.
The moon's up there.
So, well, it's not much of a day weather-wise today, so we're going to have a bit of a sightseeing day. We're up near the Kununurra region. It's about 90 kilometre drive from here. A couple of our favourite wineries, which is always a good thing.
But there's no way we can get this close to the Kununurra without stopping in for a visit. We're stopping in at Wynn's Winery first, which is one of the most well-known of the Kununurra wineries. The Kununurra region is one of the best red wine producing regions in the world, and what makes it so good is the red Terra Rosa soil, the limestone, pure underground water and long, cool ripening season for the grapes. All of the vineyards share a strip of earth around 21 kilometres long and only 2 kilometres wide, so land is at a premium. While Wynn's is the epitome of large-scale commercial wineries, right across the road is Redmond's, which has barely changed in decades but still produces some fantastic wines. It's been a favourite of Jen and I since we first came here nearly 15 years ago.
Very earthy, I would agree with that. Just to confirm,
It is sensational.
Well, the wine is spectacular as always. Redmond's is completely reliable.
Well, that should keep us going for a while. We're still a long way behind schedule and we need to catch up, so we have to keep moving. The best time to be driving across the top of Australia is the dry season between April and September, so we need to get back on schedule over the next 2 months, and there's a lot of country to cover in that time.
Steady. 5 in the tent. Good night, campers. Pop! Out popped Cyril. Pop! Out popped Tallulah.
We're pretty much heading away from civilization, so we stopped off at the supermarket on the way out of Adelaide and stocked up big time. As you can see, we've got pretty much enough food to keep us going for a couple of weeks if it came to it. I'm sure we'll be able to get food across the Nullarbor and around the Eyre Peninsula, but it's probably not going to be as cheap as it is in Adelaide, and we don't want to be too dependent on what we find over there, so hence we've got a lot of stock.
Before we tackle the long haul across the Nullarbor into Western Australia, we're going to stop in at Lincoln National Park for a while and try our hand at bush camping. There aren't any facilities in the park, so we'll be making do with what we've got on board.
And this is Surfleet Cove, I think is the correct name of the campground that we're in. There's many in Lincoln National Park. It's pretty basic amenities, but it's all well worth it is to cater for yourself. We are right, the ocean is right there, and got a beautiful breeze coming through. It's quite warm still. It's 6 o'clock and it's still quite warm, so we've tried to get something that's got a little bit of shade.
You all ready for bed? That's good.
We've woken up to rain this morning and I can see people walking around out in the bay, so I'm going to head out there and see what they're fishing for. My guess is it's going to be crabs. Well, they're not crabs. They're actually a type of shellfish called razorfish, which live in the mud and sand flats along the South Australian coastline.
Oh yeah.
Terry here has mastered the knack of getting the shells out of the sand and the meat out of the shell. It's the white muscle that's the eating part.
In the water again. That's it.
That's why they call them razorfish, you know, because the way they stick out the water like that.
Sharp edge on top.
You can actually feel them under your feet. Certainly want to have decent shoes on. Terry, what's the recommendation for cooking these things?
We usually flatten them out with a steak tenderiser and then crumb them and drop them straight into hot fat, oil, whatever. And just a few seconds, pull them out and eat them straight away.
It's a regular production line you guys have got down here.
Yeah. Oh, we're pretty steady compared to most of the locals, so.
We're only new at it.
You're getting a feed though.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's good feed. Good entree.
Yeah.
There's a bag limit of 25 per person per day, but that would still make for a lot of eating. I definitely want to get a feed of these razorfish myself, so I'm going to come back on tomorrow's low tide when I'm a bit better prepared.
Geez, they look so much like scallops.
It tastes good, eh? And the mossies got you today?
Yeah, last night they got Savanna Butte. This is down the Great Ocean Road.
Oh dear.
And still got 1 or 2, but Savanna last night got mauled. And I thought that I did a pretty good job of mozzying the tent last night. There was only a couple when I went in. I just got rid of them. There must have been 1 or 2 left over.
Too much energy.
You're making me tired.
Yep.
Kangaroo.
Little one.
There's a little one. Oh, look, they come creeping up.
I want baby one.
We've come out going to town and the car won't start. I've had a look at the battery and it looks like it's pretty much cactus. So I'm not really sure why. The battery's less than 2 years old. So what I'm trying to do at the moment is just jump off the second battery and we'll see if that works. And as you can see, that ain't working either. Either there's not enough charge in it or the leads are just too light. The leads are very hot. All the acid inside's got all sort of flaky stuff in it. So what I'll do is I'll try taking this battery out and actually putting it in where the main battery goes. We'll try that, and then if that doesn't work, I'll have to get the generator out and recharge it. Going to Port Lincoln to get a new battery. Now the real issue here is that my jumper cables weren't strong enough, weren't thick enough to be able to jump from the second battery to the first battery. So there's a bit of a lesson in that.
Now I've got to tell you, for anyone that wants to be doing this at home, wear the right footwear. Something like Savanna's would be great. That is the appropriate footwear. What it's actually doing is that it's flicking up the mud on the back of my legs. It's also glides over the green slimy stuff. Glides. I'll be gliding on my bottom very soon, I can see it.
Well, after seeing how it was done yesterday, I couldn't resist the urge to get out here and have a go myself, so we dragged the whole family somewhat reluctantly out here this morning. Got the weapon. Found one.
Got it. Use your blunt side of your knife.
Turn your knife around and go along the shell.
Cut her off.
Daddy, open it.
Daddy's trying.
Daddy's wishing he put his gloves on at this point. See, that's the bit in there. All this other stuff. We don't need that. Yeah, see? We actually cut that off there.
I don't want a bit yet. I'll have some for dinner.
You don't want some now? Whoop.
Oh, Daddy, you can eat it. You eat it. Tastes nice? Tastes nice, okay?
It's quite nice actually. Sort of like an oyster, but not quite as strong.
Daddy, get it.
There we go.
I knew there'd be crabs out here.
Bonus.
This is a blue swimmer crab, and they're pretty good eating as well.
They're flat.
Yeah, they are. So they're very good for pushing along in the water.
Come on, Mummy's stuck in the mud, sweet.
She wants to stand there forever.
That's what a big one looks like. It's like a scallop, but it's very hard. Well, scallops are quite soft, but these are very hard.
So after all the hard work this morning, it's time for dinner.
It's crab.
The idea is just take that band off that's around them.
Here we are with Sue and Terry. Sue's going to show us how to pickle some of the razor fish that we caught earlier this morning.
That's it.
And she assures us that it's very simple. And then after that, we're actually going to cook some, it's a bit of garlic.
Bit of garlic. Bit of chilli.
Beautiful.
And then we just put in some vinegar to fill the jar. That's all we need to do.
So how long will they stay good for?
I would say up to a month.
Okay.
If you can resist them that long.
Yeah, I was going to say they'll be lucky if they last a week, but...
Yeah.
Are you filming? Because I'm not going to do this if you're not. That's all right. It's delicious. Okay, then, thanks.
Would you like some?
Reminds me of the pickled herring I used to eat when I was a kid. That my dad used to make.
Somebody likes them.
They do look very similar to scallops and even prawns, really, don't they? And that sort of, you know, when you batter a prawn meat.
Yeah, absolutely.
That sort of consistency.
Very much so.
can I have another one please, Dad?
Did you like that, Sara? Nice, isn't it?
Beautiful.
So, is it as good as having it out of the jar?
Totally delicious. You're not having any?
Yes, lovely big one. So very good.
You've done well, guys.
Don't need to go up the road and tell anyone.
It's our secret, don't worry. No one knows.
No one will know, no.
You're in a secret location.
Yeah.
Streaky Bay, Smoky Bay.
Here we are at Streaky Bay. Best razor fishing in Australia.
Singing lessons are #1 priority. As much as we've loved being in Lincoln National Park, I'm looking forward to a night in the caravan park tonight for 2 reasons. 1, I get to wash myself. 2, I get to wash my children because they are filthy.
Boat's all ready to go up on top. Look at that. Bikes are waiting to go back in. Well, the tent's all packed up, that's progress. All the kitchen's all packed up inside. Camper trailer's nearly full. Roof rack's got some things to be put onto it. Girls are at school. Car's almost packed up, so I mean, it looks like we're nearly finished. We're probably an hour and a half away.
Well, it's just gone midday and we've finally hit the road. We're heading west towards the start of the Nullarbor plain.
I get to have a shower today. I'm feeling pretty crusty. I'm going to go and stand under some hot water for about 15 minutes and start to feel human again.
Well, the pressure's on for us to keep moving, and today we're pushing on to Ceduna, which is the last town before the start of the Nullarbor. We're gradually leaving civilization behind as we push further west, but there's so many great spots here on the Eyre Peninsula that we're missing because we're trying to make up time.
We're going from South Australia to Western Australia. What's the rules on what we can take and what we can't?
The quarantine laws crossing into Western Australia are pretty strict, so I'm getting the rundown from Anne as to what we can't take across the border.
There is no honey products of any description. Now, to get anything through the point there at the border village, it's processed. Make a fruit salad, cut it up, dice it like this.
Yeah. So basically, if we're going to take any fresh food across there, we have to skin it, peel it,
process it,
slice it, dice it.
Or cook it.
Or eat it.
Yeah, cook it or eat it.
It's times like this when the long-range tank really comes into play. And we're in Ceduna and we're getting fuel for 137.5, which is not too bad. We can get about 1,400 kilometres range out of the 2 tanks that we've got in the car. So basically we can bypass all the expensive fuel stops in the middle there and not have to fill up until we get to the other side.
The Nullarbor plain is about 1,000 kilometres of very flat and very remote country on Australia's southern coastline. These days it's sealed road all the way, but it used to be dirt road, and saying that you'd crossed the Nullarbor was something to brag about. We'd better get used to this view because it's not going to change much in the next couple of days. We've got over 250 litres of fuel on board and plenty of food and water, so we're pretty much self-sufficient.
Now here's all of our contraband that we're not allowed to take over the border. Some lemons, onion and some honey. We've got 2.5 loaves of bread. We're having honey and toast for breakfast.
It's about 2 o'clock in the morning and I thought I heard something outside the camper. I've come outside to find a couple of dingoes prowling around our camp trying to get to our food. I wonder if they like onions or honey. It's really spectacular here in the morning as the sun rises. The mist coming off the sea about 15 kilometres away is creating this amazing red glow in the air.
We've woken up this morning to what looks like it's been rain. It's actually so wet out here. This is just condensation off of the table here. It's unbelievable. But there was definitely no rain last night. We also had a bit of dingo activity last night and actually chewed up our water. I don't know if they were trying to actually get to the water in the container or to the food in the tub that it was sitting on. I put it on there last night to stop the dingoes getting into the food, but they're fairly determined. There's also a nice big footprint here on our kitchen tub.
When most people think of the Nullarbor, this is what they imagine. Vast expanses of nothing. This is actually the treeless plain in Nullarbor National Park. There's pretty much nothing for as far as the eye can see. It just goes on and on and on. It's another 150 kilometres to the border, but we're going to stop here and check out the view over the edge of the continent.
If you fall down there, that's it, you'll be gone forever.
This is the Great Australian Bight, which stretches across Australia's southern coastline.
You really can't describe the feeling. It's quite amazing just to be standing at the edge, like that.
The edge of the continent.
Yeah, it's quite amazing.
If you're here between June and October, you can watch southern right whales who come here each year to breed and give birth. There's none here in March though, unfortunately. How's that for a spectacular coastline?
There's signs everywhere here that says don't get too close to the edge because it could crumble at any time. When I walked out towards, there's big cracks across the ground that are obviously the start of the edge going to crumble away at some point. Whether it's going to happen today or in 1,000 years from now, it's pretty hard to tell, but one of the 12 apostles collapsed only a year or so ago, so it does happen, and it does happen in our lifetime. So I guess the message is don't get too close to the edge.
This is about as difficult as border crossings get in Australia, so compared with other places in the world, I guess we've got it pretty easy.
This is where they do the cavity searches.
With desert and outback from pretty much down here in the Great Australian Bight all the way to the top of Australia, there's not much chance of disease and pest getting across into Western Australia anyway, so the only way it's going to happen is by road. And this is what this quarantine border is all about.
Hey mate. Hey mate,
Get that off me!
The main thing they're looking for is fresh fruit and veggies because they could be carrying disease or pests. And of course honey or any bee products which have the potential to be carrying bacteria.
What didn't hurt too much?
We're rushing across the bottom of Australia to try and catch up time, but we've got so much to look forward to. Western Australia takes up about a third of the Australian continent. We've got a few months to see as much of it as we possibly can. The new engines all run in now and the cars are running like a dream. We're really getting into the road trip lifestyle now and we've got nearly 10 months of travelling to go.
It is the very start of the longest, straightest stretch of road in Australia.
Checking out the facilities here to make sure it's satisfactory. Oh, lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Yeah, it's perfect, no problem. You'll love it.
Is it really ordinary? What?
No, I'll just wait near the camera. Right, just me. There are times when being a bloke has its advantages. Probably see through the door here.
That was just the most ghastly thing.
We've made it to Balladonia Roadhouse, which is nearly at the western end of the Nullarbor. We're going to turn south here and head towards the coast. This guy at the roadhouse reckons the road south is in pretty good nick. I'm pretty sure this wreck is here to discourage us from speeding. Not that there's much chance of that in our rig.
Well, our trip across the Nullarbor has come to an end. We've turned south now on the Balladonia road that runs down to Duke of Orleans Bay towards Esperance. It's like a dirt road shortcut into the back of Esperance. Goes through Cape Le Grand National Park.
We've heard that the beaches along the south coast are pretty spectacular, so we're going to follow the coastline around instead of heading overland to Perth. Jen hasn't quite figured it out that it's the passenger's job to open and close the gates. It's amazing that back at Balladonia they're struggling with severe water shortages, but as soon as we head to the coast it starts raining.
We're here on Le Grand Beach, right in the heart of Cape Le Grand National Park, and the beach just stretches for miles. It's beautiful white sand. I think it must be nearly 100 metres wide at low tide, and the best part is you drive on the beach.
You can actually drive all the way to Esperance on this beach, but we haven't refueled since Sajuna and we're running pretty low, so we're just going to have a little look around. Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
How many K did you do that?
I don't know, because I didn't take the doofy with me.
Oh dear, not the doofy.
Not the doofy. I can't remember where I put it.
There it is.
There's the doofy. I don't know. Probably about the same. I did a bit of uphill work today as well, so it's good.
While we're in Albany, we've come up to check out the Anzac Memorial on Mount
And
Clarence.
the masonry was salvaged and brought to Australia for re-erection on this site, which for many troops who sailed from King George Sound in 1914 was their last glimpse of Australian soil. So as the troops were sailing off, this was the last bit that they saw. So this is for the Australian and New Zealand troops that died between 1916 and 1918 whilst fighting in Egypt and Palestine and Syria. Did you know that there was a camel corps? Did you know that?
No, I didn't know.
After a couple of weeks in the wilderness, Jen's taking the girls out for some shopping therapy.
So Savannah, have you lost something? What have you lost?
My baby.
Where is she?
I don't know where she is.
Where did you have her last?
I had her at the cafe.
Good luck.
Thanks.
We're just doing a few laps of the block here while Jen and Savannah go and look for Andrea. Let's hope we find her, otherwise it'll be big drama. Have the baby.
The joy, the rapture. We went up to the bookshop. Do you have a baby doll here? She said, yes, we do. And they even made a nice bed for her, a little box, didn't they? And she said she slept here the night. She had a very peaceful night and she was looking forward to her mummy to come and get her today.
You happy?
Oh, Andrea.
You can look after her from now on?
Yeah, we decided that we're not going to take her out of the car when we go shopping again.
That's a real good idea.
Now that Andrea's back on board and everything's right with the world, we're heading over to Margaret River, which is another one of Australia's great wine regions. We'd originally planned to spend a week around Margaret River exploring the area, but we have to get back on schedule, so we've shortened that to just one day.
We've arrived in Margaret River and we're a bit late. It's about 7:30. And we're only here for about a day and a half, and there's a real lot of things we want to get done. So we've decided to take the easy option and go for a cabin.
This is very civilised, isn't it? It's like having a little mini home.
There we go. Oh, look at that.
See? Microwave. The luxury of a toilet. That's a really big deal.
Huge.
All right. Should we better get the kids out of the car, I suppose?
I forgot about that. Here's one.
She escaped. One day and how many wineries?
I think there's about 90 listed on this thing there, so...
Boy, we're going to be busy.
Cheese factory first, but then we'll be right for some nice wine tasting.
First stop on the agenda is some cheese tasting. Savanna's a little cheese connoisseur, so there's no chance of us missing this one.
This is farmhouse cheese with chives and onion.
That's nice, isn't it?
It's the same as onion cheese.
Is it?
Or mine.
As far as wine regions go, Margaret River is actually pretty young, with the first significant vines being planted in the late 1960s.
Just so you know, Jen, this is the sort of place I want when we settle down and stop travelling and all that.
Okay.
We'll have one of these, alright?
Okay.
The near-perfect growing conditions have enabled the Margaret River area to grow quickly into one of the most highly regarded wine regions in the world. There's over 150 wineries producing a wide range of wines from Chardonnay and Sauvignon, Semillon Blancs to Cabernet Sauvignon, Shiraz and even Sangiovese.
Fast Felix has made a wine that's no good. They haven't told me about it, that's for sure.
It's just a shame we can't spend a week trying them all. Next stop is another big name we see a lot of in the eastern states, Evans and Tate.
Well, that's nice. Problem is with wine, I'm not fussy enough, am I? They all taste good. I've stashed the kids. We're in the playground. Grab your bag, buy a bottle, just get out of here.
Well, we didn't abandon the kids and we've discovered the Bootleg Brewery.
This is possibly the best chicken parma I've ever had in my life.
Okay, so we start off with Amber Light.
The brewery produces 6 types of beer, from the Settlers Pale Ale and Southwest Wheat right through the Dark Raging Bull at 7.1% alcohol, which would really get the party started.
Thank you. Guys?
I'd love to try them all, but I have to drive, so unfortunately it's just a sip. And just for something different, tonight we're going to keep the camper trailer packed away and stay in a train carriage instead.
It's got something wrong with his leg. He goes...
Has he got a sore leg, has he?
Yeah, he walks funny.
What do you reckon this goat's name is?
I don't know.
Billy? Billy Goat?
This one needs a manicure.
His nails are growing really long. They probably would, ordinarily if he's jumping around on the rocks and stuff, they get worn down anyway.
Today we're going to drop in and visit my Uncle Malcolm. We haven't seen him for a few years, so it's going to be great to catch up. His house backs onto the Murray River, so he's taking us out for a cruise on his boat to check out the neighbourhood.
You can't stand there.
Don't touch anything.
Watch your back there, mate. Especially when you lift me in.
I'll go over this side while he gets in.
Tough life, isn't it?
Oh, mate, it is. It is really.
There he is. You see? I think that's another one over there. I think there's about 3 of them altogether.
Do you get any of that, Steve?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Aren't they just so graceful, aren't they?
I'll point the hair of my chinny chin chin.
I think we'll get one like this. We have a hard time turning upside down to get on top of the camper trailer though.
Could be a bit of beach.
Sarah's thinking, I want to do that.
It's like
That was good. Everybody have fun?
Okay girls, I can see the big smoke in front of us now. We're constantly on the lookout for caravan parks that cater for kids, and this one looks like a good one. It's good for them, but it's also good for us.
And this playground has basically enabled Steve and I to get a fair amount of work done without having to worry about kids, because they met up with other kids and played. But better still is that our camp is right opposite the playground.
And what's that in your hand?
This is your business activity statement. I'm being very prompt a week after end of month, and I've already got it sussed out and done and ready to go. Your files are too fat, Steve.
Just paperwork.
That's beautiful. Click, click, click.
Done.
Lovely.
There you go.
Thank you.
Too easy.
Well, darling.
So we're here at the Maritime Museum down in Fremantle, and this is where they keep all the pieces of shipwrecks that they find up and down the coast here. And specifically we're interested in the Batavia, and they've got a piece of the wreck here that they've brought up and restored. When I arrived at my Uncle Malcolm's last week, there on the wall was this big painting of this ship that was about to hit a reef. I asked him about it, he said, oh yeah, that's the Batavia, and I was like, wow, that's amazing. Yeah, we're going to go and have a look at the Batavia when we get to Fremantle. And he said, yeah, your grandfather painted that, which just really blew me away. I never knew my grandfather. He left when I was a baby, and I've never met him. He died a few years ago. So it's a little bit spooky that it's obviously meant something to him, and it just captured my imagination the first time I heard about it. But anyway, we're going to go in and have a look at the ship, or what's left of it, and hopefully when we get further up the coast we'll get out to the Abrolhos Islands where the ship actually met its demise, and find out what we can up there as well.
The story of the Batavia is some of the earliest European history in Australia. Back in the 1600s, Dutch trading ships from the Dutch East India Company would head east across the Indian Ocean from South Africa until they reached the west coast of Australia, then follow the coastline north up into Asia. The Batavia was one of these ships, and on its maiden voyage under full sail on the night of the 4th of June 1629 in a huge storm, the ship hit a reef in the Wallaby group of the Abrolhos Islands. "200 people survived the wreck, and they managed to make it to shore. Desperate to get help for all his passengers and crew, the commander of the ship and a group of sailors set sail in the longboat for Indonesia to the north, and they left the survivors to try and survive on what they could find on the islands. After the captain left, the Batavia's under-merchant, a guy named Geronimus Cornelius, decided to increase his chances of survival by reducing the number of mouths to feed. He assembled a band of fellow mutineers, and together they systematically murdered over 100 of the survivors. Amazingly, the captain made it to Indonesia and returned in a ship to rescue the castaways. And when he discovered the carnage that had occurred while he was gone, he rounded up Cornelius and his cohorts and promptly executed them. The wreck of the Batavia was excavated from the reef in the mid-1970s and put on display along with many other artefacts from the ship here in Fremantle and in the Western Australian Museum in Geraldton.
So we're leaving Fremantle tomorrow, and our plan is that we're going to head north to get into Cervantes, which is the little town there, set up camp, and then head down to the pinnacles in Nambung National Park.
So this is like our last city, basically, until we go into Alice Springs.
Really, this is the start of the real adventure the part of the trip. And as much as it's still bitumen road, it will be for a long time. Perth's the last city we're going to see until Alice Springs, and you wouldn't call Alice Springs a city, it's really just a big country town. And then Darwin will be the next one after that. Darwin's just a bigger country town. So really, until we get right over to the east coast again, it's going to be a lot more of the the outback and Yeah, a lot more dirt roads, and really this is the adventurous part of the trip. Pretty much starts now.
These are the famous pinnacles, and I've come out here before dawn to film the sunrise. It's hard to find a definite explanation of how these pinnacles came to be here, but I do know that they're made up of the limestone remains of ancient fossilised seashells. Definitely worth the detour to see them. I read a review in a book on the way out here, and they said, oh, they were really disappointed by it, and I just don't get it. It's a very, very beautiful, spectacular place. Come out here just before dawn to get the sunrise, and I think that's the best time of the day to do it.
Being very Aussie. We're having Vegemite and cheese sandwiches.
We're running out of coffee sachets, so we're going to go stay in a hotel and get some more. This is unbelievable, you know. In the life of the Dutch East India Company, over 1 million people worked for that company, and 2/3 of them died on the job. Isn't that amazing? So we're in the cemetery here at Dongara, just south of Geraldton. It's where my grandfather was buried. I'd never met him. He died 5 or 6 years ago, lived over here his whole life, and he left when I was a baby. So we're on this side of the country and thought we'd drop in and pay him a visit. 6 years too late, but still.
Steve, how you feeling?
I feel like I wish I'd gotten to know him. He was an artist, and he was a painter. And I wish I'd gotten to know him a bit better.
Got a great spot under a lovely tree here.
Yeah.
Hey.
That's great.
One of the biggest challenges that we find once we get away from the big cities is getting a good supply of fresh food.
Well, it's slightly better than baked beans on toast.
Yeah.
Barely.
Yeah?
Barely. You know.
Is it edible?
I think so, but you know, it's probably going to be questionable. You know that I'm not very good at this sort of stuff. Got a couple of little crays here. I don't know. I think they're slightly overrated.
It's roughing it, really, isn't it? Yeah.
A salad.
Is that avocado I see on that salad?
Yeah, it's avocado and some couscous. It's very vicious. Don't be so vicious with it. It's karma, Steve, remember?
Well, I didn't kill it.
But you're the one that's hacking it to pieces like that.
This one's still half frozen, that's the problem. I thought you said you just caught these this afternoon.
You reckon he was telling you the truth?
I said, didn't you say you caught them this afternoon?
I have to confess that we didn't catch these crays ourselves.
Oh, it's got caviar in it.
Oh.
We actually bought them for $10 each from a fisherman who came around to the camp selling them for cash.
I'm sure there's a method to this, but
we don't know it.
There's a lot of meat in there. You like it? What's it taste like?
Like prawn.
Yeah. What do you guys got?
Bread and butter custard.
Bread and butter custard.
Fantastic. Keep on the old cob stove, eh?
Looking good.
I was going to include one of these cob stoves in our kit, but we just don't have the space. I couldn't even fit our camp oven in. Today's Savannah's 5th birthday.
A watch!
Check it out.
See?
What's that?
Money!
How much is that?
Open it.
How much is that, Savannah?
$20!
Who's that from?
Yeah. It's $48 she's got in her purse now. She's got more money than me.
Got to hit her up for a loan. Hi Ross, how are you?
I found out about a helicopter service that flies out of Geraldton to the Abrolhos Islands where the Batavia ship was wrecked nearly 400 years ago. I'm just giving them a call now to see if we can arrange a trip out there to see the islands and the crash site where all the drama happened.
If we stick around for another day, we can all go out tomorrow
So we need to have a look at our itinerary then, don't we?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we certainly all want to get out there, don't we? I mean,
Yeah.
it's you know, it's not
Well,
just...
you won't have half as much fun if we're not there.
That's right. That's right. Of course. I mean, if you can't go, it's just not worth going at all.
That's right. I wouldn't let you go. So.
Oh, right. Okay. It wasn't that long ago that I was under here changing the oil last time, but it was just over 5,000 k's ago, and it was about 7 weeks. So you sure clock up the k's in this kind of around Australia adventure. Little tip I learnt from a mechanic mate of mine was to write the kilometres on the top of the filter. Anytime I look under the bonnet, quick glance at the k's, I can keep an eye on where we're at. It's not super tight, otherwise you'd never get it off and you're just crushing the seal. That's it, done.
There goes the helicopter we'll be on tomorrow.
We're halfway up the dipstick, so we're almost there. I reckon you can hear the new oil.
I think we should go to McDonald's.
You think so?
Yeah.
And what are you going to have for dinner?
Normally I have a cheeseburger for lunch, but for a little treat I might have some nuggets. Chicken nuggets. I might have 6 of them. And how did I make nuggets?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it?
Yeah. Chickens go in a big machine when they can't lay eggs anymore. And then they get hammered, and then through the thingy out comes a nugget.
Oh, okay. Is that how it works?
Well, they have to go through this chopper and then through another machine, then they come out and then they go bang and then they go out onto there and you eat them.
Oh, okay. And even after knowing all that, you still eat nuggets?
Yeah.
You don't mind?
Nah.
I'm going to make this a stable part of my wardrobe.
And I got a new outfit for my baby.
Light your candle. Oh, good job.
The guys here at Prestige Helicopters are going to take us out over the Batavia crash site. They're going to let me sit in the doorway of the chopper as well, and hopefully I'll get some good shots.
I'm just worried if I really need to pull hard on this, what the consequences might be. This is the bit that holds me into the helicopter.
Okay.
This helicopter is a Sikorsky S-62A, which was built in America in the 1960s. They were widely used as Coast Guard search and rescue choppers, although this one was owned by Chevron Oil.
Look at you in your dicky harness there.
It's recently been completely restored to as-new condition, which cost around $1 million. The Wallaby group of the Abrolhos Islands are around 80 kilometres off the coast from Geraldton. Prestige Helicopters runs a passenger and freight service for the people who live out there, mostly fishermen and their families. So I have to wonder why the captain of the Batavia didn't use the longboat to ferry everyone to the mainland before he went for help. Would seem to make more sense. We're just coming up to the Wallaby Island group now. This is where the Batavia nightmare took place nearly 400 years ago. That wide area down there is where the Batavia crashed into the reef on the night of the 4th of June 1629. We're just going to fly around again and have another look. Just imagine how terrifying that must have been for the people on that ship. The wreck was excavated from the reef in the 1970s. Must have been a big job. So the passengers had to make their way across this reef in the middle of a storm, in the middle of the night, and try and find refuge on these islands. Eventually about 200 of the original 340 passengers made it here to what's now Beacon Island, but it's also known as Batavia's graveyard. By the time help arrived, Geronimus Cornelius and his men had murdered over 120 of the survivors. Once Pelsart returned in the rescue ship and discovered the treachery, he constructed gallows here on Long Island, and Geronimus and his cohorts were hanged.
In fact, Geronimus even had his hands cut off first. This is West Wallaby Island, about 5 miles west of Beacon. It's where the Batavia soldiers made a stand against the mutineers. The most amazing part of this whole story is that it's true, and it all happened over 100 years before Captain Cook was even born. Would make a great movie. We're just landing here to drop off some passengers. The people who live out here are mostly in the crayfishing business, but tourism's growing as people discover how amazing the reefs are around these islands. There's seals down there on the beach. Well, the work's done, it's time to head home.
After a few great days in Geraldton, we're pushing on northward. We spend most of our time sitting on 90 k's an hour, so it's usually us that are being overtaken on the highways. Today we're heading up to Monkey Mia, which is famous for the dolphins that come right up to the beach to be hand-fed. After that we'll be heading out to Steep Point, which is the westernmost point of the continent and the second one of our extreme challenges. And we finally made it after a long day on the road. It's about 5 o'clock in the morning and the wind's been blowing all night, so we haven't had much sleep.
Go to sleep last night, Jim?
I barely did. It's awful.
That squeaking just drives you mad, doesn't it?
Up there, yeah.
Saw that itchy bite. Look at that itchy bite.
Oh dear.
Huge.
Big one, isn't it, mate?
Big, big one.
Huge big one.
Yeah. But
The dolphins have been coming into the beach at Monkey Mia every morning for over 40 years, and they were originally attracted by local fishermen cleaning their fish. These are wild dolphins, but the daily feed on the beach has been going on their whole lives, so they really don't know any different. These days it's all very heavily managed, as it's a huge tourist draw card. They're not in a hurry, they just work their way in slowly.
So they can get quite aggressive at times, which is quite often you'll see rake marks, like with Piccolo, her damaged dorsal fin. That was done by male dolphins' teeth.
This is quite a special moment actually. I don't think I've ever seen dolphins quite this close. They're just beautiful and grace and just got this whole chilled out sort of mode, I think.
She still moves in more. Isn't she lovely? And if she rolls on the side as they do to look at us, you see she's hardly got any of those grey speckles. As she gets older, she'll get more and more.
And now that they're all here, it's breakfast time.
Grab that one really tight and down in the water for Park.
Half a dozen fish at the most.
Is that good? Give him a fish. Thank you. Okay, and what was the dolphin's name?
Puck.
How old's Puck?
29.
Wow, that's pretty old, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's a bit older than you.
Yeah.
Did he bite your fingers?
No.
No?
Doesn't bite people at all.
No, you weren't scared?
No.
What sort of fish was it?
Oh, it was a sort of a golden fish with a bit of yellow on it with some black spots. nice.
Oh, okay. It tastes nice?
Pardon?
Does it taste nice?
Why did you say that to me? I didn't eat it.
Dolphin liked it, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Savannah said that I scared her when I opened the door before. And then she said, Mummy, you need to clack me in.
Did you clack a clack?
I clacked her clacker.
Do you want to tell us what that means?
When they get clacked in, that means that their seatbelt's on. I don't even know who started that.
She did.
Did she start that?
Yeah.
It's a noise, isn't it? Because it goes clack, I suppose, isn't it?
So what are we doing today?
We're going to Steep Point, the most westerly point in Australia. It's quite a big drive. It's about a 3.5 hour drive from here. So that's pretty big, and it's going to be some fairly intense four-wheel driving, so I'm a little bit nervous.
So we've left the camper trailer back at Hamlin Pool where we're going to be camping tonight. And now we're heading west along the appropriately named Useless Loop Road and away to Steep Point, which is the most westerly point of Australia.
About 3 days.
7.
Visitors to Steep Point, South Passage Falls entrance.
We're getting close. Girls are getting right into it. I think Simon's too much for them, they've passed out. We're about 95.5 kilometres down the Useless Loop Road now, and it's been a pretty good road. I think we've averaged about 75 kilometres an hour the whole way. This is the turn off now to Steep Point, and as you can see in the sign behind me, there's fees you've got to pay to get in, and we'll obviously pay that when we get to the ranger station further in. They call it a ranger station, but it's private property, so I'm not quite sure what that's about. I'm going to let the tyres down a bit. It's been a pretty rocky road, and the tyres are still inflated up for the bitumen, so I'm going to let them down about 30 pounds, and hopefully that'll give us a bit of smoother driving. And then when we get down to the end of the road, I think it gets a bit sandier, and so we'll probably let them down again.
If you try and do your trip around Australia without a four-wheel drive, you're not going to get to places like this. The track's just getting narrower and sandier the further we go. We're really into the thick sand now, so I've got the tyres down to about 16 psi. We're pretty much floating straight over the top, so it's all good.
Kind of blow through on the inside, don't they?
Might go back to low range shit.
The track just like goes from gravel to sand pretty quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh jeez, that's good advice. Just hit the button by mistake.
It's one of those things we just got to hope there's nothing coming up the other side.
Yes.
You can't see till you get over it.
I reckon this is the first time I've driven on a corrugated beach. And here we are at Steep Point. We made it. Goal number 2 achieved. And just like the first one on Mt Kosciuszko, it's bloody windy.
In case you're wondering, this is what it looks like at the we made it.
That's the Indian Ocean down there. We'll see how it compares to the Pacific on the east coast about 6 months from now.
But it's windy as hell, so we're going to go and find a shelter spot and have a bit of lunch. And then we're going to drive back again. Another 3 hours, you beauty.
Looks like someone's broken something, so we'll stop and see if we can give them a hand. Not that we could get past anyway. So these guys have broken a leaf spring on their trailer and bent the axle, so they're trying to jerry-rig something so they can get it going again.
Just need them. Oh, hang on, it's wrong enough. Yeah, get the jacket up there. This is Teddy. He is Teddy.
Stand up! Stand up!
Hey, move then. One way though. Well, you're not going to say the jury rig?
We've given it a red hot go, but it's going to get a ride home on the ute instead. Home sweet home. Or at least it will be when we set it up anyway. By the time we finally made it back to camp last night, we were too tired to bother with dinner. So of course now we're starving. What we need is a big roadhouse brekkie.
Well, this will do for a start. We'll see how we go with this.
This is Steve's big brekkie here. We've got like half a kilo of bacon. It smells divine. If we had smell cam, you'd just be going, oh. See those eyes?
Could always order another one.
See those eyes? Always bigger than the belly.
Very yummy. Okay.
Good, yeah.
Okay.
Today we've got just over 600 kilometres to go to get to Exmouth. Our friend Anita's flying in from Melbourne tomorrow to spend a week with us.
Well, we made it as far as Exmouth. It's funny because all the way up here people said, oh, Exmouth is full, chock-a-block, you won't get in there. Every site's taken for the school holidays, and so we've been panicking because it's 6 o'clock and the sun's setting. Just pulled up here and we can see about 30 empty powered sites.
Why did you come with a water thing, Mum?
Well, apparently drinking water here is not fabulous. It's treated bore water, and the guy said we've been here 3 months and we're still not game enough to drink it. The locals drink it, but I don't. So I said, well, we might just have a container of water while we're at it.
So it's not full then?
Drive in and choose a nice site.
Alright.
It's quite a fashionable little airport here. A nice little plane. Big company.
Shuttle through.
Yeah. Oh God, we got the. Get it.
Don't get used to it, honey.
Oh, I'm embarrassed now. Can I say hello first? We've got a cold beer here.
That's what I said to you, wasn't it, Steve? I said, the first thing you need to want is a cold beer.
Oh yeah.
Baby.
Yes. And it's all yours.
You can have it. You've really done well. Considering that time we went to the Gold Coast for 5 days and you had enough clothes for like 7 weeks or something. You know.
You told me I had space about this much to put my shirt.
That's right. You do.
So there's no jumpers in there. There's nothing.
We made this huge amount of space in here for your
mammoth.
It's not going to fit.
Bike or something. Oh, hold on to your arm stuff.
Hey. Alright, what's next?
Let's go.
We're in Cape Range National Park, which is on the coast and very close to the famous Ningaloo Reef. The campsites are very basic, but when you've got everything including the kitchen sink like us, then what else do you need?
Isn't getting scared of any creatures in the night or anything like that?
No, but I heard things scratching around in the middle of the night. I don't know what they
Might
were.
have been those crabs that they were.
No, like the birds. And I walked down to the beach before, and there's claw marks all over it, like emu marks because it was scratching, but it was quite a large scratching. It wasn't like a...
Did you get up in the middle of the night?
Yeah, it was kind of a better woman than me.
I only go if I'm absolutely desperate.
With the reef so close to the shore, we're going to get the boat out and go and do some exploring. We picked up this collapsible boat trailer back in Melbourne, and it makes it real easy to get the boat in and out of the water. The best part is that it folds up and fits across the drawbar of the camper trailer.
Are we getting fish? Yay!
Should we see if we can find some turtles on the way out? Yeah! Okay, let's go. Oh, there we go, right there. Right to the front, off to the front. See it down there?
Yes! Over there on the left. Savanna, over there.
We're barely 100 metres offshore and already we've spotted our first green turtle.
Oh, please come up for air.
Yeah, it's huge. We'll come up.
There's actually quite a lot of turtles here, but I think they can stay under for a while, so I'm not sure that we're going to get to see one on the surface.
Yeah.
It's incredible how close the reef is to the shore here. You can go scuba diving by just walking in off the beach.
So who caught the first fish then?
Me, the guest.
Have a look. Oh, it's a monster. Pull him up. Let's see him.
It's a beautiful fish.
Wow, there you go. Pretty colours. If I hold the camera like this, he looks like he's about 2 feet long. All right, should we let him go?
Yes. Get on with
Say ta-da.
Bye.
Oh, thanks for that. Parting gift.
Now.
Oh, well, that's one fish down.
Okay, so let's just get a sense of order here.
Well, that's enough work for one day. Time to chill out.
Today's our last day here at Ningaloo Reef, so we're going to pack up tonight. We've completely unpacked everything, so it's going to take us a while to get everything packed up. Tomorrow we're off to Karijini National Park. That's about a 10-hour drive from here for us, so we're hoping to get away about 8 o'clock in the morning, make a good day of it, get there before the sun sets.
What are we heading for, Anita?
Cold beer.
Cold beer.
I never thought this would happen, that I was so excited having a shower, the first one in 3 days. But it's as close to heaven as I get. I'm standing out here right out in the middle of, where are we again? Exmouth.
Cape Range National Park.
And I've got a sunset behind me. I've just had a VB and it was heaven. Now Jen's on the wash down. I've got to soap up the body bit. Oh, I've got it down pat. This is the best shower I think I've ever had.
This is Anita, also known as Chef on the Run.
Kids are happy, Vegemite cheese. Kids are fed. Next on to adults, gourmet Philly, tomato and cucumber. I did ask for smoked salmon, but sorely I was disappointed with that.
That one.
It's a long drive today. We're heading inland to see the famous Karijini National Park, which is deep in the heart of the Pilbara region and one of the richest iron ore areas on Earth.
Can we have an interesting story about today?
Driving, and driving. Lots of driving. How long did we drive for? We left at
9.
9 o'clock.
Got here at
at
6:15.
9 hours. It's a long time, but you know what? I couldn't believe how green it all was out there.
Yeah. And what are you giving your daughter for dinner?
Bacon, eggs, and tomato. Which is what we'll be having for dinner and breakfast.
It was a 6 DVD day.
That's what you call a movie marathon.
A movie marathon.
And what's Mummy doing?
Had a hard day in the back seat for the girls, you know. supervising those DVDs.
No rooms in the hotel, no rooms in the one up the road, nothing, zero. So we've got a lovely...
No cabins, no...
But what do we have instead?
Oh, we have a beautiful
No,
powered
what
site.
we've got? VB.
Yeah, we have beer, so you know the world's not ending.
VB, another VB. Oh look, 5 VBs, 3 adults.
Yes, he misses it.
That way. Yeah.
I don't feel very well.
You got some sort of virus or is...
No, it's all your fault.
Is it?
Yeah. You got the cask all in that fridge.
Do I have self-control?
Yes. You're the mature one.
Mature? How do I feel? Fantastic. How do you feel?
Well, it took $8 worth of chips to make a dent in Jen's hangover, but now we've finally made it to Karijini National Park.
I think we're going to get incredibly filthy here.
Yeah. Ground's very red, isn't it?
Yeah.
Red and dusty.
See, it's got all that dark stuff in it.
Yeah.
Could be iron ore.
Check this out.
Yeah, take the pins out, that's right.
Well, where do I put the pins? I know what I like to...
Down here, see?
Don't we have to get this one off?
This bolt, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do.
Now you've got to take the weight off it, see?
Ah.
And put the pin back through the bolt like that.
Right. Ooh. Yeah, okay.
Come on, Anita, what happened to the upper body strength?
Oh, come on, that's about 100 kilos.
Can you give a bit of a push off?
Okay, go. Come on.
Don't pull on one corner. There you go.
Gap yourself one down here in that person.
Today's Anzac Day, which is one of the most important days on the Australian calendar. It's the day we remember the soldiers and people who've paid the ultimate price in war defending our freedom.
Brushing my teeth.
Some folks here in the campground have invited us to join their dawn service.
Western Australia's link to the dawn service is a special one, for it was in Albany, Western Australia, that the tradition of the dawn service was born.
Age shall not weary thee, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we shall remember them. We shall remember
There we are, Anzac just skipped through. They're fresh, I've just opened them, I promise. No ants or nasty things.
Sounds like Sara's leading the expedition today.
We're going to walk around here. And then we're going to go to, is it Fortescue Falls?
Which is down, yeah, you walk down inside the gorge, down some steps.
Yeah, just rub it.
Karijini National Park covers over 627,000 hectares and it's the second biggest national park in Western Australia. The landscape's over 2 billion years old and very high in iron content, which is what gives it the rusty red look. These gorges are the main attraction of the national park, and you can actually walk through most of them, although they vary in difficulty from easy to extremely tough. We're heading down to Fortescue Falls for a swim and a cool off.
You doing some walking?
Yeah, going.
Well, I'm doing some walking.
I know. Walking?
You walking too?
Yeah.
Gee, you're tall all of a sudden, aren't you, hey?
Take care, Daddy. Do what?
This is one of the challenges of travelling with a 2-year-old. Sara can't cope with a longer walk, so Jen and I have to take turns to carry her.
Is that the pool we're going to, Dad? Down there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
Do you want to hold on to me or you want to jump?
What's up, Mummy?
Oh, big steps.
Big steps.
Jump.
These bands in the rock were once the seabed and they're known as banded iron formations. Okay, I could have driven through this creek once, but hey, 3 times was more fun.
We're here at Junction Pool Lookout. It takes your breath away when you look over the edge. I don't know if we're going to be able to capture it on the camera here, but we'll try. So you walk up to the edge like this.
Isn't that amazing? How am I going to take a photo of that?
And then you look down. That's got to be like 150 metres down.
I'm going to take a photo.
Of water for the shower tonight is 10 litres each. So it's one of those each. It lasts about 5 minutes. Go on, pour faster! Pour faster! Oh yeah.
Is it alright or not?
No, it's broken. It doesn't work anymore.
You're recording.
We'll work out a payment scheme, alright? So Savannah, what did we see last night?
It was a king brown snake in the toilet.
It slithered away, didn't it?
Yeah, into the bushes.
Yeah. So you don't want to touch those snakes. What do you do when you see a snake?
This step quietly away.
Yeah. On the way in here, I could have sworn there was a new rattle in the front of the car, so I just crawled underneath to have a look. The sway bar was pretty close to coming off. I'm kind of glad I found that before that last bolt came out, because otherwise the thing would have dropped down and could have got caught up in the road and just ripped the whole thing off. The challenge now is to see if I can find another bolt to replace the one that's gone. This bolt actually fits. If this didn't work, then I'd basically go and find a bolt somewhere else on the car. I think holding the suspension on would be considered to be a fairly important thing. Alright, let's get down this hill and down the end of that gorge. It's the bit where I go down the ladder and try not to make a fool of myself.
Anita's pretty keen for one last swim before she heads home, so we're just going to take a walk back down to the gorge and have a look.
There you go, look at that.
It's bloody easy.
Too easy. There shouldn't be any snakes in that grass, because I've already walked through it and nothing bit me.
Fantastic. You know that Norska ad from the 70s?
Yeah.
About like,
You were living it.
except I'm not Swedish, nor am I blonde. It's very soft water. Don't know how else.
Come and check out the view from up here.
Look at that.
Frosty and cold.
It's like an undertaker, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, feel that. Oh, God.
Just stand at the front and sell them as a passers-by.
Oh, these cans have got ice on them.
We've left Karijini now and driven to the mining town of Newman, where sadly we're saying goodbye to Anita. It's been awesome having her stay with us, and she's talking about coming and joining us again when we get to Cape York, so hopefully that pans out.
Alright, we're going to go. Okay. I'll see you at
Have a good time. See ya.
The big business out in the Pilbara region is iron ore. There's mines, scattered all over the region, and we've come here to Newman so that we can have a good look at the biggest mine, in fact the biggest open cut mine in the world, and so we're going to go and take a tour and see how it's all done.
Now we all have to wear safety gear for the mine tour, even little Sara.
Should we put the glasses on?
Yeah.
They don't come in size 2s though, unfortunately.
Oh, wow. So cute.
Show Daddy. Show Daddy.
You got your glasses on? Why hasn't the camera got his glasses on?
The scale of this place is unbelievable. This is the Mt Whaleback mine, and those little white dots down there are Landcruisers the same size as ours.
They normally drill 18 metres down, and then an explosive truck will come in and put approximately a ton of ANFO down each hole. The blasts are done by remote control. The soil will lift up and just go slowly down again.
So once the blasting's loosened up all the rock, these loaders put about 240 tonnes in each of these huge trucks, and they carry the ore up to the processing plant. They dump it into a crusher where it's crushed down to a uniform size and loaded into stockpiles ready to be transported on giant ore trains to the coast at Port Hedland. Running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, this mine produces about 30 million tonnes of ore every year. The iron ore is used to make steel, with most of it being exported to Asia. So we've seen where the ore trail begins. Now we're driving the 400 kilometres to Port Hedland to see where it ends.
We'll just stop here at the roadhouse here just for a quick lunch. This is actually the way the ore trains go. The iron ore that we saw all gets loaded onto these humongous trains. It's pretty much the theme of everything around this area. Everything's done on a big scale. The biggest trucks, the biggest hole in the ground, and also the biggest trains.
Nice chipperoonies.
The ore gets loaded onto ships. Most of it gets sent overseas into Asia, and a little bit of it gets around to Whyalla in South Australia to the steel works there and gets converted into things that are made of steel.
The ore trains arrive here from Mt Whaleback and the other mines around the Pilbara, and they're unloaded in this giant dumper, which literally grabs the ore car and tips out the ore. Talk about efficiency, eh? The various grades of ore are then crushed and mixed and conveyed to these stockpiles before being loaded onto the customers' ships. At the moment they're shipping over 100 million tonnes a year from this port. That's big business. We're heading further north now when we're nearly into the Kimberley, but we've got one more stop before we get to Broome. We're going to have a crack at catching a feed of salmon at 80 Mile Beach.
You got something on the end there?
I have.
There's a bowed rod here. Here it is. Oh God, not too close to me. Look at that. The big one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, he's a beauty.
It's a beauty.
Daddy, can we keep that one, please?
Yeah. Now we have got dinner.
We've got dinner.
Yeah, baby.
Look at that.
He looks like a shark.
Look at the look on the fisherman's face. Look at that. Look at that. Look at pride. He's a happy boy. The fish isn't, but...
Fish has had better days. Is it good?
One of the many things that Broome is famous for is the sunsets over Cable Beach. It's pretty easy to see why.
I've got an idea how we can actually build a little kitchen unit in here and save a bit of work in setting up every time, but more importantly we can open the tailgate while we're travelling. Oh, we'll stop first, open the tailgate and make a cup of coffee and lunch and stuff here with everything basically here that we need. A plywood box that basically sits on top of this tailgate, just out of plywood and some braces and so on to keep it strong. Front door folds down and becomes a little work area here. We put all of our tea, coffee, Vegemite, all the stuff we use on a regular day-to-day basis. We'll actually get the stove and I'll take the legs off and the lid off and we'll actually screw it to the top there so it'll be permanently mounted, and I've measured it up so when it goes inside it'll clear underneath here. I've got it all measured up, we just need to go to the hardware store now and buy the bits. It's the right thickness, about 12 mil. That's basically that arrangement, so 2 drawers. Alright, here it is, all finished. It all goes in there. Ta-da! So the trick now is to make it stay there. I didn't want to drill any holes or anything in the trailer because it's all waterproof and dustproof. So we're going to strap it on instead. Okay. Well, I think we're just about finished.
6-disc CD with MP3. Sporty performance from 32,990.
The Gibb River Road across the Kimberley won't be open for a few more days, so we're heading north out of Broome to have a look at Cape Leveque.
Great road.
We're going to stay at a resort called Kununurra, which is owned and run by the local Aboriginal people.
This is the first official test of the mobile kitchen.
It is. So far, so good.
So it survived about 80 kilometres of corrugated road. Nothing broken?
No, not that I can see, so that's a good thing.
What I need now is just a long gas hose. We can run the hose right round to there. I'm not having to take the gas bottle off. I built this frame around the fridge, so now we can get the fridge out without unpacking the back. It's taken us the best part of 5 hours, so we've averaged about 40 kilometres an hour. Yeah, pretty happy to get here, to be honest. So Jen's in the office organising our campsite, and then we're going to go and sit up, and then we're going to put our feet up and chill out, because I'm absolutely naked. Love from... Oh!
Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, sweetie.
I ain't good.
Look at that.
No.
It's beautiful. Happy Mother's Day, love from Savanna and Sara. Lots of love, hearts and kisses, love and love. Beautiful.
So just drive on.
We've met Duez, who works at the Kununurra campground, and he's taking us for a visit to the One Arm Point fish farm to see some of the local enterprise.
This is where they breed tropical fish. We're going to have a little look around.
The local Bardi Jawi Aboriginal community here are very entrepreneurial. Everybody seems to be involved in one small business or another.
You see the fish? Thank you very much.
This is a Turkish shell. This is what we breed here in the hatchery. Okay. It's got a little slug inside there. But this is what our main industry in One Arm Point is, the Turkish.
Does he eat all the crawler?
Yeah, he eats all this green stuff on the side.
Here they are.
Yeah. Clownfish, Mum.
Can you see the baby clownfish?
Yeah.
Can you see them?
In the coral.
Yes.
Do you want one for a pet? No.
I'm not allowed to have any fish on our big trip.
Right, like that.
That, then it comes to this, and then she has to go in the belt sander to smooth it out, and then she does it by hand with sandpaper, makes it just a bit more smooth, and then we pop it up on the polishing machine.
The polished shells are sold as souvenirs, but the main business is farming and selling the raw shells into Europe, where they're made into buttons on high fashion garments. This part of the world is very famous for its massive tides, 6, 7, 8, 9 metre tides. High tide lines sort of up there, just below the rocks. It's dropped right down to here. So I don't know exactly what that drop is, but it's huge. It's pretty hard not to be impressed with Cape Leveque. There's just nobody here. The place is almost deserted. This morning we got up, we had our breakfast and a couple of people cleared out of the campground and there was no one else there. We were just there by ourselves basically. We're heading back into Broome today so that we can check out the staircase to the moon, which only happens a few nights a month. Apparently there's a good market there as well where we can get some nice Asian food.
Take your hands off your ears now. Okay, we're under starter's orders.
We're trying our luck at some crab racing at the beer and satay hut while we wait for the staircase to the moon.
Looks like we've got another set out. Most of them are racing, at least 7 of them are going. Anybody's raced on here, except for the one in the middle, which is number 1, I think. No, number 1's out there.
You can pretty much count on Australians to put a number on anything that moves and race it for money.
Trying to settle out. 4's got the lead at the moment. If you're going to get over, there it has. Number 4 is the winner. Number 4 has won it. We just wait for second place. And number 8 in second place. So number 4, Kosha, was the winner from number 8, Action Hero, in second place. So if you had either one of those 2 crabs, go to the board area and collect your winnings. We've got a bit of a prize here, so you've got a chance to win that. I think we've got a CD case and a set of headphones.
I'll be around
so
again.
all you need is a CD player and CDs. So chance to win that as well, so well worth going in for this race. Once again, the tickets are the same price. They're $2 each or 3 for $5.
Savannah and I divided the winnings equally. She got the $20 note and I got the $50 note. We're at Town Beach and it's the market night, so whenever there's a staircase to the moon they have the market here, so it's all handicrafts and stuff from the school and nice little food stall, so we'll have to get something yummy for dinner.
When the tides ride out and the mudflats are exposed and the moon rises at the right time, the moon's reflection is called the staircase to the moon. Of course, it's all about being here at the right time. So our plan this morning is to get ready as fast as we possibly can, and then we're going to head over to Derby for lunch,
And then from there we start the Gibb River Road.
Alright, my bag's ready, your bag's ready, girls' bags are ready.
I'm melting.
Good girl. As you can see on the map here, Derby is located in King Sound, which is this bay. They have some of the biggest tides here in the world of nearly 12 metres. So they've got the massive amount of water rushing in and rushing out. Because the water's moving so much, it's always very brown and murky from all the silt that basically comes down the Fitzroy River. This is the start of the Gibb River Road, which is a big part of the trip that we've certainly been looking forward to. And by all accounts, it's in as good a condition as it ever is. It's straight after the wet and it's been graded. From what we've heard, it's not too bad.
The Gibb River Road runs between Derby on the western side of the Kimberley and Kununurra on the east. It runs right through the heart of the Kimberley, and apart from flying, it's the only way in and out. For travellers like us, it's the best way to explore the Kimberley, and another reason why having a four-wheel drive is the best way to drive around Australia. Today we're going as far as Windjana Gorge, where we should be able to get up and close with some freshwater crocodiles. But first we'll stop and say hello to this giant goanna, which is actually not much smaller than a crocodile.
It's about the biggest goanna I've ever seen. He must be a good 5 feet long from nose to tip of his tail. Let's see if we can get closer without getting too close. Get off the road there, buddy. Have a good place to hang out. Go on. Ready for a hike?
Oh, not a hike.
It's just a little walk, Daddy, remember?
Just a little walk. Right, everybody ready?
Yeah.
Your stuff's over here. That'll be your gear then.
Alright, let's go. So we're going to the gorge, alright?
Yeah.
Which is to the left.
Sara, this way.
And you've got your own track, which is to the right.
No, I have to go the same way as you.
Now believe it or not, this escarpment is a fossilised coral reef that was under the sea in the Devonian period over 300 million years ago.
Okay.
Anyone seen any crocodiles?
This one over here?
Where?
Over the other side of the bank there. Oh, it's just a log.
The crocodile is a survivor from the age of the dinosaurs and has evolved little since that time. So a crocodile is actually a dinosaur. I looked up just after reading this dinosaur thing and it looked like there was a dinosaur poking its head out of the trees over there, but it's actually a rock. It looks like the head of one of these dinosaurs. This one here. When you look over there. Stop talking, look over there, through the tree there. See the crocodile just in it right near the bank. He won't hurt you as long as you stay away from him. See that?
Yeah. Look at all those crocodiles.
Oh, look, there's lots of them over there, isn't there?
Just around the next corner.
Windjana Gorge runs for about 3.5 kilometres and was carved out of the Napier Range by the Leonard River. The track runs all the way through the gorge, but we're only going a couple of kilometres today just to have a look.
What are you doing, Steve?
Oh, just whipping up a latte actually.
Yeah.
In the espresso machine we've got going here.
Trying very hard to get the sand,
Trying to
keep
get
the sand out of
that
it.
coffee.
Yeah.
Not quite the same as an espresso you might get, you know, cafe in Melbourne or something like that, but you're pretty close.
I've heard that this is one of the best places in Australia for viewing freshwater crocodiles up close in the wild, like this one just cruising past us looking for a feed. These crocs are so used to seeing people that they're not even afraid. Mind you, they don't like it when you get too close. We're heading down to have a look at Tunnel Creek, which is about 35 kilometres from Windjana Gorge and runs right through the escarpment.
Oh my God.
We've made it into the start of Tunnel Creek here. This tunnel goes about half a k through the bottom of the escarpment here. Comes out the other side. We're going to go and have a look, and apparently there's pools to wade through, and you've got to watch your head, don't bang it on the rocks, and we've got our little miners' torches on, so we're all organised. How's it going, guys? All right?
No. Yeah. I'm going fine.
No, I'm not. This is a bit where we start getting our feet wet.
Yeah. So I don't have good light.
It's very dark in here.
I can do that.
I can't see the bats anywhere. Can you show me?
How are you going there, baby? All right? Yeah. How you going there, Jen?
All right.
You cave, are you? How you going, Savanna? You okay?
He's all right.
You going, baby? All right? You okay? Yeah, good girl. You brave girl. Now we can see light down there. Look at that. We're nearly there.
Almost there.
Getting water.
Okay. Well, it's not the end. It's a cave in the middle.
One cave.
So let's see how far further it goes.
Okay, this little paddle.
Into the gloom. Oh, I can see light at the end there. We're there.
Oh, yeah. My God. I'm particularly impressed with how brave our girls are.
Let's go. Let's go.
There's a high water mark on Sara there.
This is look at Daddy, look. Up to here.
I think we picked the best time of the year to tackle the Gibb River Road anyway. It's practically a highway compared to what it was last time we came down here about 10 years ago. And that was in June. We're in May now, and it's just after the wet. Basically it's been graded since the wet, and without having had a lot of traffic, it's still in very good condition. Of course, there's plenty of creek crossings to keep it interesting. We're on our way to the campground at Silent Grove, which is about 10 kilometres off the Gibb River Road in the Kimberley Rangers Conservation Park. Another creek crossing. We've made it before dark, which is always handy for setting up the camper. Hello, how are you? Yeah, good. I'm giving my grandma a call for her birthday on the sat phone. Yeah, we're good. We'll be crossing the Tanami in about 2 weeks from now, so we will definitely check our email before then. Jen and I took her on a 4-wheel drive trip across the Kimberley about 10 years ago, and we stayed here at Silent Grove back then. Yeah, no, that's all right. We'll read all about it.
Good, happy birthday. It's a bit funny, isn't it, talking on these things?
This morning we're heading out for a look at Bell Gorge, but this tour bus looks like they've managed to get bogged, so we'll stop and see if we can give them a hand. It looks like they've moved off to the side of the track to let another car pass and then got stuck in the mud. He's not going anywhere without a tow, that's for sure.
That's all right.
Another Western Exposure bus has just turned up, so they're going to try and pull him out. With their truck, they've got much more chance of getting him out than I do. Okay, well that was the easy part.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Right back.
The front wheel is my biggest worry.
Yeah. This is just spinning, this side.
Yeah, I know, that's why it's pivoting on the spare tyre on the mud. Yeah. That's my worry. What we've got to do is try and drag your ass end across a bit, but that's going to put your nose in the drink.
Yeah.
The tyre's not doing much. But if you go over, I've got to have a reasonable amount of length on the rope because I don't want you taking me with you. And you're going to be sitting in the driver's wheel, so you're in the ride of your life. Smile. We sure about this physics, boys, because if we tip this truck over.
Hey guys,
Yeah, I
should
think
we
it
take
will.
the bags off just in case?
Yeah, it will. You've got about an inch. We prefer you not to be on the roof, quite
Yeah,
frankly.
well, you take the bags.
You haven't got a chain.
I've got a chain if you need it.
How long's a chain, mate?
It'll be, I don't know, 12 feet, something like that.
What? Chain. Yeah, we'll borrow it if we can.
Well, they're going to try and pull the bus sideways, and they need a chain because the snatch strap just won't be strong enough.
Yeah. You're going to get our recovery gear dirty.
Yeah, we get to use it.
We can't do that.
I was going to have to go and get bulked
go back on
otherwise.
top of it.
Needs to be considered, doesn't it?
Hard, right? Yeah. Why am I nervous? You got your seatbelt on?
Yeah, you can stand still on that.
What if I turn her around and we try to go in front?
They've turned the truck around because the front wheels are slipping when they were trying to go in reverse. So I figured they put about 20 or 30 people on the bus, on the back wheels, that'll weigh it down and get some traction. And they're going to try to pull it sideways up out of the ditch. We're just using our chain and putting the shackle on, doing it properly because obviously we don't want to use brake.
Champion.
Thank you.
You're my hero with that chain. Day in the life of a tour guide. I'm pretty happy with the result. I could have done without the dent in the back of my truck though. Crikey, have a look at this. Anything could have happened in there.
That was so lucky it didn't go over, eh?
Yeah, so lucky.
Well, after the morning's excitement, we're now heading down to Mount Elizabeth Station, which is about halfway across the Gibb River Road.
Oh, Jim. It's been a couple of weeks. How's the new kitchen going?
I love it. Everything's where I want it. At the right height. Means that we get to have some fresher things for lunch. We can stop and make lunch fresh.
Get cold stuff out of the fridge.
Get cold stuff out of the fridge and enjoy cold, fresh fruit.
Goes down well, doesn't it?
Wow. Yeah, perfect.
That's good.
Tell me how much it says on the bells of there.
Well, it must be an error because it says 191.9. I think well, it's probably about 60 cents a litre more than would be in the city.
400 k's to Kununurra.
Yeah.
And we're going to El Questo before we get to Kununurra.
Yeah. We've got about 500 k's range left in the car, but we're stopping at El Questo and we'll be, you know, scooting around there. So, you know, we don't want to be running into Kununurra basically on empty, that's for sure.
So how many litres are we going to get to?
I'll just grab 100 litres, it's only a couple $100.
Yeah. So our budget at this point in time has been completely and utterly blown.
You'll notice that there's no fuel company stickers on the side of the car.
This is the driveway into Mount Elizabeth Station, which runs about 30 kilometres in from the Gibb River Road. It gives you some perspective of how vast this country is when you have to drive 30 kilometres from the front gate to the front door. And here's another gate for Jen to open.
Thanks, we'll be coming out tomorrow on the next gate. So if you just wait here, we'll
Very own private campground.
We're the only ones here.
Yeah.
We might stay for a week.
It'd be nice for a couple of nights, I think.
Yeah.
day and chill out, I think.
She mentioned there's a gorge that you can go and have a look at. It's about 10 k's up the road.
Yeah, she said it takes about 50 minutes out because it's quite a rough road.
Yeah, it'll be a good one to see without the trailer.
And how cool to have a gorge on your own private property.
Yeah. Well, we'll get set up and crack a coldie.
Yeah, good idea.
Or we crack a coldie and then get set up.
No, we'll get set up and then get it. You know what you're like, once you get a coldie into you, that's it. Lazy
All
bugger.
work stopped. We're at about the halfway mark in the whole trip. 8 months since we left in September and about 8 months till we finish in January. And we're about as far away from Melbourne as we could get.
Gee, we've got our itinerary planning down to a T, haven't we?
Yeah. So as a guy said to me the other day, he said, "Oh, where are you from?" And I said, "Oh, Melbourne." And he said, "Oh, well, it doesn't matter which way you're going, then you're heading home." And I sort of thought, yeah, I hadn't really thought about it like that, but...
Did you punch him?
Yeah, thanks for reminding me about that.
We're heading out this morning to check out the gorge that we heard about yesterday. It's about 10 kilometres down this track, followed by a 15-minute walk through the scrub.
We've seen quite a few fires in the last day or so. They just burn slowly across the countryside and no one really worries about it.
I actually can see the track because I can barely make it out.
Well, this is the spot. Pink ribbon on the black stump, as per the map. Just whipping up lunch to take with us there, Jen? Is that the plan?
That's the plan.
What are you having today?
Cheese and Vegemite.
Guilty!
Just for a change.
Let's go!
Okay, this way, Sara.
Hang on, Savanna. Daddy needs to go first and scare off anything that shouldn't be on the track.
It's nice to know I'm expendable.
The track down to the gorge is pretty well marked, so we shouldn't get lost.
That is spectacular. Look at that. This is where they would normally swim down here.
Yeah.
It'd be alright if you didn't have little children with you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now, how would you like this in your backyard?
And this is one of the cakes here. I'm making sand cakes on the rock. Get water on them.
Alright, we ready to go?
Yes.
Had a good swim?
Yes.
Had a good lunch?
Yes.
Had a good day?
Yes.
Now it's got to walk a kilometre back, drive 10 k's and we'll be there.
Somehow we've managed to have this place to ourselves all day. It's been like our own private gorge.
Well, we're going to make a campfire.
With damper.
So we're going to make some damper muffins, which are like little dampers about this big, look like English muffins, but you make them on a hot plate. Savannah's going to tell us about it. Come on then.
Okay, then we got our damper going here.
Righto. So we've got some flour, about a kilo of flour.
And we've got some sugar.
Got some sugar, so we're going to put some sugar in there.
Yeah, and we've got some salt. And we've got some ginger. Whatever it is.
Yeast.
Yeast. And...
Yeah, we're going to try and make them a bit fluffier than normal heavy sort of damper,
Daddy
so we can use a bit of
lots
yeast.
and lots of sugar in.
It's going to make it a bit more cakey.
Well, more like bread, you know.
Okay.
We're just experimenting here.
Oh, God.
I'll put a bit of salt in while you mix it. Alright, you can see there's precision measuring here.
I'm hoping that we actually end up with something remotely edible.
You can actually make beer damper, but to me that's a waste of a good beer. Alright, so just gonna mix all that through.
I'm a measuring freak, aren't I?
Well, if I had a recipe, I'd probably use it, but we don't, so we're just making it up as we go. You want to lick the spoon down? Gonna be messy, just part of it. I've got myself a little board. I'm now gonna try and knead it into some kind of a bread kind of thing. You roll yours into a ball.
So have we got the right consistency that you're looking for there, Steve?
I reckon it's pretty good.
Yeah, I think so too.
Look at this, see? Making sausage rolls.
What's mine? Cut that, please.
Chop. There we go. So roll it in your hands like that. Right. Look at that.
Beautiful.
Get that off sometime next week.
Oh, that's a bit small, Dad.
Need to put them somewhere warm so the yeast can do its thing.
Yeah.
Taking about half an hour to rise up like that. Savannah's are still looking pretty mean.
This one over here is just mammoth.
This will be like, we'll be slicing that up for breakfast, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so.
Let the fire burn down to some coals. We'll just turn the temperature down a bit. You want them to slowly cook. That's it, just move that up to one side. Savannah's bread's actually coming up quite good. You can put these over. It's a little bit dark in the back, but that's been about 8-10 minutes. Okay, here's the moment of truth. Oh, look at that.
Check that out. Oh.
Is it melting? Shut the lid, let it melt through. Let's try it.
It's just dripping with butter and honey. This is beautiful.
It's good. We'll be making these again. Today we're heading between Mount Elizabeth, where we stayed the last couple of days, and El Questro station. It's about 330 kilometres. It's basically the last half, or the eastern half, of the Gibb River Road we're covering today. Some sections are very rough, and there's also a lot more water crossings like this one, the Durack River, which everyone's been talking about all the way across, like, oh, how high is the Durack, how high is the Durack? That's kind of the yardstick that everybody's looking for.
You ready?
Yeah, we'll give it a go. I think if he can do it, we can do it. Okay, I'm going to turn the air lockers on. Everything locked in that we can, stick it in low range. Okay, let's do it, guys.
Oh, Steve, you got your window down, so is that going to be alright?
Well,
we'll wait and see, I suppose, won't we?
Yeah, here we go. Is that a croc over there? Yeah, I think it was. Alright, well, it's definitely up to the headlights now. Got plenty of traction though, so we're not going to be stopping anytime soon.
We've got all the buttons on there.
We've got all the buttons pushed. There we go, look at that. Well, that wasn't too bad at all. You ready? Let's do it.
It's a puddle.
Is it? Yeah. It might be 7 feet deep in the middle.
It's actually quite wet.
Yeah.
I really love this kind of driving where you never know what's going to be waiting for you around the corner. Lots of water crossings and rough stuff, cows and kangaroos, you just don't know what's coming up next.
It's just absolutely stunning. It's like crept up out of nowhere. It's just amazing. It's the right time of day for it as well. Oh, these are the Pentecost Ranges, and behind that, the Salmon River and the Pentecost River. So over that side, there, is the Durack. Alright, we've got everything, all buttons pressed.
Yeah, now this is a series crossing that we got here.
Yeah, it's one of those ones I'd like you to have two hands on the wheel for, Steve. Okay?
This is the Pentecost River, which has to be one of the widest river crossings in Australia, especially early in the dry season when the river's still high.
Slightly nervous. So Savannah by the sound of it. It's halfway up the door.
When you're out here in the middle, you feel like you're in the middle of a lake, and there's crocs in this river, so you wouldn't want to get stuck.
Up the sides of the doors. It's a long way across, so we'll come up on the bottom.
Go, baby, come on. Come on.
Oh my god, I can breathe now. Oh god, that was forever, wasn't it?
Oh, God, I thought we were losing in the middle there.
Oh yeah, thanks for telling me that now.
I wasn't going to mention it.
Oh, Steve's going, how you going, alright there?
Oh, yeah, cool, yeah, no worries.
It's been a long day, but we finally made it to our Questro as the sun's setting. It's another one of those long driveways though, 16 kilometres from the front gate to the campground, so it's going to be dark by the time we get there. El Questro Wilderness Park is 1 million acres of magnificent East Kimberley countryside. It's a great place to stop for a few days and get out and do some exploring. Well, there's certainly plenty to do here, including lots of helicopter joy flights. But with our non-existent budget, that's not really an option. So we're going to take a drive around instead and see what we can find.
How good's the view from up here, eh?
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
So that's the homestead over there.
Yeah.
The one where you go when you've got lots of money.
This is Branko's Lookout, and it's a pretty special place to sit and watch the sunset.
Not a bad spot for a little post show, eh?
That's lovely. Getting excited, having a chat with you.
So does that make you want another one? Or,
Yeah. No, absolutely. I'll have another one. Right now. Let's get going.
How good's this dinner, eh? It'll take us about 4 hours to prepare something like this. So make the most of it.
I've got to kick that horse, drop this over his neck, and then bring it around and put it out.
Thank you, buddy.
We're just going to pack up the trailer this morning, and we've realised that we've got our first breakage. Big crack. The roof rack that folds out here, and as we folded it back, it split. It's almost broken right through, which means we're going to have to stop here at El Questro and get it welded up. it doesn't rust, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
So they've actually stuck something on there?
Yeah, he's welded some plates around it to give it more strength. Should be good as gold now.
Thanks very much. See you later.
From Mt Kosciuszko, it's an easy drive into Kununurra and the end of the Gibb River Road.
Well, sadly, we've reached the end of the Gibb River Road and another fantastic part of our Around Australia adventure.
So the only problem with getting up somewhere is actually getting down, isn't it?
They could supply ladders.
Yeah, but maybe they don't want people up there.
Yeah, that's probably a factor.
You caught me by surprise then.
Today we're heading to Lake Argyle, which is Australia's largest man-made freshwater lake. So this is Lake Argyle, but we can actually only see a tiny piece of it from here.
Well, we've lost the girls. They've absconded, and we think they're off raiding someone else's dinner, but we're about to go and find out.
Metal plates not over here.
I'm thinking that they're probably they're being dinner guests. Look, here they are.
Here we are at the campfire.
Here they are.
Your lost children, you found
They're
them.
our lost children. They're eating our neighbour's dinner.
What did I tell you was turkey?
Turkey?
Turkey and risotto.
You girls staying for good, or you or you're going to join us in the rest of the trip?
They said they were going to leave with us to go to Halls Creek tomorrow.
Oh, right.
Is there room?
You reckon?
We found ourselves a nice shady spot, which is lovely, and we're going to head on down and see Charlie, who is the owner of this place, so he's probably as qualified as anybody to tell us a bit about the history of the place.
Late 50s and 60s they did some experimental farming down near Kununurra. The Ord River is one of the top 3 flood rivers in Australia. And there's this massive big floodplain of fertile, rich black soil. The intention was to create a food bowl for Asia. So they built the diversion dam after some successful trial farms in Kununurra. They started that in '63, built the township of Kununurra, and the concentration was on cotton in Kununurra. The cotton was attacked by bugs, and it got worse and worse. The bugs became immune to anything they threw at them, and they were spending more money in the end on treating the crops for bugs than they were actually getting for the crop at the end of the day. Most of those cotton farmers then moved into rice. There was also once again a rice mill was established and a huge big boom. No rice, Asia's right up next door, let's just make as much rice as we can. We've got heaps of sun, heaps of water. And then the good old magpie goose, which is pretty prevalent in the territory and also through Asia. They came down, they trampled it all into the mud, which made it impossible to harvest. By the time Lake Argyle was completed and full, everyone thought it was a failure. So the whole country virtually looked at this thing as a big white elephant. Very quietly, a lot of those farmers that moved into Kununurra to grow cotton or rice, they started experimenting with bananas and concubits, your melons and your cucumbers and pumpkins and different grain crops, seeds. They were playing around and very, very quietly they built up a business that was actually better than the rice or cotton. They grew crops that were suitable to the tropics, and yeah, before they knew it, they had a very successful industry.
The original pioneers in this area were the Durack family, and their Argyle Downs homestead would have been flooded under Lake Argyle, but it was saved and rebuilt here as a museum to the Durack history.
Well, the Durack family, whose house we're sitting in, it would have been 70 feet underwater had it not been moved. They came from the Channel Country near Quilby in 1883, arrived in 1886.
The Durack family were a pretty tough bunch, and after leaving Ireland in the mid-1800s with barely the clothes on their back, they managed to build themselves a sheep and cattle empire in Queensland and New South Wales before setting their sights on the East Kimberley. In 1883, they drove over 7,000 head of cattle from Queensland across the Northern Territory and into the East Kimberley and built their home near the mighty Ord River. At the time, it was the largest cattle drive in Australia's history, taking over 2 years and losing over half the cattle and several men along the way. Over the next 65 years, led mainly by Michael Durack, or MP as he was known, the Duracks continued to build their empire before eventually selling most of it in 1950. But their legacy lives on though, because it was MP's son Kimberley Durack whose vision it was to dam the Ord River and create an unlimited water supply to fuel agriculture on the black soil plains around what we now know as Kununurra. In the 1960s, his vision finally became a reality with the construction of the Kununurra Diversion Dam and the town of Kununurra in 1963, and then 7 years later the construction of the Ord Dam 50 kilometres upstream, which created Lake Argyle, and effectively an infinite water supply. The Ord River scheme's had its ups and downs, but these days it seems that it's all moving forward pretty well, with further expansion currently underway that's going to more than double the amount of irrigated farmlands.
So the homestead here was relocated once the dam was constructed?
When the dam was being, almost when it's finished, they pulled it down. In '76 this house was rebuilt, and it's now a memorial to these pretty tough people.
Now you can't come all the way out to Lake Argyle without getting out on the lake to see it up close, so we're off on a boat cruise to check it out.
See you later.
Greg Smith owns Lake Argyle Cruises, and he knows this lake like the back of his hand. First stop on the cruise is the Ord Dam itself, which was finished in 1972.
Reasonably small dam wall here. It's a natural product wall, compacted clay in the core with armour rock on either side. Makes it extremely cheap and reasonably fast to build as well. All the material was quite close to the dam wall site. They weren't using the concrete to construct it. And that gives them an enormous body of water to be able to trickle feed down to Lake Kununurra all year round.
The lake is literally teeming with fish, and one species of catfish called the silver cobbler is fished commercially. There's even a few barramundi in the lake, although not many.
They have a lot of trouble finding their food. If you were to make a little bit of noise, generally speaking, we have up to 25,000 freshwater crocodiles at the moment. Unfortunately, we have the approach of the cane toad, which is going to impact significantly on a lot of the wildlife in this area.
Lake Argyle is the biggest man-made freshwater lake in Australia, and it's hardly surprising given the amount of water that flows down the Ord River. In fact, in full flood, the only river in the world that discharges more water is the Amazon in South America. To put that in perspective, that's enough water flowing down the river in 1 hour to supply the city of Perth for 10 years. If only there was an economical way to get that water to the southern states. The size of the lake varies depending on the amount of rain in the wet season, but it's normally around 1,000 square kilometres in size with up to 27 times more water than Sydney Harbour. What I find really amazing is that there's just nobody here. The lake's a public waterway, but because it's so remote, there's virtually no boats here. You could cruise around all day and feel like you have the whole lake to yourself. We're heading into the wetlands at the southern edge of the lake where the Ord River feeds in. It's a haven for birdlife like this giant jabiru which are found across the top of Australia. Greg's going to try and entice one of these sea eagles to swoop in and grab a fish from the water. Should be a good photo opportunity. Fantastic. This is so spectacular. There's absolutely no wind now when we're doing about 70 kilometres an hour. It's like we're flying across a giant sheet of glass.
For anybody sort of having a think about not swimming, we do have beer, red wine, white wine and champagne for the swimmers.
Fair enough.
Really nice tea, coffee, cold water down the back of the non-swimmers.
Well, I've come out here this morning with Peter, who's one of the surveyors here, doing their annual measurements of the dam and making sure it's all staying where it should be. We've come out here to the spillway just before dawn. We've got out here about 4:30 doing a bit of barra fishing. The barra swim up this spillway back into the dam. It's a bit like the salmon in Canada. It's a really amazing place. There's actually a lot of dead crocodiles on the edge here. They've basically been trying to swim up in this spillway here, and they just get so tired that they end up crawling over the side and they die on the edge.
Where's all the fish, mate?
You got him! When we got out here, I just threw my line in casually, caught the first fish of the day on the first cast. I must say I'm pretty happy with it. This is what fishing's all about. Yeah, it's not a bad size.
We'll make a few dinners.
Oh yeah. Smile. This is not going to fit in the car fridge, let me tell you.
Quick, I want to take a photo in case this is the nearest you get to a barramundi.
Well, I brought the barra back to the caravan park and these guys were very keen to help me fillet it, but not before getting a photo.
Savannah, come here. This guy looks like he actually knows what he's doing, Steve.
No, he doesn't. This is all guesswork. We went in the other day and he caught a little catfish and we were excited.
You're right, sweet.
I reckon we'll get a whole meal out of this one, Jen.
You think?
I didn't want him to get off, so I sort of actually stuck my hand in his mouth and dragged him. Got him up. Yeah. If he bites on, that'll be a good hold and then we'll get him up. That's what's left. Filling about, I reckon, 6 kilos lighter, I reckon. Means we've got some good fillets. That's not a bad bit of meat off the fish, eh? 2 inches thick.
Daddy, is that how much meat we're going to eat?
Well, we're going to share it with everybody here, though, because we couldn't possibly eat all this, could we? I reckon we'll eat about that much.
You know, now he's some culinary expert.
Yeah. I've been watching, what's the show, Jamie Oliver? Yeah. I watched one of his shows once. So we'll get them going.
Morning sketch on the barbie, eh?
Not bad, eh?
Not bad at all. You lucky bastard.
We'll just see how they're looking.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
Oh.
Steamed barra fillet.
Okay.
It's all good.
Steamed, okay? Bit of steamed. You want it? Put it on there and I'll wrap it out.
Yeah, steamed.
Well, we managed to get 24 good-sized pieces out of those 2 barra fillets, and it was great to share them with the other campers. It's given me an idea, though, about how we might be able to make a few extra dollars for our budget, so we might be coming back.
These things are selling like hotcakes. I can't believe how easy it is to get rid of them. How much are we charging for it?
Nothing.
Aww. We don't need to basically take the boat with us, because from here we're going to go straight down into the centre of Australia, right around the middle, then back up again, and it's going to be the best part of 2 months before we're back up this way. 300 kilos of gear that we really don't need to be lugging around. I'll just swing past here and pick it all up on the way back.
Trusty cruiser is finally getting a little bath. Can't stand the side of the poor thing anymore.
Well, we're sort of working through the Gibb River Road dust, then we're getting down to the Carragini dust, the Pilbara dust, and underneath that somewhere is a car.
This is a portable baby bath. Lovely.
With clean kids in a clean car, we're now heading south to meet up with a 1,000 kilometre long Tanami Road, which will take us into the Red Centre. But first we're going to stop in at Purnululu National Park and check out the bungle.
Engaged four-wheel drive now. So, have you engaged?
I have. We are engaged. They supply fibre there.
Yeah.
Well, this is an infamous track.
The track in from here is about 60 kilometres long and it can be pretty rough going, so we're hoping to make it to the campground before it gets dark.
Always had a reputation as being seriously rough. Yeah. 50 something kilometres, it takes you 2 to 3 hours.
I'll let you have one of my chocolate biscuits.
Oh, thanks. This one?
Yep.
So we did manage to make it here before dark.
Fortunately, the first campsite we came to was available, so I had a pile of firewood here. And I can't even see another camp from here, so I don't know if there's anybody else here or not.
I saw a fire in the quiet camping bit.
Oh yeah, down that
On
way.
the other side, wherever it is. Yes, it would be actually over on that side. But.
This campground's pretty well set up. Flushing toilets and running water, and they even provide firewood. This morning we're going to take a walk into Cathedral Gorge and see the bungles up close.
Cathedral Gorge, that's where we need to go.
The bungle is famous for these sandstone domes, which were formed over 350 million years ago from layers of sediment on the seafloor when this area was submerged. Wind from the Tanami Desert to the south and rain have gradually eroded them down to these beehive-like domes.
She's watched one too many episodes to survive, I think.
Everything's an obstacle course. What's really incredible is that this area was really only discovered by white folks in the 1980s, and before that was only known to the local Aboriginals. Is this rest stop?
Oh, it's nice and cool.
You can see here where the water running down this gorge is eroding out the bottom of this dome. Up you come. Oh, it's not spiky. There we go.
Alright. Not 2 steps. Hey, wait, that's there.
Hey, look, I think that used to be a waterfall, see?
Yeah, look at that. It's amazing, isn't it?
Echo!
Hello!
Echo!
You had rice bubbles, and then what did you have?
Look!
Did you have egg and bacon and toast?
Cool.
Sarah's having a bit of a growth spurt. She's eating us out of house.
She gets the biggest serve when it's dinner time.
She does.
So what's that all about?
She's doing a poo. That's it. All right, off you go, Sarah. Go and finish it. What are you doing? So she's just recently started doing the squatting thing, which is kind of handy with the potty and all. You dead fish. Look, you've got one survivor.
You can take him to the big pond?
Yay, Dad! Yay! Please, Dad, just pick him up, Dad. Please.
Which one here is it? There we go, see?
You're going to go and put it in the big pond.
It's not quite as big as the one I caught the other day, but... Alright. Flying fish. Whew, there he goes, look.
There he goes.
Oh, the other fish are coming. See him? Oh my god. They're eating him. The big fish are eating him.
Really?
Aww.
Did that just happen?
Yeah.
Oh, Steve.
Sorry, fish. Well, we've helped the big fish survive a bit longer.
It's good that we helped the big fish.
Maybe they were just playing with him, that's what it was. They were saying, hey, come on, join the fun. Alright. What's happening in your shoe?
Yes. Oh, my.
I think her boots are getting to be a little bit small. They dig in a bit on her heel. Now, see if I've got the right spot here, because there's a little, yep, there. Who's this out there?
Hitching a ride on the pack horse.
You having a little rest?
The Tanami Road is a 1,000-kilometre stretch of dirt that runs from Halls Creek on the southern edge of the Kimberley, through the Tanami Desert and into the Red Centre. We're planning to take it pretty easy and make a few overnight stops on the way down, with the first one being at the famous Wolf Creek meteorite crater, which you might have seen in an Australian horror movie a few years ago. Looks like we're going to be arriving in the dark yet again. This is Wolf Creek meteorite crater. We're heading up to take a look at it with the couple we met back at Lake Argyle.
1 foot at a time.
Okay, it's time for some stats on this crater. It's estimated to be about 300,000 years old and was made by a 50,000 tonne meteorite which hit the ground at over 50,000 kilometres an hour. It's just under a kilometre wide and about 20 metres deep, although it would have originally been 100 metres deeper, but it's slowly filling in. What's cooking, Chef?
I don't know, I'm just bunging it all in and seeing what I can come up with. I'm doing a variation on the Steve method.
Beef stock, kidney beans, tomatoes, frozen veggies and some cooked steak.
It will be like a kind of soupy casserole-y thing, yeah. There's the stock. Beautiful. This is really just like a stovetop casserole, basically. Great source of protein. Big tin of diced tomatoes. Oh, we found that most veggies don't travel particularly well, so in order to have veggies, we've got to do the frozen thing. Doesn't matter that they're still frozen, of course. Bit of tomato paste, which just gives it a bit of a richness, I suppose. And then we'll just let it simmer away.
Looks pretty good to me.
The sauce is beautiful.
Is it?
Yeah. Good.
This car's come around the corner towards us, swerved to miss us and lost control and rolled down the road behind us. We just pulled over and saw all the dust and thought, oh, we'll just stop and have a look in the rear vision mirror, see if they're all right.
We get the sap phone or the UHF?
You guys all right? You sure okay?
Yeah. Not even a scratch. Not a scratch, no.
We could winch it over and...
Yeah.
Was it running?
I was running when we were over on top, we just turned it off.
I just turned it off, yeah. Yeah, well, I guess that'd be the best.
And you've got a spare wheel, haven't you?
Yeah, we got 2 spares. So.
2 spares.
No, you can't get out. You've got to stay in there. Go and sit down in your seats, please.
This really shows how quickly things can go horribly wrong when you're driving on dirt roads and why you really have to take it easy. These guys came around the bend in the middle of the track towards us and lost control when they tried to move to the left side. You can see the skid marks here on the track.
There we go. There we go.
This is not how you want to see your brand new Prado.
Ooh. We've got some stuff coming out the front here. What's that? Like,
I'd say it'd be brake fluid.
Oh, right.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, you could be brake.
That's brake fluid.
Try it again, just even if it's clanking a bit, just get it out on the road maybe.
It could be the oil's just got to settle back down.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, it's lucky the engine's still working.
These guys are going to attempt to get back to Halls Creek.
There's a windscreen over here on the side of the track.
There's one over here as well. Looks like happened to someone else as well. It looks like a windscreen. More glass.
There's another 2 over there.
Yeah.
This is obviously a popular spot.
Yeah, they need to put a sharp curve sign up there.
Yeah. We counted 7 broken windscreens in the grass, so it looks like a lot of cars have come to grief on this corner over the years. Picked up a bit of the local flora here.
It's the first time I've ever bloody had a prank like that, Steve.
Yeah.
All the years I've been driving, so first rollover and first major prank.
Yeah.
You know, finishing touch.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't worry about that.
What do you mean?
Oh, look at that.
It's gotta look
It's as good as new.
as new.
So we've been here for what, an hour and a half?
Yeah.
And that whole time not another car's coming now, just as we're leaving, here comes another car.
With a caravan.
With a caravan, yeah. They're getting rained on by broken glass from the windscreen.
And we just sort of brush ourselves off and keep going.
We'll just follow them back to the Tanami Road and make sure their car keeps going. Good luck, fellas.
That was a bit of excitement for the morning.
It's excitement that I could have done without, I can say.
Yeah.
So 20 to 12, so a bit of a later start than we thought. So.
Yeah. Oh, we'll just head on down, see how far we get, eh? Car in a minute. We'll eat lunch in the car, eh? We have lunch in the car today?
Yes.
That's it, the mighty Tanami Road. Not too bad, it's a little bit rough in parts, but apparently it's going to get a lot rougher.
With lunch on board, we're continuing south and hoping to make it as far as Rabbit Flat to camp for the night. We've been following this wet line on the road since we stopped for lunch, and I've just figured out that it must be diesel leaking from the tanker truck that passed us 50 kilometres back. He's in for a shock when he realises he's lost a tank of fuel.
We're in the Northern Territory now. Since we started the trip, we've now been in every mainland state and territory. How about that? This is the bit where the road's supposed to get really bad. Hold on.
We've heard that the middle section of the Tanami Road around the Northern Territory border is the worst of it, but looks like they've made a nice detour around the really rough stuff.
Wow.
This section of the road would have been pretty slow going.
Untied Stevie B?
Yeah, very tired. Another arriving in the dark. We seem to keep doing this, don't we?
Yeah.
We'll be there about 7:15. And yeah, be asleep by about 7:30.
Alright, come here.
Gas is going very slow. I think it's because of the cold. It's staying liquid.
Fuel prices like this make you appreciate the long-range tank, that's for sure. It's so cold this morning that we can't even get the kettle to boil. So we're going to hit the road and warm up in the car.
It's a Tanami breakfast, is that right?
Yeah, it's a Tanami breakfast of sandwiches basically.
We bought a loaf of bread and a tub of butter from the roadhouse, and I'm sure he's used liquid nitrogen to freeze it.
Solid.
Fresh from the Rabbit Flat deep freezer. We've got about 400 odd kilometres to do today.
Big day today.
Big day. Need to keep moving. 400 k's doesn't sound like much, but pretty hard going on a road like this.
We're actually travelling through one of the remotest areas of Australia, and if we break down out here, help is a long way away.
This is the Tanami lunch now. We've had the Tanami brekkie.
Tanami breakfast. Which was vaguely similar to the Tanami lunch.
Horribly similar. There's even got the butter on the dashboard as well.
You think we're just using the same footage? We're not.
Okay, now let's look at the clock. See, it is 8:00.
We finally found some wild camels. I'm going to see if I can get a close-up shot.
Moved pretty quick. We've been waiting for 6 months to see some camels, and we finally seen them. Cute beauty.
These wild camels are descendants of the ones used by Afghan cameleers from around 1860 onwards, when Central Australia was being explored and opened up.
It's wild horses and wild camels we've seen today. Not a bad day. It's absolutely blowing a gale.
It is just ridiculous.
It's virtually a dust storm. That's the problem. It's just dust and everything.
My eyes just feel like they've just got so much grit in them. I was trying to drink my cup of tea, but my hair was like going all over the place, so I couldn't actually get it to my mouth. So I thought, well, where can I go? Oh, I'll just step inside. I'm a mess, really.
We're on the last stretch into Alice Springs now, and that's the Western McDonald Ranges you can see over there. Believe it or not, these people are all waiting in line for a free pancake, and we're not going to miss out either.
That's what she wanted to do. She wanted
Where's it going?
The McDonald Range Caravan Park runs this free pancake brekkie every Sunday morning, and it certainly draws the crowds.
Yeah, this is number 10.
So what's the secret recipe?
Great grandma's secret recipe.
Yeah. Hold on to that plate, honey.
2 hands.
2 hands.
Right.
Sarah, plate up here. Thank you.
Turn him over there because it's a bit hot for your fingers. Hang on tight.
Thank you. All right. Do you want maple syrup, Savanna?
Maple syrup. Maple syrup.
Delicious. Gone.
We've refueled and restocked in Alice Springs, and now we're heading south on our way to Uluru. But we're going to stop overnight at Stewart's Well first, where they have free camping and a bit of a zoo going on.
They reckon 750,000 wild camels in Australia.
Yeah, they can. We saw a few up there, Tanami.
Yeah, a lot of people don't even know we've got them in Australia.
Yeah.
Camels are so superbly adapted to Australia's harsh, dry climate that they're now thriving in the wild at the expense of the native plants and animals who struggle to compete. With over 750,000 of them out there wandering around, it's not an easy problem to solve.
Okay, you've got to sit in that chair there for me. So you start playing and think you'll hop up. You've got to play really fast, just hit the keys really fast. Perfect.
As far as we know, this is the world's only singing dingo. He just needs some encouragement to get started. We're on the Lassiter Highway on our way to Uluru and trying to see how far away we can see the rock.
We are at the 50 kilometre mark, see that? 50 k's. And there it is, let's see. Look at that. Just as I remembered it.
Hasn't changed a bit.
No. See it, Sara?
It's not even big.
She thinks she can see, that's all that it's out there somewhere. You see it there? You good girl. There it is, so over the top of the trees there.
Our friend Jackie's flying in to spend a few days with us.
I got a message, hello, huh? What time did you get in from Hawaii last night?
I got home in Melbourne in my bed. I got home at 10:30 and into bed about 11:30, and then the alarm went off at 5:20 this morning.
Oh, you got that one? Hang on.
That's the day pack. It's my walking bag. Do a comb over.
You start here.
So remind me which.
We're running on a pretty tight budget and every dollar counts. So I figure if I can save $20 a month by getting Jen to cut my hair for me, that's got to be a good thing. Not that she's had any experience.
Go that way.
Yeah, just go all towards the middle.
What's that really interesting reaction? Looks
Why that look of concern on your face? I'm more worried about the expression on Jen's face.
I'm not sure I want to do it. No, I've changed my mind.
Oh my god, look at that. You should leave it like that, Jen, because you should go little Hare Krishna.
No, it's too short. Can you put some back? What do you think? Does it look alright?
It looks fine.
It looks okay.
If you're in the Marines, you look good.
As we're approaching the rock, it's hard not to be impressed by the sheer size of it, especially in the middle of such a flat landscape. It's easy to understand why it's such an important place for the local Anangu people. It is possible to climb the rock on days when it's not windy or raining, although it's frowned upon by the traditional owners. So most people choose to walk the 10 kilometres around the base instead. Filming's not allowed around most of the rock, so you're just going to have to come out here and see it for yourself. One of the best ways to appreciate Uluru is to watch the colour of the rock change as the sun sets. And of course, we're making an occasion out of it.
Sunset fascia. It doesn't classify as a haircut, it classifies as a shearing.
Could be shorter. Yeah, that's number one. Is there like a half?
Dad, don't be silly.
This morning we're having a tailgate brekkie while watching the sunrise over Uluru with a few thousand other people. But we're not allowed to film or photograph the rock from this side, so once again, you're just going to have to come out here and see it for yourself.
Oh, look at it. Good work. Good job. In your own lunchbox.
So, Jack, how's the rock look?
It's good. It looks nice backwards when you drop your head back like that. It looks good.
Look at me.
Look at you.
Pancake.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, there you go, pancakes.
Does it look
Yippee. Good? Yum.
What colour is it?
They taste good.
That colour, is it? Yeah.
Oh!
Oh, mate, that's the main
Good. It's been a major catastrophe in the kitchen.
No, don't film this bit. Don't film this bit. It's hard to believe, but...
How are you feeling right now, Steve? Come on, tell me.
disappointed, because that's my pancake!
Oh, God.
Stop it. Look, bugger you, I'm not coming to visit next time. Blame your next visit.
Make sure you do it again soon.
No, I will.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Come again?
I will. Bye. Bye. See you later.
See ya.
Bye.
I hate saying goodbye. It's just ridiculous.
So from here we're heading out back onto the Stewart Highway, which is 240 odd kilometres along the Lassiter Highway, which is what we're at now. And then we're going to head south down to a little place called Kulnurra, and we're going to stop there for the night. And from Kulnurra we're going to head out tomorrow out to Lambert, centre of Australia, which is at the geographical centre of the country and of the continent. And as part of our goals for this trip was to visit the north, south, east and west points of the continent and the exact centre. So tomorrow we're going to achieve another one of our goals. I'm just running the tyres down. We've got about 500 kilometres of gravel roads between Kulnurra and Fink and Chambers Pillar and Alice Springs before we finally see some bitumen again. We generally run the tyres up around 45 pounds on the bitumen. Better to run them down about 30 pounds on the gravel roads just to smooth out the road and make for a more comfortable ride and less wear and tear on the tyres. If the tyres are too hard and they hit some hard rocks on the road, it tends to chip away at the tread pattern, but if they're softer, they'll roll over the rough bits, cause less wear and tear on the tyres.
This is the track into Lambert, centre of Australia, which runs about 13 kilometres in from the Kulnurra to Fink Road.
There you go, Savanna in the middle, the centralmost person in the entire country.
So this is the geographic centre of Australia. Centre of the continental Australia. It's obviously not the centre of the whole of Australia because Tasmania is included in that. And it's been dedicated to Dr. Bruce Philip Lambert, OBE.
Our family, Expedition Australia, made it to the middle.
And there we have it. Lambert's on the GPS.
Oh, she just jumped out of the centre of Australia.
Now that we've ticked the exact centre of Australia off our list of Australia's extremes, we're going to head back into Alice Springs along the Old Ghan Railway track. It's about 250 kilometres to Alice, and we've heard it's pretty rough going, so we'll take a couple of days to get there. Tonight we'll bush camp on the side of the track, then we'll head up to Chambers Pillar for tomorrow night.
There we go! Look how much firewood I got. There's a big one.
Look at all that wood that you girls collected.
1, 2, 3.
What does that line mean?
Not to go over it.
That's right. You don't go over the line, do you?
Round and round. Like that. Pasta.
Pasta.
Go cooking.
Cooking.
Can I go cook?
No, you can't go cook.
When you were a baby, you had baby food, didn't you?
I reckon that when Daddy was a baby, he probably had scrambled eggs.
I reckon. Good baby food. So basically our plan today is to head up the Old Ghan Railway, up to Redinga Ruins, and then we're going to turn down to Chambers Pillar, which is over here. Now you can see on the HEMA map here there's these GPS coordinates. I have heard that this track can be difficult to follow. So what I've done is I've actually programmed these coordinates into the GPS. So this is, I guess, an opportunity for the GPS to help us out to make sure that we stay on track.
Those guys didn't make it. The road is very, very rough. Very sandy, so you end up following the ruts from the cars before you. I think this is our checkpoint here. So we might try the side road for a while.
I knew you were going to say that.
The original Ghan railway line ran through here between Oodnadatta and Alice Springs from 1929 to 1980 before a new line was built about 160 kilometres west of here. The rails and most of the original wooden sleepers are gone now, but you can still see plenty of evidence of it having been here.
This is all part of the old platform where the train used to stop.
And the train tracks.
See another part of it up there, see?
That's a spike. It's what used to hold the railway lines onto the sleepers. Keep that as a souvenir. So what do you reckon that is?
That's the bit where they park their bikes. They just park their bikes in there.
You know what I reckon it is? The handles out
wheelbarrow.
here. Wheelbarrow.
No. Big gammy bit. It's a fluid. It's not good when it's got fluid on it because all the debris then starts floating around in my knee, which is
lovely.
Not good. Greatest challenge today? My knee and the gate thing. How many times today? Between the filming and the bloody gates, I tell you what.
This is Chambers Pillar. Looks like it's been carved by a giant chisel. The great explorer John McDouall Stewart was the first European to lay eyes on this sandstone formation back in 1860, and he named it after James Chambers, who was one of his expedition sponsors. Other than a few gates, it's a pretty easy drive from Chambers Pillar back into Alice Springs, where we're going to refuel and restock before heading out and exploring the eastern McDonnell Ranges.
So we've been staying at McDonnell Range Caravan Park where we are now. So it's kind of like our base camp in Alice Springs, and it's a fantastic caravan park. As far as I go, they've got just about everything you could possibly want. Today we're going to head out to Trafina Gorge, which is out on the eastern McDonnell Ranges. So basically we're working our way around. We're going to spend a few days out there exploring around that area where none of us have ever been out there before, so it should be good. Alright, we're all ready to go? Yeah! Ready to go camping again? How good's this place, eh? We've got a fireplace, we've got our very own tap, we've got this big table here which we can use. And the best part is you do the self-registration, and the 4 nights is going to cost us $30.80, which is pretty cheap. How good's this?
I've got my knee brace on today.
You got your bionic leg on?
Yeah, something like that.
Is it helping?
It makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
Somehow, in all of this, it takes the weight off of the outside of my knee and puts it on to the other side of my knee, which is not knackered. Shock absorbs and all sorts of other stuff going on. It doesn't look glamorous, but does the job.
It'll catch on, will it?
They'll make a fashion statement very soon.
Everyone will have one soon.
We've come out to Altunga to find out about the history of this area. When alluvial gold was discovered here in 1887, Altunga officially became the first town in Central Australia and was soon home to around 300 people. Prospectors came in hope of finding their fortune in gold, but not many did. Stampers like this one were used to crush the rock to help prospectors find the gold. Let's see if we can find some.
Because all the gold's heavy and it goes to the bottom. Gold. Otherwise, if I find something here, we'll be staying here for a month. No nuggets. When you find a big nugget, so then you have to yell out Eureka. Yeah, I'm not giving up my day job.
This looks like a pretty hard way to make a living, but people used to do it. In fact, back in the late 1800s, prospectors would catch the Ghan train from Adelaide up to Oodnadatta, then push their worldly possessions the last 600 kilometres, sometimes using a wheelbarrow like this one.
Minus put all that gear on there.
How easy is life these days compared with back then? This is one of the gold mines that they dug by hand.
This area here where there's a nice big drain was their main site. This is where they were finding all the luck. Just watch out with those rocks, guys. They got down to about here and they were finding there was absolutely nothing worth value, so they call it quits pretty much.
We didn't find any gold. Our search for gold is proving fruitless so far. You can see why they didn't get rich in this place.
Well, today's the day that I go to the Gold Coast with Anita for a week, and so far so good. Yeah, the girls are doing okay. Sara still thinks she's coming with me, but we're doing all right. So we're madly packing up at the moment to get me away and get them away and everyone away where they're meant to be. So so far so good. We'll be all right. I'm a bit nervous, a bit of mother guilt actually going on. But you know, I'm kind of excited. I'm looking forward to it. Make sure you're a good girl for them. Love you. Bye bye, gorgeous. I love you.
See ya. While Jen's in Queensland, we're going to drive up the Stewart Highway to meet her and Catherine in about a week's time. But before we leave Alice, we're going to check out the reptile centre.
They live in old animal burrows, and he sticks his head out, the sun attracts towards his head, and he warms his whole body up because they have so much blood supply in their head.
I've got Max, Kane and Elsa here to play. These are a couple of our little baby beaver dragons. Now they're only 1 year old. Oh, you've got to be quick. Not fast enough.
This is a great place for kids because it's hands-on.
Oh, look at this.
And the grown-ups get to have a turn as well.
Look at that, hey?
You can even get up close with Terry the saltwater crocodile.
He's got a funny looking nose. Crocodile.
I've got to take some video of this view.
Well, Jen's made it to the Gold Coast, and by the looks of things, she's got a pretty awesome view from the 12th floor apartment.
It's all about the Gold Coast. So pools.
Morning. Oh, I thought I was going to be free of this today.
No, see, I've got to do this while Steve's doing his bit, and then we're gonna, upload the two.
Merge them together.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we'll do something with something more exciting happening rather than me just
making a cup of tea
in the kitchen.
The girls and I have left Alice Springs and started working our way north. Hasn't even been a day and we're already missing Jen. Porridge and a cuppa for brekkie. Doesn't get any better than that.
And then we're about to tuck in a very healthy breakfast. This is all I let Jen eat while we're away. That's it.
We're here at the memorial for one of Australia's greatest explorers, John McDougall Stewart. And this highway was named after him, of course. In the early 1860s, he walked from Adelaide to the top of Australia. He made 3 attempts before he finally got through to the coast in the north. Just unbelievable courage and talent to be able to get out there and do something like that.
Okay, here we have Jen's new hair. Turn around. Swivel.
Meanwhile, Jen and Anita have been to the hairdressers and they're looking fabulous.
Now, just stand back a little bit and walk in, and that's it. Shimmy, shimmy.
So we're looking correct?
It's looking good.
It's all gone.
Gone. She's a new woman.
New woman, yes. New funky mum. Me. That's me.
Funky mum. She's gone, baby. She's got her hair done. Down, chop down there too. Nails, cleavage, hair.
I'm on fire.
We've stopped in at the Devil's Marbles for the night, and it's a pretty awesome spot to watch the sunset. And for the girls to toast some marshmallows.
Want me to put it on for you? Yeah. Okay, give me your stick.
Savannah's such a good big sister.
Yeah.
She's always looking out for Sara.
Now just put it in the fire.
Kids are pretty easy to travel with, really. They just take each day as it comes and are happy to go with the flow. Of course, as long as there's marshmallows to look forward to.
Ow! It's hot! Ow! I can't touch it.
After a week in the sun on the Gold Coast, Jen's flown up to Darwin and is now on her way down the Stewart Highway in a bus to meet us in Katherine.
I'm in Darwin. I flew up there yesterday, so I spent the afternoon and evening just chilling out, finishing my book, because I knew I wouldn't get an opportunity to read it with the girls around, and I am madly looking forward to seeing my babies and seeing my man.
So after 8 long days, finally we are here waiting for Mummy to arrive.
You've got little triangles too.
Hang on.
We're heading back to Lake Argyle to pick up our boat, and we've decided to stop there for a while and do some work and see if we can replenish our finances. After forking out the money to fit the new engine earlier this year, our budget has never really recovered.
We've made some arrangements with Charlie, the guy that runs the tourist village, and so we've got a few ideas of things we're going to work on there. We thought we'd stop here at Timber Creek, which is just over the halfway mark. When I checked in, the guy said come over at 5 o'clock, they do crocodile feeding, so we'll go and check out these crocodiles.
Can you see?
These are Johnston River or freshwater crocodiles like the ones in Lake Argyle. They're not aggressive like saltwater crocodiles, so generally not regarded as being dangerous.
Oh, here he comes. I think they're alive.
Hey. I saw 2 turtles and lots of fish and 2 crocodiles.
Yeah?
Yep.
since we're going to be at Lake Argyle for a month or so, we want to basically try and make a few bucks any way we can. So we figured, why don't we do a pancake brekkie every morning? Because there's heaps and heaps of people here. We made up these little flyers here, right? So we've been handing these out sort of liberally a bit here and there today. And I think we've generated quite a bit of interest. So now we're kind of panicking because all of a sudden we're thinking we might have to cook like hundreds of pancakes.
6 eggs, melted butter.
Little cottage industry we've got going here. I always like to use the bucket method when I'm cooking, you see that? Right,
No.
was that 3?
Yes.
12 tablespoons of sugar.
Tea's ready already. Put the gas on.
I'm having white bubbles.
With the batter.
That's the middle.
Funny if I put that on there, wouldn't it?
No.
Confused with the actual batter. So. Oh, and then there's a few customers and we'll be right.
Great.
Yum yum, these are great. Can I have more?
Very nice.
25 people attend our first pancake breakfast.
Fantastic.
So it's 24 adults at $5 a pop and 1 child at $2. So $122 we would have taken today.
Well, we've tested the concept and we've proven that there's some demand, so now we're in Kununurra stocking up on supplies so we can ramp up the full-scale pancake production.
I got one.
Alright, that's it. Thank you. 6 dozen.
Got.
The single most important ingredient, maple syrup.
Okay, have a cup of tea in a minute.
It's all under control, really.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Move your knife and fork when you go.
Wow. This is better than barramundi.
It's fairly reedy and stuff over here. Oh, in there, gosh.
Oh, look at that.
What?
It's actually between the 2 trees.
Is it ever?
Do not go between those 2 trees, Dave.
Massive spot there.
Look at the. Oh my god! Look
Wow.
Oh god, my skin's crawling. The colony unto itself.
This?
Stop, for goodness sake. I don't want to get any closer to it. They're going to jump onto the boat. Stop, stop, stop.
Daddy, stop.
I'm stopping, Dad.
I don't want to be underneath it.
I'm not going to be. Can you count those spiders, Savannah?
Too many again.
I reckon about 30.
Look at that tree. Spider It's just like a tree of webs, isn't it? I bet he had spiders for lunch.
I bet he ate the spiders from the spider web.
It's a biggie.
Cheese tomato?
Yeah.
Gourmet.
Off we go.
What was it? Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Okay.
You sing it.
Blah 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 blah. Delicious.
I'm making coffee.
Making coffee. See, other wives would measure how much their husbands loved them by how many diamonds they gave them.
Yeah.
No. This wife knows how much you love her by the fact that you go to such lengths to make her a cup of coffee.
Right. Not that I'm not going to have one myself while I'm out.
Oh
Yeah.
I'll just keep an eye out for the crocodile that was over there.
yeah. I noticed that you haven't actually taken your eyes off of that.
Yeah.
Over there.
They're only freshies, but
You know? Yeah. Why chance it? many pancakes you made?
I think we're just over 1,700.
Alright. So how many people have had pancakes?
About 650 people.
That's alright.
It's not bad going, eh? That's pretty much where we've gotten to with the pancake making.
We had the ultimate compliment the other day from a little girl, didn't she? She said they would like just like McDonald's pancakes.
That's what we've been striving for.
Been striving. Oh,
So you like that?
that's lovely.
Next time.
We've had a great break at Lake Argyle. We've replenished the bank account, met heaps of people and generally chilled out. But we've got to keep moving and our next stop is Darwin back in the Northern Territory. You can't come to Darwin without a visit to Mindle Beach Sunset Market, which is a real melting pot of Darwin tropical culture. The market runs every Thursday and Sunday evening during the dry season, between April and October. But given the amount of people here, they should be thinking about opening it Friday and Saturday as well. After a diet of basic camp food and pancakes for the last couple of months, we're keen to try something a little bit more exotic.
You ever heard the saying about a curry that burns twice?
Welcome to Darwin.
In Darwin, and about 10 years ago our good friend Jackie took us to lunch this little cafe called Rendezvous Cafe, and it has the best luxes in the world, I reckon, well certainly in Australia. So we're going to go there for lunch today as a bit of a treat for Stevie B, who loves a bit of a luxer. God, I'm devastated. Dear customers, I'll read it to you. Dear customers, we are currently closed on 14th of August. Probably open back on 4th of September. Sorry for any inconvenience it may cause. Absolutely devastating.
Well, sadly we didn't get our luxer, but we've left Darwin now and we're heading up to Gurrig-Gunak-Barlu National Park, which is on the Coburg Peninsula. It's the most northern tip of the mainland Northern Territory, and there's only one road in and one road out, which runs through Kakadu National Park and Arnhem Land, which is Aboriginal land. Behind us here is the East Alligator River, and this is the northern boundary of Kakadu National Park, where it actually crosses over into Arnhem Land. The crossing here is called Kale's Crossing, quite a dangerous crossing. The tide comes right up the East Alligator River and will actually rise up over the crossing, and when it is high you can't cross at all. Today it's fairly low because we've timed it right, but it's one of those things you've got to be careful of if you're coming up this way. Now we're actually on our way through Arnhem Land to Coburg Peninsula today. The trick to getting to Coburg is you've got to apply for a permit to get up there, you've got to get a permit to get through Arnhem Land, and you've got to get a permit to be in Coburg Peninsula. And the reason is they restrict the number of vehicles to about 15 vehicles at any one time. If you are planning to go up there, then make sure you talk to the National Parks and Wildlife at least 3 or 4 months before you plan to be up here.
How's the fishing? Any good?
Oh, not yet, but it's getting better.
Where's all the barra?
That's what we're hoping for.
Still in the water.
We can't film on the way through Arnhem Land, but we have a permit to film when we get to Coburg Peninsula later on this afternoon, and we'll touch base again when we get up there.
Well, time to turn the camera off. We'll see you when we get there. Well, we made it here to Coburg Peninsula, Gurrig-Gunak-Barlu National Park, and this is the campground. We've got these lovely shade shelters here for us to use. It took us about 4.5, 5 hours to get here from Jabiru and Kakadu. out for banting buffalo. The only population of banting buffalo in Australia is actually up here at Coburg Peninsula. And I have it good advice that the best time to see them is at night. And head down to the billabong and have a drink and wallow around in the mud and stuff like that. And in the daytime they tend to sort of retreat to the forest and lay low and basically sit out the heat of the day. We cruise around the billabong here and see if we can actually see one. There's plenty of sign around, so it must be here somewhere.
This is the billabong out here on the right, so if I'm going to see any, I'm probably going to see them around here. Nothing so far. Here we go. That looks like a croc's eyes out in the billabong. There he is, cruising along, checking me out. And off he goes. I'll move further around the billabong and see what else I can find. Nothing but spiders. You see how their eyes glow in the light? I'll just have to try again another night. The Coburg Peninsula is so remote that there are very few people here, and you get a real sense of having the place all to yourself. It's a great place to do some beach combing.
That's okay.
Yeah, we'll keep that one.
Oh, look at that one. It's amazing.
It might be sharp.
Go.
Yeah, the size of that.
Ah.
Oh, look. Now you've done your job. Okay.
The claw.
The claw.
Like a big, juicy coconut. Go on, pick it up. I want to hurt you. I just pick it up. Okay. Okay.
We've come back to camp to find a lot of smoke blowing over, which is starting to become a worry.
There's a bushfire in the area, very smoky, it's very windy, it's been very windy the last couple of days. And so we have pretty much half packed up, all our clothes are in the car. We could pretty much get up and go, I think, in about 15 minutes flat. So we're just trying to check out where the fire is, because we've just been engulfed with smoke for a while, and now we're just trying to find where is the fire.
The wind's blowing the smoke towards us, but we don't know how far away the fire is, or whether it's actually on this side of the water, because you look over the other side of the bay there, looks like it might be all over the other side. There's land across there, it's all covered in smoke.
Water.
I But that's just a bay there, you can actually see the land up that end. The sky's clear up this way, and then the smoke's very thick right across the bay there, and you can see a definite line of the smoke. So it's like the fire's right across in front of us out the other side of the bay. The smoke's just coming over this way. There's on the map here, we're camped over here, the fire's over here. It's all coming, all the smoke's coming straight across here. This is the bay that we can see out here next to us. So the smoke's all basically just blowing straight across there. So to us, down the camp, it looked like the fire was here, coming towards us, but in fact it's over the other side of the bay.
Doesn't look like the fire is close at this stage, but we're going to have to keep an eye on it. So this is the billabong where I was looking for banteng last night. They're definitely around because the ground's all ripped up. No doubt wild pigs have contributed to that as well. The Gourig store sells a few essential supplies, and they also run boat trips out to Victoria Settlement, which we're going to head out and see tomorrow. We're up before dawn today to go on the boat cruise to see Victoria Settlement. Looks like the bushfire's still going strong. Thankfully that's their boat, not ours.
You're going without us.
From the boat ramp at Black Point, it's a fairly quick 25-kilometre boat ride through the Bay of Port Essington to the settlement site. The guide's dropped us off on the beach and is mooring the boat a couple of hundred metres offshore, I presume in case the tide goes out. It seems hard to understand why the British would want to build a colony in such a remote, inaccessible region, but back in the early 1800s, they were concerned that the Dutch and the French, who were trading in Asia only a few hundred kilometres to the north, would try to get a foothold on the Australian continent. Victoria Settlement was one of the first colonies established in Australia. After two other failed attempts to build colonies at Fort Dundas on Melville Island and Fort Wellington to the east of here, Victoria Settlement was established in 1838 in typical British colonial style. This was their magazine where they stored ammunitions and explosives. The way it's built, I'm sure it'll still be here in a couple of hundred years.
One kangaroo in the rock there.
The first commander of the settlement was Gordon Bremer, and by all accounts, the morale here was pretty high, but it's easy to imagine the conditions being very hard going. No doubt the fireplaces still standing from these married quarters would have been used more for cooking than heating, because it really never gets cold in this tropical environment. This building was the hospital kitchen, and they would have been pretty busy here treating cases of dysentery and diarrhoea, influenza, scurvy and malaria, and without the drugs and the levels of hygiene that we have today. After 7 years of hard work trying to build this settlement, progress had pretty much ceased. Resupplies were few and far between, and the settlers weren't able to live self-sufficiently off the land. With the long periods of isolation, the oppressive conditions and the increasing death toll from fever and disease, the settlement was abandoned in 1849, 11 years after it was established. Okay, so our guides paddled back out to the boat on his paddleboard and left us to wade out to meet him.
So what happens now?
We have to walk out to the boat and hope like Christ that there's not a frigging crocodile hanging around. I'm very comfortable with this.
These waters are home to plenty of saltwater crocodiles who could literally be right in front of you in the murky water and you wouldn't know. Mind you, we haven't told the girls that. Thankfully no crocs this time.
I'll get a couple of you guys to stand up the front still. If we go slow, we're going to get even more wet. Finally the treatment you've been saying you deserve all along.
How many years?
Well, I don't know if you can hear that wind or not, but it is absolutely relentless. We've been out at Coburg for about 5 days now, and it's been blowing a gale pretty much the whole time we've been here. The poor little boat's been sitting there for days now waiting to get out in the sea, and we're desperate to get it out there and do a bit of fishing and really do some exploring, because that's the main reason why you come to Coburg, is to get out in the water and have a good look around.
I'm still hoping to film some Bantang buffalo while I'm here.
That's the billabong down there. Get the spotlight out and see what we can see.
I can hear a wild pig out here. Sounds like it's around the other side of the car. There it is. There's another one. I've pulled up in a herd of the things. And just like that, they're gone. And still no Bantang to be seen. The wind's dropped today, so we're heading down to see if the sea's calm enough to put the boat in. This is the spot I saw the pigs last night. You can see their tracks and my tyre tracks where they walked around the other side of the car. This is one of their well-used tracks through the reeds here. This is the real problem with wild pigs. They rip up the ground around the billabongs and wetlands looking for food. Finally, some calm water to put the boat in.
Look at that, eh? Haven't even left the boat ramp, we've already found some wildlife. Savannah can hold it. Just make sure it doesn't use its fangs to bite your hand.
What are fangs?
They're those big jaws it's got in the middle of it. Whatever you do, don't put it on your lap, will you?
Why?
That water's about a foot deep. We're still getting over it. The tide's coming in, so it'll be deeper when we come back. Alright, we'll head off around to Black Point and see what we can find, eh?
Okay.
Look how low the tide is, all these rocks. See if we can find a crocodile. It's getting pretty shallow up here. Bit of a maze this. Big one there, look at that.
One right there, right there, right there. Middle going over there, I think, too.
Yeah.
Check out the size of that stingray.
Like that wide.
Yeah.
At least a good metre wide. It's stuck in the sand. Too busy looking at stingrays to follow actually where we were going.
Oh my god!
Well, no fish today, but if the water stays calm, we're going to give it a red hot go tomorrow. The old campground shower's pretty basic, but we've got it all to ourselves, so we're not complaining.
Take the shower.
Oh, beautiful.
Is it cold?
It's not hot water, but it's certainly not cold.
I always have the first shower, so I get the warmest part.
Oh, is it warmer at the start then?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay, next to it. Yeah, no, it's good. Fantastic. Bloody ripper, mate.
You beauty.
Double camera. Hey.
Today looks like being a calm day on the water like yesterday, so we're out early this morning on a mission to catch a fish or two and cook them up on the beach for lunch. We're heading down to Cayman Creek, where we should be able to get out to Port Essington. We're launching the boat into Cayman Creek, which is a tidal estuary, so the water level will drop as the tide goes out.
A bit easier than I thought it was going to be.
Once we get out into the bay, we won't be able to get back into here until later this afternoon when the tide comes back.
We're going from the river out to the sea because the tide's going out quite quickly, and we don't want to be stuck in the river all day. If we're stuck out here, it doesn't matter because we can pull up the beach and have lunch and stuff like that, do some fishing. Later on when the tide comes in, we'll come in and have a look up the river before we pull the boat out at the end of the day. It's only about 2 feet deep here.
Tell me what you saw floating down the river back there.
I saw 2 of them actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I only saw one of them, so.
There were these big long logs, probably about 4 metres long. Sort of a funny knobbly shaped bit at one end and a sort of a tail looking thing at the other.
Yeah.
I don't know what they were.
While I was launching the boat, 2 huge crocodiles floated past down the river and out into the bay where we are now. I just wish I'd had the camera running. There's some seriously big crocs in these waters, and we're only just across the bay from where we had to wade 200 metres through the murky water a couple of days ago. Now Jen with her eagle eyes has just spotted a croc in the water near the beach over here. That's him there sticking his head up to take a closer look at us.
Crocodile down.
Looks like he was doing some sunbathing until we came along.
I've catched nothing.
Keep trying though.
And you broke my other fishing rod, so I got a bigger one
We
now.
weren't going to talk about that.
Pardon?
We weren't going to talk about that.
What are we going to talk about?
We're going to pretend that didn't happen. I had a nice bite earlier on, it got stuck on the line, but then the line broke, didn't it?
Yeah.
That must have been a big one.
Maybe it was a snapper.
Yeah, maybe. Snap the line. Snack time.
Here we go.
Jeepers. Creepers.
Where?
Out there. Look.
See? Woo!
Net.
Net, where's that?
Hold the net.
Hold the net, Savannah.
Hold it in the water.
Yeah, I think.
I'm going to bring him towards the side of the net, Savannah. As soon as he gets up there, you're going to slip the net underneath him, alright?
Okay.
Just water that, just water.
Just water. It's just...
You do it!
Daddy can't do everything, sweetie.
Run!
Sweetie, just get the net under the fish, alright?
I'm trying to!
Just water, put it in the water belt, that's it. That's it. Yep, net underneath him.
Savannah, don't be scared. It's just a fish, alright?
Leave it in the water, that's it.
Leave it in the water. Okay, right. Okay, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Whoa! Look at that! So what is it?
It's a fish.
Finally caught one. It's a big one.
Is that a snapper? It's got the...
It might be related to a snapper. I don't know.
Daddy, we're gonna have it.
That's lunch.
Good job there, Daddy.
Oh, good job, Savannah. It was all network that did it.
Okay, yeah. All of that fearless network that was going on.
So Savannah's had one solid bite and ripped her hook off, and one now caught. And I haven't had a single bite of mine yet. Is that right?
I win.
Hey, the day's not over, young girl.
Well, there's nothing like fresh fish, so let's head into shore and cook it up for lunch. Nice little bushfire burning away down the beach there.
Shoot.
Right, we'll cook it up and see how it looks, eh? Pretty good.
I think this little hermit crab's worried about being next on the menu.
Look at that.
Did you want sand on your plate as well, or should we get rid of that?
No.
We observe the strictest hygiene routines here at the Coburg Outdoor Kitchen.
Very good.
Yeah, it's alright.
Very tasty.
Good girl.
What better way to finish a perfect day than with a perfect sunset? It's our last day at Coburg and we finally caught a fish. All I have to do now is film some bantang buffalo and I'll be happy. I'll head out early tomorrow morning before we pack up camp and have one more look. Well, it's still pretty dark, but I finally found some bantang. They're out there on the plains. I'll stay with them and get a better shot when the sun rises. There's some through there. Sounds like there's one just behind these bushes. There he is. Oh, keep going, keep going, keep going. Check out the white legs and backside, they really look different from any other buffalo. These bantang buffalo are actually the descendants of the herd brought here by the settlers at Victoria Settlement. They were originally imported from Bali and have been running wild here for the past 160 odd years.
Finally got to see some bantang. It's only taken a week to catch up with some. A few early morning starts, it's been all worthwhile. I don't know what was different about this morning to the other mornings, but there was a few around today, so on the last day here we finally get them. And the best part is we get to view this amazing sunrise.
I guess we'll just close the vents and drive through it, eh? Out of the way there, lizard. We're on the way out of the national park now and having to drive through the bushfire we've been seeing for the past few days. Alright, hold your breath. After a week in the wilderness, we're just going to make a quick stop in Jabiru to recharge our batteries. And while the girls are hanging out by the pool, I'm going to check out the spectacular yellow waters in Kakadu National Park. This wetland called Yellow Water is at the end of Jim Jim Creek, which is a tributary of the South Alligator River, and it's definitely one of the jewels in the crown of Kakadu National Park. It's a great chance to get up close to some seriously big crocs. I've never seen more wildlife concentrated in one place. It's just amazing.
One of our favourite places on the Stewart Highway is Mt Kosciuszko, and they have these amazing thermal pools which are about to see. And you wouldn't drive past here without stopping in here, at least to spend one night. We're a little bit excited.
The thermal springs here at Mt Kosciuszko run continuously all year round, and it's a great place for a soak in the warm spring water.
Nearly pulled Daddy in there.
It's so warm.
It is lovely and warm, isn't it? Can you go for a swim? I'll go in a minute. I'm just going to get acclimatise. She's in a bath.
It's time to turn east now and make the long push on up to the tip of Cape York. We're racing the weather now because the wet season could hit any time, and if we aren't back down from the tip by the time it hits and the roads get closed, we could be stranded up there for months. It's now been a year since we started our big lap, and we've come a long way from our clumsy beginnings. We can now do a basic setup in about 20 minutes and be packed up and away within about an hour.
You're going to have a look at Sara, because every time she does her snapping, which is her cutting, she does this, she goes... It's very funny. I cannot not laugh when I see her do it, because it's so funny. She doesn't know that she's doing it, of course, but it's almost as funny as when Steve used to feed Sara and he'd go... I used to laugh at that too. Got about 400 and something k's to go today. So we want to make lunch a quick affair, not some elongated hour-long thing. We're doing sandwiches that the girls can eat in the car, so we can just have quick stretchy breaks, and that's about it. Big day, it's about 400 k's I think.
Yeah?
On mine. Adding up in my head calculation, could really be 704 from and it's all dirt roads as well. So.
Better get used to it, eh?
Despite the fact that we're under pressure to get to the tip of Cape York, we still want to stop in at Lawn Hill National Park, which we've heard is absolutely magnificent. We're following the Savanna Way, which is a series of roads that connects Broome in Western Australia to Cairns in Queensland. After a long day of driving and a quick overnight stop at Borroloola, we're pressing on into Queensland today and Hells Gate Roadhouse, which is at the doorstep to Lawn Hill National Park. I'm actually surprised at how rough this road is. Everyone talks about the Gibb River Road and the Tanami, but this is the roughest road we've been on so far.
do thousands of kilometres of rough roads like we have, and it's inevitable you're going to get a flat tyre sooner or later. And today's the day for us. I've managed to find where the leak is. It's actually got a rivet stuck in the top of the tyre. See it there? It's stuck in. If I move it around, hear the air coming out.
Yeah, you can hear the air.
Now we've got this puncture kit here from Bushranger. The idea of it is to basically fix the tyre on the rim when you get that kind of nails type puncture that we've got there. The idea is you clean it out with this sort of reaming tool here.
How do you clean it out?
The hole needs to be big enough to be able to get the next piece through, which pushes the plug in. I think we've done that now. We'll pull it out. The idea is that we use one of these plugs. Let's thread that like thread the needle, so. Squeeze the glue over the hole. And then we're going to get this one in there. Like that. And once you've got it in there, you pull it back out again, creates a plug. And we let that dry for a while, and then we cut it off down to here using a little knife. Theoretically, we plug the hole. So I'll give it 10 minutes to dry, and then we'll pump it up and see if it holds.
Yeah, so you know what it's all about.
That's about it. It's not leaking. So we'll get it out on the road and see how it goes now. Certainly was the easier way to do it.
I understand.
Our friend Anita had such a great time with us on the west coast that she's been planning to join us again for some more adventure on our way up to Cape York.
Well, you know, keep us posted and we'll go from there. Anita's mum is in fairly late stages of cancer. And it's unlikely she'll last another couple of weeks. And so Anita won't be joining us as planned, but she's the sooner the minute that she can do, she will do. So whether she joins us, somewhere coming down the Cape or you know, Cairns or something, but you know, she's desperate for a break and keen to have a bit of a time out from. It's pretty full on time for her. So. Yeah, so she's not in a good way. It's times like this, you need to be with your best mate, and it's hard not being there for her.
We're about 30 k's down the road, so let's see how our tyre patch is holding on. Beautiful.
We're heading into Lawn Hill National Park and taking a shortcut through Lawn Hill Station.
There's not meant to be smoke coming out of here. That's bad. It felt like the tyre was flat and I'm thinking that plug had come out, but it hasn't. And the cup's gone, which means it might have gotten so hot that it's melted and fallen off. It could be brake fluids all come out, because the brake's got very spongy as well. Things always happen when you're out in the middle of nowhere, don't they? So it's 4 o'clock, we've got about 3 hours of daylight. So we'll pull over, we'll find a shady spot down here, we'll pull over and I'll get the wheel off and we'll have a look.
Okay.
See if we can sort it out.
Ooh.
It's not good. Disc is really scratched. Like really scratched.
So where's the grease coming from?
It looks like it's coming out in here.
like it's dripping out of here and then, you know, landing on the wheels going around.
So you're thinking it's the wheel bearing, Steve?
Yeah, because the smoke was coming out around the axle. Ruined the disc, look at that. Oh no, look.
Oh my God, what's that?
That's probably what used to be a wheel bearing. I don't think they're meant to look like this.
No.
It's pretty obvious that this isn't going to be a quick fix, and we can't drive any further without doing more damage and risking the wheel coming off completely.
So it looks like we're camping here tonight then.
We're not going anywhere today, that's for sure.
Look at those rippling muscles. Rippling. Well, this is home for the night.
Luckily I included a wheel bearing socket in my toolkit, which you need to get to the bearings.
So I managed to get the outer nut off. I'm going to suggest that this whole entire assembly is going to need to be replaced. G'day Dad, how are you?
And with that, it's time to call for help.
Well, we've had better days. Can you basically get on the blower and see what help you can find us nearby?
Overnight, my dad managed to get onto Rod, who runs the campground at Adele's Grove, and he's come out to give us a hand. The rotor retaining nuts are completely seized, so I'm drilling them out so we can get the rotor off and see what damage we're dealing with here. That's got it.
That was all bearing once upon a time.
Oh really?
Yeah. Look at that. That's a bearing housing.
We can get away with that. That whole caliper, that whole rotor, no problem.
Okay, so where are we at? The stub axle that goes over here is basically cactus. The rotor is scratched quite severely, but it's probably still serviceable. So we're going to try and keep using that. The guys at his work at Adele's Grove, at the resort that he owns, they're chasing up some parts from Mount Isa, which should be able to get out here in the next couple of days. So yeah, it's a bit of a waiting game at this stage. We've got enough water to keep us going for the day, and there's a nice creek just a kilometre down the road.
Get an idea of how big the station is when they name the gates. This one's called Water Lane. Ready? So guys. So you feeling better?
I've actually been looking forward to this all day, because I crawled around in the car today and changed all the oils, and while I'm down there in the dust and the heat and, you know, dirty old oil, I'm thinking, how cool and fresh is that water in that creek going to be?
Could have been worse places to get stuck. At least we've got water that we can use we can boil for dishes and wash in, and you know, yeah, we'll boil the bejesus out of it if we have to, because this is where the cows come to also wash and wee and poo sort of stuff, but we don't think about that right now.
There's going to be 2 days to get the parts. They're on their way from Toyota in Mount Isa, which is about 400 k's away, and there's a guy coming up to Adele's Grove, and he's going to bring him up with him on Monday morning. It's been a while since we've had pancakes, isn't it, hey?
Well, it's been a month since we had pancakes.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a bit heavy. Struggling to...
One.
Not big enough?
What's you gonna have?
Is that perfect, Savanna?
Yeah.
It's very hot here and our camp's gradually being taken over by ants. A couple more days here and I reckon they'd win. And finally our parts have arrived, thanks to Rod and his crew.
Looking a bit better than our old one.
It's blue grease. What are you doing?
Putting some grease in there.
Would you like to play with this?
Yeah, it is blue grease.
I had all the wheel bearings serviced before we left Melbourne, so I'm surprised that one's failed so quickly.
It's fairly positive, isn't it?
I have to wonder if the rollover 9 months ago damaged it somehow.
So
I guess we'll never know for sure.
This is damaged quite badly in here.
It's all scored in here, and the seal won't seal properly, so this basically means this hub is cactus. And as much as there's scoring on this side, that might have been able to be machined off. But the inside of this hub's taken such a pounding from those bearings that we're going to have to get it replaced. So we'll be able to get it going from here, and then we'll head into Adele's Grove and stop there for a day or so and have a look at Lawn Hill National Park finally. And then we'll have to take a drive into Mount Isa and get it replaced. Great. Nice clean bit there.
There she goes, back on. Now, Ryder, I think this is the most useful that Steve's been in this whole process, isn't it?
He has not.
Someone had to hold the camera.
Ta-da!
Oh, tight ass, look at that. Thank you.
You're welcome, Steve.
Thank you very much. So the plan is to basically head from here down to Adele's Grove, which is only about 25 k's away. We didn't get quite there the other day, but we're going to get there today. We'll stop there for a couple of days. We'll get out and see Lawn Hill National Park finally, which is what we've been trying to do all the time. And we've also then got to head into Mount Isa because we've got to get that wheel fixed properly.
So these cattle and these guys here would be from Lawn Hill Station. This is the creek where we come down to. This is where they water the cows. So.
Well, compared to our hot, dusty bush camp beside the track for the last 3 nights, Adele's Grove is like an oasis and the perfect base camp to go and explore Lawn Hill Gorge.
Alright, should we go into that waterfall over there?
No.
Are you all wet?
No.
Well, this is what we came here for. I've always wanted to canoe up Lawn Hill Gorge, and today's the day. The Lawn Hill River has several levels, and we need to carry the canoe overland to get up to the next level.
Alright, bro.
Come on, you don't sit in your seat.
I'll sit
No, I can sit here so I can do the paddling with it.
I know some paddling.
You want to do some paddling?
Yeah.
There we are, that's good. It's heavy, isn't it, mate?
Yeah.
Mummy's turn?
It's easy to see why people visit here to go canoeing on the river. It's an awesome spot and well worth the detour.
Definitely be getting back here. You might invest in some canoes at some stage.
Yeah,
It's pretty good fun. We've never really done this before.
It's absolutely magnificent.
We came to canoe up the gorge, but what we didn't bank on was being able to see it from the air as well. It turns out that Rod's not only a great bush mechanic, but he's also a pilot as well, and this is his own plane. He's going to take me up for a look at Lawn Hill Gorge from the air.
The sun's just about to come up over the horizon. And away we go. Here comes the sun. Check that out. Just beautiful. This is the Century zinc mine down here. They concentrate the zinc and pump it in a pipe to the coast of Kurumba where it's shipped out. They've moved about 200,000 tonnes in the last 3 months, which is a lot of zinc. That's a seriously big hole in the ground. Those are the workers' quarters down there. They even have their own airport to fly in and fly out. So we'll head over now and take a look at the national park. We're approaching the park from the eastern side and the escarpment's all lit up by the sunrise. Looks awesome. The creek line's pretty easy to see from the air. This is the gorge coming up ahead here. The Aboriginal name for this country is Budjamala,
which means rainbow serpent country. Looks like a pretty accurate description. This is how close Adele's Grove is to the National Park. There's the park there, and that's the landing strip out in front of us. It's the landing that reminds you just how small this plane is.
We should be heading towards Cape York now, but we have to detour south to Mount Isa and get our front wheel fixed properly before we tackle the serious stuff up at the Cape. This will cost us a few more days, but we just have to hope that the rains hold off long enough for us to get up to the tip and back down again.
Wow, look at that, hey?
We've made the most of the opportunity while the car's being fixed to get cleaned up and head into the Buffs Club for a couple of beers and a game of Aussie rules. Then it's back on the road and we're finally heading north again.
Now a week behind schedule as a result of that little wheel bearing incident. We wasted 3 days out on the track and another 4 days at Mount Isa getting it all sorted out. We're heading up to Cape York now, a week behind where we wanted to be, and hopefully we're not going to get any rain that's going to slow us down much. Although it is a possibility because the wet season is getting closer. But today we're going to go about 500 k's north up to Normanton, and then tomorrow we'll just keep pushing further and further north, and if all goes to plan we should be up there I think in about 5 or 6 days from now. So yeah, we'll just keep on keeping on.
From Normanton, most travellers head east towards Cairns before turning north up to the Cape. But we're in a hurry, so we're going to take a big shortcut along the Burke Development Road, then through some station tracks until we get onto the Peninsula Development Road and into Musgrave. This should help us catch up 2 or 3 days that we've lost.
I want you to understand what it is we do here. Mostly we could truly understand each other.
I promise that'll be the last gate before the next one, alright?
This is the start of the station track shortcut that will take us to Musgrave Station, which is on the main road north to the Cape. We're not planning to go all the way to Musgrave today because it's very rough, but we'll get as far as we can, then bush camp for the night.
And there's a cow standing on the other side of it.
He's waiting to get through.
They're very big cows.
Mummy.
You'll be right. I'll just sit there and watch you.
They come charging at me. You've got to come to my rescue.
Okay.
Without the camera.
We always take the camera.
Think I could interest the girls in a pet goanna? We're a long way from real roads now. From here until Musgrave it's about 190 kilometres of station tracks like this one, which can be pretty slow going.
Well, several months ago when we were at El Questro station, this bar broke. We had to get it welded up, just from the rocking backwards and forwards on the corrugated roads. And we've done a few corrugated roads since then, and now this one's broken. Snapped off, yeah. I just looked in the side mirror just for a quick random check and noticed this bar hanging out. Thought, that'd be a bad thing. It should be up there like that. So that's a bit of a bummer. We're obviously going to have to get it welded up, but What I'm going to try and do is use the high lift jack here. If I can jack this up to get up where it's supposed to be and then strap the whole thing up, might be able to just hold it in place.
Makes me think of that article that we read the other night about the casualties of camper trailers going up to Cape York.
Yeah, I think it's probably the ultimate test for them, really. There aren't too many places you can go in Australia where you can have such a continuous amount of hard roads. Yeah, it's probably a good 2,000 kilometre round trip. It's rough in some patches and rougher in others, you know. There's no real easy bits. This is the worst that happens. Well, we'll be happy with that, I think.
Are you shush? Because you'll mob it.
Okay. Well, that's kind of a artificial leg, isn't it, really? But it should hold up all right. It's always a good idea to make sure you have not got your bike hook in behind the hook when you put it up there. Bit of sand there. It's holding up alright. Done in about 20 k's so far. Still holding on there.
That's good.
Having said that, Murphy.
Here and in, I would like you to please keep quiet. Any opinion you might have.
It's bound to fail. It's going to fall apart any second now. You won't. It's a fairly rocky track. You know, there's big holes in it, so you can't. The trailer's doing this all the time, which is what caused the break in the first place. So you've got to kind of get up a little bit of speed, and then you find yourself like this, and suddenly you're down in some big holes.
Should I film your face?
Spend more time looking out that side mirror than looking out the front.
The real problem now is that we can't lift up the boat rack, so we can't get the camper open, and all of our bedding's in there, so that effectively means we can't bush camp here the night. So what we're going to do is push through to Musgrave today, and hopefully I'll be able to borrow a welder tomorrow.
Okay, 10 o'clock.
Jen's just giving Musgrave Station a call on the sat phone to make sure they've got a room available when we get there tonight.
It's Baile, B-A-I-L-E. Alright. Thanks, bye.
How'd you go?
They do have accommodation. We're alright.
Okay, good.
Yeah, they close at 10. So
alright.
Yeah, I'm still like hoping that when we get to this new Dixie station here, so we're like down here somewhere. So I hope once we get here that stretch between here and that main bit actually improves, because it would have, you know, get more use and you know, more maintenance, etc. So
Okay.
Good.
Well, it's got into third gear.
Wow.
Yeah, second and first all day. Jen loves the gates at night. Especially after we just saw a wild pig on the track about a kilometre back. And yet another gate. 50 metres past is another one. Now, about 37 k's to get back to the main road, and then about 22 k's up to Musgrave from there. So I reckon an hour and a half, and we'll be there.
Don't think you have any idea how freaky it is doing that. There's all these noises going on around you that you can't see a thing. It freaks you right out. So. And then the noise the gates make this really spooky, eerie noise.
It's a good thing you're tough.
No, I'm not. You'll be getting that handbrake fixed very soon.
Well, it's certainly a beautiful morning here at Musgrave, which is one of several stopover points on the track up to the top of Cape York. We finally made it here about 9:30 last night and stayed in a hotel room, which was a nice treat.
So how was it having a hotel room last night, guys?
Lovely. It was comfortable.
I'm going to leave the girls here to chill out and watch a bit of TV while I go and fix the trailer. The guys here at Musgrave have generously let me use their workshop to fix the trailer, so I'm going to weld a couple of bits of steel onto the strut to make sure it's plenty strong enough. A bit of over-engineering now should sort it out once and for all.
Well, it's probably have to be about the ugliest piece of welding anyone's ever done, but I think I've over-engineered it to the point where it won't break. It's all nicely fixed, and the girls helped me paint it this morning, and it's certainly going to be strong enough. But what I didn't realise until I finished this yesterday was that the gas strut has fallen off. It's supposed to be the gas strut there, because I undid one end when I was repairing this out on the track. And what happened is on the west of the trip it unwound itself out of here and fell off. Without that gas strut, it was too heavy to lift the whole rack up, because the gas struts actually help push the rack up when you lift it up. What I did was I've taken the boat off and we've left that at Musgrave, and it turns out this other strut got damaged as well. So I rang Tambo in Melbourne, and they're going to send me up a couple more struts. And they're going to send them to Banniga, which is right up the top of Cape York. We'll be there in a few days.
These clouds are definitely getting darker. We just need the rain to hold off for another week or two and we should be right. So far the Cape's given us some pretty rough roads, but the next couple of days will be the toughest. We're going to detour off the main Telegraph Road and onto the old Telegraph track, which is one of Australia's best known four-wheel drive tracks with plenty of washouts, corrugation and creek crossings. The Telegraph line was originally built from Cooktown to the tip of Cape York in 1887, and for many years the track that supported it was the only way to get to the top of Australia. The line was decommissioned in 1987 and replaced with microwave links, and today the only remaining section of that original track is the 120 kilometres running between Bramwell Junction and the Jardine River.
This is one of the old telegraph poles. I think it's about the first time we've seen one in about 20 kilometres, so obviously not many left now. What's interesting though is that through the bush there, with a big track that's been bulldozed through, and there's trees falling down, and it's a new Telstra cable that's been run through there. So it's ironic that the old days they ran a track through the bush and built a telegraph line like this, and then here we are over 100 years later. They don't do it much different. They just use bigger machinery and do it quicker, but they're still running cables through the bush to communicate.
It's always good to have a cup of coffee and some bickies when you're about to tackle a big four-wheel drive track.
Morning tea time. Something should never be changed. Firm believer in morning tea.
Is this 11's, is it?
It's 11's. Coffee and biscuits.
Well, this is our first creek crossing. Doesn't look too intimidating, so let's give it a go.
Are we flying?
That's a big hole right there. It's all good fun.
I'm just hoping our GPS is going to hold on with all this corrugation. Hot, is it? How's yours, alright? It's coffee time again. How many? What's this track? Like a 3 coffee here or a 4?
I reckon it's at least a 3 coffee if you need a short 60-kilometre point.
I wonder how these guys are going without a snorkel on the deeper crossings.
Is this the shortest travel of any day in the whole entire trip?
How long have we been travelling today for? Like 4 hours or something?
Today we're going to push onto Elliott Falls Campground, but not before tackling Gunshot Creek and a couple of other nice crossings along the way. This is Gunshot Creek and has a reputation for being the toughest crossing on the old telegraph track. But I suppose it really depends on the day because as you can see, today it's easy. It's not always this easy though. These shots were taken 3 days ago by some other travellers at the same spot and it's a completely different story. This ute trying to climb out as a Telstra vehicle and he ends up having to winch himself up. No doubt he called in the bulldozer and they've now graded the ramp, which has pretty much taken the fun out of it for the rest of us. I'd certainly like to see a car get up that. It's almost 90 degrees. And God knows how deep that water is. Well, we found a volunteer. Well, you got the Coopers, you're bound to get up.
I've used the winch a few times before. I climb everything.
This is Jeff, who reckons that Nissans can go anywhere, and he's going to have a crack at the big one. Any last words, or anybody you'd like to thank? Or
Missing for donating the vehicle about to be wrecked.
if you disappear in the mud hole, well, I don't know.
Yeah, so I'll just pray for these more than anything else.
He lines it up, and in he goes. Come on, you can do it!
You gotta get you out of the vehicle, I'm starting to flush.
Any day that a Toyota rescues a Nissan has got to be a good day in my books. I'm just waiting to see a couple of fish fall out the door. So what's the damage?
A lot.
Yeah? Well, we've left Jeff and Sarah to dry out their car, but we've still got a couple more big creek crossings before we get to camp tonight. This is Cockatoo Creek, and it's one of the widest crossings on the track. It's a nice firm base though, so it shouldn't be a problem. The old air lockets for this one. High range, second gear.
Oh, Sarah's got a bloody window.
Air lockers. Talk about making it easy, eh? Well, there's nothing like a relaxing swim to top off a big driving day. Right, now I feel you jumping. So beautiful in there. Magnificent. Alright, well, we've made it as far as Elliott Falls camping ground here. It's in the little national park, in the Geraldton River National Park. And we set up camp last night, and it's a nice little spot we found here. We've got our own table and chairs and a little fireplace there, which is good. And what we're going to do today is we're going to get out and explore the rest of the telegraph track between here and the Geraldton River, which is north of here. And we'll do it without the trailer on, so we'll be able to, take some bigger risks and go down some of those really, some of those really steep, sort of 90 degree sort of drop sort of stuff, and like we saw back at Gunshot Creek. There's a group of big creek crossings all close together just north of the campground, so we'll be into it straight away. Have a look at that corrugation. It's times like this you're happy to have decent suspension, that's for sure. Crossing after crossing, and we're here at the end of the dry season. I can only imagine how wet and slippery these tracks would have been a few months ago.
Kind of glad we left the trailer at home. Slip sliding away. Oh, it's a bit where the tyres get wet. Everybody take a deep breath. Best part is we get to avoid all that long stuff and go right around the edge.
Climbing out of this creek on a wet track would be a serious challenge.
Holy dooly. Alrighty, look at this one here. Any old cars down there that didn't make it? Oh, it's got a bit of rope holding it together, it should be right.
You sure the car won't have to go across there?
Yeah. Reckon he'll make it?
No.
Thanks for your confidence. Do you think we'll get across there right, Sara?
Yeah.
Yep.
You're very close on the left-hand side.
It's getting late, so we'll head back to camp now and stop for a swim along the way. Of course, after we've done all the crossings the other way around.
Fun.
Adventure.
Yeah, Sara was absolutely super fun. Scaring the poopty out of one.
We've left the old telegraph track now, and we're on the final push to the top on the Northern Bypass Road. There's a ferry run by the local Aboriginal community which will take us across the Jardine River.
Okay, I got the ticket. $99.
Now what is it?
This is the big ferry down. Hey mate, thanks. Well, it's expensive, but it's certainly a lot better than driving across that river. And before they put that ferry in, that was the only way to get across. So I think I'd rather pay the money and know you can get across and back again in one piece without draining your car and yourselves and having fights with crocodiles and things like that.
We're on the home stretch now, and it's a pretty easy run to the top. We're heading for Punson Bay, which is about as close as you can camp to the tip without getting your feet wet. Unless, of course, the heavens open up on us before that.
The ominous looking clouds up there, eh? It's like we're going to get some rain.
Steve, what's the deal with the big brekkie going on here?
Well, this is a celebration breakfast because today's the day.
Today's the day we're going to...
Today's the day we make it to the top of Australia. It's about 8 miles that way, I think, just along the coast. We're at Punson Bay, and it's about it's about as close as we can get without actually being there. So we're going to have a big breakfast, celebrate, and then we're going to head out there and fly the flag and take a photo and all that sort of stuff. Tick it off the list of things to do on Expedition Australia, the big lab.
This is the energy breakfast for the big walk.
That's right.
To the top.
There is a walk out there, so we need lots of energy. So we've got mushrooms and tomatoes and bacon, and we're about to have eggs and toast.
We've even got company this morning.
Yeah, I know. There's lots of little two-legged dinners walking around the place. So. I wonder if turkey tastes anything like chicken. So you excited?
I'm actually.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Good.
Another milestone. So we've been to the westernmost point, the most central point, and now this is the most northern point. So. While you're shoving her over.
Wow!
Good deal, hey? Pretty good.
It sure is windy at the top of Australia here, I can tell you. Wednesday Island, 59 knots. At the standing down.
Coming in, Southerners. Camera for it, Paul. So we're going to hit the road today and we're going to start heading south, and we've got about 7 or 8 days to get down to Cooktown, which gives us then 7 days to get to Cairns, because we really want to spend some time in between Cooktown and Cairns, which is around the Daintree rainforest region and certainly one of the nicest places in Australia. So we don't want to compress that bit of time at all. We definitely want to have a good 7 days down there. So today we're going to head maybe 100-150k south and probably camp somewhere on the Telegraph track again. Hopefully by a creek where we can have a nice swim. And the kids would be happy if we took the dog with us.
Yeah, there is that.
Before we go, we need to stop in and get some evidence that we made it to the tip.
I haven't got them really t-shirts from anywhere, but I thought Cape York is a pretty special spot, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Occasionally you've got to bite the bullet and get a few souvenirs.
Okay, is that what you're getting?
Yeah.
I think a stubby call is what I need.
I drove the Telegraph train. I'll take this. Very appropriate. So we don't often do the souvenir thing, and it's probably just as well because we could never afford it, but it's nice to get something decent. They have some great stuff on there.
Yeah, they do.
Just across the road here is Lockerbie Station, which was established by the Jardine family over 100 years ago.
I don't know what you've been feeding him, but it's working. Yeah, it'll be big when he grows.
Phil and Kerry are creating a museum here, although it looks more like a little shop of horrors with all these artefacts. I think this python was a bit ambitious trying to eat a wallaby. That's a taipan head. Imagine how big the snake was. Here's a new addition to the museum outside.
Actually, it was right there. I've seen a big python the same way.
Yeah. Is that a slaty grey? What is it?
Yeah, that's all it is.
The snake's tried to eat the cane toad, which has poison glands behind its head, and it's ended up killing the snake. Not that they saved the cane toad, though.
Frank Jardine leant the wheel against the old fig tree here, probably meaning to move it again one day.
Yeah. But it's just growing part of the tree.
Yeah.
See, Landcruisers never die. They just need a walking stick in their older years.
Love a banana. Oh, Sara, look.
Thank you.
No worries.
Look at that, look, she's coveting it. A banana.
You remember what those taste like now?
$10,
Next stop is Bamaga to pick up our new struts for our camper trailer. They should be there at the post office by now.
Like part of the metal frame just snapped. So we limped our way into Musgrave. So that was a pretty eventful day that day, I tell you. It was like, just go, go, go.
See, we've got our struts. We can fix our camper trailer now.
Pick up the boat.
About 5 k's out of Bamaga near Jackie Airport are the remains of this DC-3 plane from World War II.
Left Archerfield, Brisbane.
It's just been left here where it crashed.
At about 10:39 on the 4th of May 1945, and it was going to New Guinea. There were 6 people on board, a captain, a second pilot, a pilot under instruction, a radio operator, all Australian, and there were 2 passengers, both of which were from the USA.
After a bit of searching, we managed to find another wreck a couple of kilometres down the road.
Tail here?
I'm sure they see the electric things inside there.
Oh yeah.
And see there all the controls for the tail. So this is the landing gear. Alright, and these big arms here would have come down with the wheel, which would have been in between the bottom of the arms. That would have, this is upside down, it would have folded out and the wheel would have been there ready to land or take off.
These planes were made of aluminium, which is why they haven't rusted away to nothing in the last 60 odd years. There's hundreds of these old fuel drums lying in the bush around the airport. They would have been hidden from Japanese bombers during the war. You can still see the Department of Defence logo on them. It looks like we've picked up a hitchhiker. We're back on the dirt now and heading south. We're going to see if we can find a camp on Canal Creek on the old telegraph track. We came through here on the way up and pegged it for a good camp spot on the way down.
Canal Creek, which is just a little bit. We've come down the bypass road, and instead of continuing on down the bypass road, we've actually turned left onto the telegraph track, gone up to the first creek crossing past Elliot Falls.
Let's get these new struts attached.
Got it on.
Around here like that.
Check out this old abandoned caravan. Let's see if anyone's home, shall we?
Hey, we could use this air conditioner in the camper trailer.
I don't think so.
Shall we go and see if they've got the kettle on?
Days. It's got a microwave in it.
How's this for a close call?
Horribly close to that tyre there. That much dirt, I would have got into the tyre.
I could see something big and black on the side of the road, and as I got closer I realised it was a wild pig. It doesn't take domestic pigs too many generations to end up as feral razorbacks like this one. He thinks we can't see him behind the grass. Well, there's still a few more cars heading up to the tip before the wet season. And here we are back at Musgrave.
Alright, so I'm really hopeful that one day it will come back to its beautiful clean thing that it used to be.
Now that's how I'd like to do the big lap next time, on 2 wheels. Maybe that's an idea for a sequel.
We're heading for home now, you know, we are literally moving south and that is in the right direction for home, but I mean we've got nearly 3 months to go on the trip, which, you know, is like the equivalent of some people's long service leave after 10 years, and you put it in perspective and you think, well, that's a really long time. But it feels like we're in the last stage of the trip now, and it's you know, I can almost see the finish line.
When you come into a town, you realise, like a town like this is a nice clean town. I mean, we haven't seen a nice clean town for a long time. You realise how incredibly filthy everything is.
Yeah.
You know, everything has just got this layer of dirt. Our chairs, you know, everything has this ingrained dirt. Yeah. And I've, you know, got quite relaxed with the kids as far as they get dirty, and I go, you know, it doesn't matter. But you look at all these other kids around here, and they're all like little pristine little princesses, and you think, oh, our kids look feral. So, yeah, you know, you've got to get switched back into that mode of, okay, yeah, this is what we used to do all the time, clean everything. And So that pencil shavings. I'd really like one of those little mini vacuums that you see on, like, you know, Danon's Direct or something, you know, where they, you know, they say buy one and you get another 4 thrown in, you know. One of those would be great. But there's this like 4 ton of sand. You've got a bit of a sandbank built up over here. So that's only like, the rest of it's actually you're standing on over here. Paper towel is disintegrating. Look at that. This is like a new car.
We've stopped at Cape Tribulation so that we can get out and explore the Daintree rainforest, which we've heard is really spectacular. I think we've managed to set up camp in the middle of a green ant colony. It's like Lawn Hill all over again.
Oh, they do it through the little feelers, I think. Oh, this one here, look, he's cleaning himself.
How's he cleaning himself?
Oh, look, no, it's on. Whoop, there's part.
So this is a special clip for the making of Expedition Australia's Big Lap, how it was all done, the secrets revealed. Tripod assistant Sara, SLR assistant Savanna, coffee lady, camera crew.
When you look at nature, is when you see where inspiration for other things have come from.
Yeah.
Like stained glass windows, lace.
Yeah.
You know, you can see
scaffolding.
but you can see how it all, you know, where the ideas come from.
Along this road between Cape Tribulation and Daintree are signs warning drivers to watch out for cassowaries. It's a good thing because these ones just ran across the road in front of us. These are the heaviest birds in Australia and can be quite dangerous. Just imagine what they could do to you with those claws.
We have lovely teeth.
I've arranged to meet Neil Hewitt, who owns a piece of the Daintree called Cooper Creek Wilderness, and hopefully he's going to tell me some more about this amazing place.
This forest is considered to be the last remnant of the oldest surviving rainforest in the world. It's believed to be in the order of 135 million years old. It's the last fragment of a forest that once covered more than half the land surface of the planet, and all that remains is now less than 1/20% of the land surface of Australia. That remaining portion in our modern history has been pretty much removed in the coastal strip through agricultural impacts. But the Daintree River marks the end of the sugar belt, and it makes it an important part of Australia's ecological diversity because of that integrity. Animals like this Boyd's forest dragon are endemic to the rainforests of North Queensland. It means they're found nowhere else in the world. They have some really interesting adaptations. It's consistently colder than all other rainforest reptiles. They achieve that by deliberately avoiding direct sunlight. Just about every other reptile in the world would move into the sunlight to warm its body temperature up, but this one distinguishes itself by not doing that. And in adopting that behaviour, it robs the amethystine python, Australia's largest snake, of its capacity to detect the presence of the dragon through its sensitivity for temperature variation. Now, tragically, the Daintree rainforest was very important to the economy of North Queensland in particular post-depression, and trees like this would have probably $100,000 worth of timber in. And so the extraction of these rainforest giants brought such recovery that it was the champion of the day, and the bulk of the area that was designated as timber reserve was removed of these upper story giants. You take the giants down, sunlight comes in and wipes out the rarity in the understory, but in an era when there was no regard held for these nondescript understory plants. But something like this over here could be 100 years old. You know, it's a specialist understory plant that occupies that niche of 20% of light, and they have an incredible rarity. So We don't know how many plant species were brought to extinction through logging, but we do know that those areas that weren't logged make a profound contribution to global biodiversity through rarity.
Neil's passion for this forest really shines through. He's asked me to come back tonight to see the forest come to life after dark. Neil runs day and night walking tours through this forest, and they quite regularly come across the giant amethystine pythons, so I'm hoping we'll have some luck tonight. These birds are sleeping on a leaf to avoid becoming food for something else.
Papuan forest cricket. They're a burrowing cricket that can't fly, but they're very good jumpers. I think it's a really powerful bite.
Here's another Boyd's dragon, sound asleep.
Chameleon gecko has an evolutionary history dating back some 200 million years. It has to be one of the most outstanding examples of the genius of evolution. That big fleshy tail is like a decoy in a sense. If a predator notices the gecko, it holds the tail aloft with its distinctive white tip that'll even wave it backwards and forwards. But if things become really ominous, the gecko can jettison the tail, and when it breaks free of the gecko, it goes into a violent flip-flopping action. And on the broken surface, an aperture opens and closes with each flexion from one side to the other, and it emits the sound of a juvenile rodent. So there's this bouncing, fleshy morsel with a distinctive tip and the sound of a rat, making sure that the owl, or whatever predator it is, focuses attention on that treasure, while the more important part of the gecko gets away and then regenerates its tail. And that takes about 6 months for it to fully regenerate.
These frogs are actually mating. That's the male on top. It seems that everywhere you look there's wildlife of some sort, but surprisingly no mosquitoes.
That's a wolf spider, one of the 118 described species of wolf spider found in Australia. In my 13 years of going out into this forest almost every night, no one has ever been bitten by a wolf spider, and there's a very large number of them. So it belongs to a family of rodents called mosaic-tailed rats.
Okay.
And they're native. And everyone who lives in the rainforest shares their home with these animals, whether they like it or not.
Yeah. And unfortunately there are plenty of these ugly cane toads around as well. We thought we'd spend a couple of days at Cape Tribulation, but we've ended up spending 5. We've certainly got in the habit of doing that, haven't we? So, time to keep on moving south.
What happened?
My tooth fell out.
Oh, look at that. Got it all wrapped up there for the tooth fairy. 1 down, 19 to go.
So you can't wait for them to get them, and then all of a sudden they can't wait to lose them. How is that?
Is that mine?
Is it?
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
And the cleaning crusade continues.
Is she banging any question around?
I wonder if that tooth fairy's been.
Wow.
Up in.
What's the note say? Dearest Savanna, thank you for your first tooth. As this is your first tooth, you receive $5. $5.
$5?
Goodness me.
My word.
Cairns has this incredible free public swimming pool on the esplanade called the Lagoon, which we spent the best part of the last couple of days cooling off in. We also found this great water park called Muddies, which the kids love. We've decided to splurge and take the girls on the Skyrail cable car up to Kuranda in the McAllister Ranges behind Cairns.
Nice day. One child, one infant, 2 adults. One way.
The Skyrail starts down here on the plains, then goes up and over the hills, finishing at Kuranda. All right, let's get this show on the road.
Oh, it's in case we fall off now. Oh, here we go.
Ready?
How good's the view from up here? That's Barron Falls down there. Kuranda is known as the village in the rainforest and has been attracting visitors for over 100 years. Originally people came just to see Barron Falls, but over time the local markets were developed and they now run 7 days a week and really are the main attraction.
Sit on that bed and here's the lid. Hey, I think you think you...
Like Sara.
Remember where we saw this? Remember when we went to the fish farm at Cape Leveque where they were growing clownfish, Nemo fish? Remember?
Oh yeah.
And they were polishing these. And they're called trocus shells. Beautiful. They're absolutely beautiful. I've just found mine.
Well, we all know that anyway. What's your look in it?
Viagra rock. It's wildberry for wild men, or it makes men wild, one of the two. This is all handmade in the shop.
Right here.
I'll just stick those in there.
It's not every day you get to see a plane wreck in the main street. Or a giant lizard for that matter.
Wow, she's doing a very good job sitting still like that. Put that hat on there, shall we?
Ready?
Uh-oh. Get to breathe. Is Mum teasing you? That's a great smile you've got. Forget to draw the eyelashes. You ready? You sure? Uh-oh. So far, so good. Whoops! Oh no! Big smile, Mum. Come on, say cheese. That's the way. You ready?
Suck up your double chin, honey.
Be nice.
That's my dad. That's dad.
Is it Dad? I think it is too. Hang on. There's some hairs there I don't want to miss out.
Yeah, make sure we get them all in.
Yeah, I am. Don't worry about it. You ready?
No.
Voila.
You're supposed to draw me.
Very talented, isn't he? We came up on the cable car, but we're heading back to Cairns closer to the ground on a 37-kilometre long Kuranda Scenic Railway. The railway was constructed between 1882 and 1891 to provide passenger and freight services between Cairns and Kuranda. It includes 15 handmade tunnels and 37 bridges. It's a great way to relax and watch the world go by as we head back to Cairns. Well, after a very laid-back week in Cairns, it's time to keep heading south. We're heading down to Airlie Beach, which is the gateway to the Whitsunday Islands. And if we've timed it right, we should be able to make it in time for the Reef Festival. It seems that whichever way you look here, it's either sugarcane or bananas. I'm sure this turkey's been following us for the past month.
Set my hair off. So what colour is my hair?
Purple.
Purple.
I'm going to put the brown on it.
Okay, you want some brown on it, okay.
Purple. Disgusting.
Well, it's been over 8 months since we saw any real rain, but tonight we're making up for it with a serious tropical downpour.
Here's our rain gauge from last night.
A few inches of rain?
Yeah, heaps. I reckon we had more rain last night than we've had the last year. That we've had anyway.
You can't come to Queensland without getting out to see the Great Barrier Reef. So while we're in Airlie Beach, we'll get on board a fantasy cruise and get out and see it close up. We're heading out to Hardy Reef, where Fantasy have a permanently moored platform called Reef World, which acts as a base to get out and explore the reef from. We're just stopping in at Hamilton Island to drop off and pick up passengers. This is where Jen and I came for our honeymoon quite a few years ago. It's definitely lifestyles of the rich and famous here. They have a kids club once we get out there, so we figured the girls will appreciate a break from us for a few hours. And here we are.
I'm off for a dive.
Okay.
We've been on the boat on the Reef World about 5 minutes and straight in the water, so got a little shorty wetsuit going. How's it look?
Yeah, I've got to get the girls out of the way because they're stunned in disbelief that their father's in a wetsuit. There you go. There you go.
So, yeah.
Lunch is an all-you-can-eat buffet, which is handy because I'm starving.
How was it?
Really good. Exceptional.
The semi-submersible is a good way to see the reef up close without getting wet.
So the marine biologists have given corals names by what they look like.
The secret to these trips is to cram as much in as possible, so there's no time for laying in the sun with a good book. I'm going to take the girls down for a snorkel.
I want to check out your ensembles here. Hang on. Hey, Bob.
Savannah's still getting used to the idea that she can breathe through her snorkel.
Semi-submersible, right? That's pretty good, isn't it? What else?
And I like the snorkeling where I got my snorkels on. And
You like getting all dressed up?
Yeah.
And your stingray suit, your fins.
Yeah, and I like it when I went snorkeling with Daddy.
Daddy, that's pretty good, isn't it?
Well, all good things must come to an end, and it's time to head back to Airlie Beach. Through a bit of luck and good timing, we've arrived in Airlie Beach for one of the biggest events on the calendar, the Fantasy Reef Festival. So we've got the market this morning, and then we've got festivities running into the night, so it should be a big day.
Give my left leg for a bit of pedal sometimes.
So, Jen, what do you reckon the odds of finding Victoria Beckham in the market down here were, eh?
You know, it was a bit of a struggle, wasn't it?
Who would have thought, huh?
She's right here. I want to know where David is.
This is a lagoon like the one at Cairns, and a great spot to cool off and whip up some lunch. Most people would grab a hamburger or some fish and chips, but we're not most people.
All fresh from the market today.
Yep.
Organic.
We've become pretty self-sufficient over the last year or so.
I like meat.
Oh yeah, it's good, isn't it?
It sure beats takeaway.
Yeah. There's a street parade on between 5 and 6. I think it's 10 to 5. I And I think it's just like community groups and that sort of stuff, just putting on floats that are going up the street. Tomorrow's the last day of the festival, but tonight's like the big night.
Ticket.
For what?
Beer.
Okay, well, we've officially made it to Rockhampton, which is our stopover between Airlie Beach and Brisbane, and we're going to leave the camper trailer where it is for the night because we want to get a real early start in the morning. We've got quite a long way to go tomorrow, so we're going to stay in this salubrious little trailer here. Look at that.
Is that your bed there, Sarah?
Yeah. This is my bed.
You were sleeping down there?
Yeah.
Savannah's just patting her bed because it's so luxurious. It's all relative, isn't it?
No, I was dusting it off.
Oh,
right. Yeah, sure.
Side avocados for $1.50.
Fantastic. So you realise that it was this time almost 13 months ago to the day that we were racing down this very freeway on our way to pick up Nana from the airport.
That's right, we were.
And we were late. We had a little plan to the T. We gave ourselves like a month to get from Melbourne up to here, and at the very last minute there was a traffic jam on this freeway. We were about 15 minutes late.
That's right.
It was 13 months ago, can you believe that?
So we've officially lapped.
We've now officially lapped the country. We've been right around from here, so well, it's not the end of the trip, it's actually the point where we lead up to the point where we started. So this is it, a big lap. Started and finished right here.
Our friends Tundra and Lothar won't let us drive through the Gold Coast without stopping in for a visit, so we're going to stay with them for a couple of days before we continue on to Byron Bay.
I'm staying here with Lothar and Tundra, they're very, very good friends, and in their very beautiful house, which is a bit like staying in a resort compared to the way we've been living for some time now. Let's come and have a look at the girls. I've just found them in the room here.
TV in the room. And DVD player as well.
Look at that. How are we going to get you back into a camper trailer?
Daddy?
How's the bathroom?
The 5-star accommodation we're going here. It's fantastic. I've even left some stuff in the shower. That's...
Look at that. Wow.
Yeah, that's such a luxury.
And there's our bed there. Makes our camper trailer look fairly basic.
It does, but you know, as much as I love the camper trailer, I'm settling back into this lifestyle pretty easily.
These guys are serious gym junkies. Lothar's a personal trainer and they have their own gym in their house, so we can't pass up the opportunity for a decent workout.
Well done. That's good.
Come on.
Come on, mate. Push it. I'll tell you what, you drink it off for your first day.
I don't know if the razorback head on the wall is supposed to be some sort of motivational tactic, but it's working that way anyway.
I feel like nothing? Okay. Stop. I'll put the height on.
Can you want one?
Yeah.
I don't want tuck shop arms. I'm having my kids in school with tuck shop arms.
No, that's it.
Excellent.
Right, it's my turn now.
Excellent. Well done. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful, Malika.
Are you ready for the contest? When the boys start putting me to weight, I think, is that a bird up there? They said, look at that! What's that over there?
Hey, Philly, sweetie.
Fantastic. It hurts.
All right, I've done the warm up. Time to get some serious weight on there.
Come on, Dave. Come on, Dave. You can do it.
Dave, come on, you're doing it. Yes.
You're doing great.
Well done.
Now that we're all buff and fit from our workout, it's just a short drive down to Byron Bay where we're going to catch up with some more friends and visit the easternmost point of the continent, which is the 5th of our extreme challenges and probably the easiest one to get to. This is a track through the bush from the campground we're staying in to Cape Byron, which is the most easterly point. You can practically drive straight to it, but we figured a walk through the bush would make it at least feel a bit challenging. Our friend Tara and her sons Morgan and Perry are leading the way.
Well, that's surprising. Is it?
What? That's surprising. Turkey leg.
You're still following us?
You can't walk around.
Yeah, I'll hold it.
Sure.
How can't we walk around?
Because there's a big cliff in the way. When we get up there, you'll see why. Centre.
Well, we're definitely on the right track.
In here.
You gotta go in the corner.
Oh, this is the corner, is it?
Yeah. Reach out.
Well, actually, I need to climb down that cliff there. And
Another one off the list. Check.
Champagne, actually. You had one?
did you bring any with you?
No, hang on. No.
Yeah, we made it.
Yay, you're clever.
I reckon that's a clap. Should we clap? I have to say, though, it's probably about the easiest of all of them so far.
So far.
We could pretty much drive to about 200 metres away, but we
Well,
walked.
we didn't. We walked.
We walked.
Well, we walked a kilometre and a half or something.
A couple of k's.
K's maybe. Down east, north, west, and middle. Got one to go. And the mission will be complete.
I'm a little bit nervous.
Poison the snake.
Well, it could be. And it probably is.
We've encountered a few snakes on the trip so far, but this one is right beside a busy walking track, so not where you'd expect to see one, that's for sure. Looks like a brown snake as well, which are extremely venomous.
Anyway, just walk slowly past.
He looks like a possum looking at me. Hey, don't look at me.
Come on, Perry.
Don't even speak to me, snake. There is a snake.
Yeah, did you see it?
Proud of him.
Oh, yeah.
After ticking the eastern point off our list, we're now making a beeline for the last of Australia's extremes, the southern point, which ironically is the closest to home in Victoria.
We're at the Darlington Beach Resort. It's where we stayed last year, and it's fantastic. Great for kids, great for anyone really.
And look at you, wow. Scrub up alright, do you?
Yeah, scrub up okay. Not bad.
The year in the bush hasn't
Hasn't detracted from being. No, I can, come together reasonably well. I want to highlight the belt loop thing here. See, look at this skinny little waist we've got going on here. 2 belt holes he's gone up.
I started up here. I've added these to sort of those months in the bush of starvation and having to live off the land.
Berries and things.
Forage for bush taka and.
God, you can talk.
It's been a struggle. We're eating out tonight.
Yes.
Which is why we're dressed up.
You can't say you've driven around Australia unless you've also driven around Tasmania. It's mid-November now, and I'm planning to head over to Tassie in early December, which is only a few weeks away, so we need to keep moving.
It's a Tambo. Yeah, Tambo.
Jen's booking us on the boat to Tassie, so hopefully we'll be able to get the dates we want.
I'm sure we will. Thanks very much. Bye-bye. Oh, it took 34 minutes. That's right. So, it's a little bit less than what I originally worked it out at, but it's still...
How much?
$1,573.
Yowza. Tassie better be good.
Well, I'm sure it will be. I'm sure it'll be great. Be worth it. Means that we're going to be having a little baby arriving in about early August next year. And that line there means that there's a baby in Mummy's tummy.
And what does the brown line mean?
It means that the test is working. Oh. Well,
I want to take some.
It worked. Again.
It's all that practice, see?
Isn't it exciting? You're going to have a little baby brother or sister. You're going to have a baby. You're going to be the middle child.
And Sara, are you excited about having a baby brother or sister?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to call her Charlie.
Yeah, that's your name too, is it? Do you think it'll be a boy or a girl?
A girl.
Yeah. So you think it's a girl and we should call her Charlie?
A girl, Charlie.
Boy or a girl?
I think it's a girl.
Yeah. And what's your tip for a name at this stage?
I could still give Stephanie a run, but I also like Sienna.
Yeah.
Sienna Jane sounds kind of nice. Girl or boy?
It's funny because with the first two I just knew they were going to be a girl. It was just like I had that certain feeling, but this time I don't. This time I'm thinking, no, I reckon it might be a boy this time.
While we get used to the idea of baby number 3 being on the way, we're heading down to Wilson's Promontory National Park, where I'll be putting on the pack and walking the 40-odd kilometre round trip to the southern tip of Australia. Now that we know Jen's pregnant, she's going to stay with the girls and I'll walk it by myself. This will be good training for what's coming next. After Wilson's prom, I'm going to drop off Jen and the girls in Melbourne, then take the car and the camper across to Tasmania on the ferry by myself and satisfy an urge I've had for at least 20 years, to walk the famous overland track, which will take me about 8 days. Jen and the girls will then come across on the boat as well, and we'll have about 3 weeks to explore Tassie before we need to catch the boat back to Melbourne. And now that we have a new passenger on board, it's a good thing we have lots of smooth roads in front of us.
Good, turn the GPS on.
So that might walk us in, is it?
Yep.
To work her out?
Yes.
Be good for Mummy, won't you? I want her to tell me how good you were. When you're bigger, you can come too with me on a long walk like this, alright? You need to be about this big, I reckon. See you later. See ya. See ya. Okay, well here we go. Been looking forward to this walk for a long time. It's about 18 or 19 kilometres from the start of the track here, right down to the bottom of Australia, southernmost tip here at Wilson's Promontory. Looks like a fairly easy walk. They say it's easy to moderate, so it's not too hilly. Just a long stroll basically, and a bit much for the girls though. Looking forward to them being a bit bigger and being able to take them on these sort of walks. Bit of a climb getting up to the top of this hill here. I think the view's going to be worth it though, Getting glimpses of it through the trees here. So I stopped and had lunch back there at Roaring Meg, where I'm going to head back to for camping tonight, and now I'm just on the last stretch down to the South Point. It's about 3.7 k's.
There it is. That rocky headland out there is the southern tip. And I've made it, the southern tip of Australia and the last of our milestones. And almost a year to the day since I was standing on top of Mt Kosciuszko.
Central-most person in the entire country. Everything's fine. I'm sitting at the South Point all by myself.
That's our extreme challenge completed, but we still have a month to go in some of the most pristine wilderness in Australia, across the other side of Bass Strait in Tasmania. We're back in Melbourne after lapping the country, but the trip's not over yet.
Well, having now finished the lap of the whole country, we've only got Tassie to go, with about 5 weeks to spend down Tassie. So given we've come back through Melbourne, it's given us a good opportunity to unload some of the gear that we're really not going to need in Tassie.
On our way to the Melbourne airport. It's past 8, our flight leaves at 9:10, so we're a tiny bit behind schedule, but nothing to worry about. So we're going to go and see Nana. And we've got about 4 days in Adelaide to get all things sorted out. House, school, kindy, removalist, dentist, house, so on. And as well as catch up with family, of course. So we're leaving Stevie B to get organised to go to Tassie tonight. Ready for his big walk.
Yay!
With Jen and the girls now in Adelaide, I've got 12 days to get down to Tassie and walk the 80-kilometre overland track. Then I'll meet them in Devonport when they come over on the ferry as well. It's about a 12-hour trip across Bass Strait, but it's through the night, so I should be able to get some sleep along the way.
So I've made it to Tassie and driven off the boat. Now I'm just heading up into the mountains, my way to Crandall Mountain. And my plan is to spend today getting organised and then start to walk the overland walk tomorrow. Just taking some of this spectacular Tasmanian countryside. It's reminding me about how beautiful this place is. Certainly glad we decided to include it in our big lap itinerary.
I'm planning to take about 8 days to walk the 80 kilometres of the overland track, so I split my food into one-day packs, which should make it easy to manage. Apart from huts to sleep in, there's no services on the track, so you have to carry everything in and out. The idea is to have just enough, so if I plan it right, I should finish with just a bunch of empty Ziploc bags.
Well, it's certainly a grey old day for the start of the walk here. The car's got to sit here for a week and a half, and I can't help being a little bit nervous about that. I've put a few padlocks on the various openings in the car, the box on the roof and the back door of the trailer. So I've also padlocked the actual trailer to the car just so that someone doesn't undo the trailer and take off with that. From here I leave the car and I go and get a shuttle bus right up to the start of the walk, which is about 10 k's further up the road, and then we're off. Boardwalks to start with, which is nice, and it's quite windy. Of course the wind is right in my face, which always makes it easier, doesn't it? But yeah, they reckon rain this afternoon, so might be quite thankful for the investment in wet weather gear.
This is Crater Lake, and it's where the track starts to head seriously uphill towards Cradle Mountain. I can see some other walkers up there on the slopes working their way up. I think I'll pass on a swim at this stage.
First serious climb of the whole walk. Mind you, I'm only 3 or 4 kilometres in, so it's pretty early days.
The overland track's one of the most popular walking tracks in Australia, with about 8,000 walkers completing the track every year. To manage all the foot traffic, between October 1st and May 31st, you need to book a spot and choose the day you plan to leave. Although once you start, you can take as long as you like to finish. During this peak period, you can only walk north to south from Ronnie Creek to Lake St Clair. The peak of Cradle Mountain's about a 1 kilometre detour off the track from here, but it looks like it's under thick fog, so I'm going to give it a miss. Only 34 independent walkers can start on the track each day, and with everyone walking the same direction, it stops the track feeling crowded. There's also a $200 fee to pay when you book, but that covers the use of the huts and the maintenance of the track, so it's pretty reasonable. So far I've felt like I've had the track pretty much to myself all day.
What an amazing contrast today is from yesterday. Yesterday it was blowing a gale and quite cold and raining here and there. And today we wake up and the sky's perfectly blue and there's no wind whatsoever, and it's about the most perfect day you can imagine. So I guess that's the nature of the countryside up here. It can just do anything. It's only about 3 hours walk to Windermere Hut, which is the next one down. And I'm going to stop in at Lake Wheels along the way and have lunch. But it's probably the flattest and shortest day of the whole walk.
I've managed to catch up to Kristen and Robin, who I met at the last hut.
How are you feeling?
Invigorated.
With great weather like this, pretty much everyone's got their tents out tonight.
Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, so cute. I can see the eyes.
These wallabies are very common around the huts, and they're not the least bit worried about us.
Oh, yummy, eh? That's the secret.
They'd love to get some food, but I don't think anyone's going to be sharing any with them. Another beautiful day on the overland track. It's about 6 AM and absolutely freezing, so a hot cuppa and some porridge are on the menu.
See you down there, folks. Ready to go, guys?
Yes. I can't lift it up. You have to make that noise.
Never had a sore knee in my life, and what's the chances of it happening on the overland track?
You should have never have said that yesterday. And what did you say?
I said I never get some legs.
I'm not speaking today.
What do you go? Winning $1 million.
I like it.
The terrain changes dramatically along the track, going from button grass plains to these dense forests, and then back to the plains again. Today we're heading for Pellion Hut, which is about 16 kilometres away and one of the longest stretches. I managed to twist my knee yesterday, and I thought it would be better this morning, but it's actually worse, so I'm having to take it pretty easy. There's still a long way to go.
This would have to be about one of the most spectacular parts of the walk so far. It's like an enchanted forest, very Lord of the Rings. Pretty hard to walk through though, there's just mud and tree roots everywhere, and my knee's giving me a bit of trouble, and this is not helping it obviously.
There's so many creeks and streams along the track like this one that you really only need to carry a litre or two of water, which helps to keep the pack weight down. It turns out that Rosemary here is a doctor, so she's taking a look at my knee to make sure it's nothing serious.
There's no bad injury there.
I think it'll be right.
That's all I can really tell you, but I don't think it's going to do anything awful to you.
I think my knee will recover with a day off. And let's face it, there's worse places to chill out for a day.
river track.
Oh, okay.
After having scaled 2 mountains the last 2 days. Three mountains.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's where the car is. We've got to go.
Yeah. That's usually a deciding factor, isn't it?
Yeah.
So which mountains have you been up?
Pillion West.
Yep.
Ossa and Doris.
Wow, good effort.
Yeah, well done.
Did you get any snow up there?
I've only been
Patches.
up Ossa.
Yeah.
Patches of snow.
I'm impressed with you.
Only Ossa.
Very impressive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 82 in a week's time.
Wow.
That is fantastic.
Congratulations. Well done. You're inspiring.
Awesome effort.
And I said now that I won't go up again.
Wait till you get old before you make a decision like that.
It was certainly a lot harder than what I remembered at the previous two.
How many times have you done it?
Well, I think this must be the 4th.
Yeah, but ask him how many times he's done the overland track.
How many times?
8 times.
8 times.
Yeah.
Ray told me after I turned the camera off that he didn't even start hiking the overland track until he was in his 60s, and he's done it 8 times since then. I'd love to think I'm out here hiking when I'm in my 80s.
So it's the Mt Oakley Challenge today.
Mount Oakley Challenge.
Yeah.
Just in case we don't get up Ossa.
Yeah.
If it's snowing.
Which it's forecast.
Yes, it is. Snow on the mountaintop.
See you guys. Have fun.
Fortunately, I've given myself 8 days to finish the track, so I can afford to take a day off and let my knee recover. I'd love to be taking a hike up Mt Oakley though. I'll just have to save that for the next trip.
G'day. How you going?
Good.
Ready to go again?
Yeah, I reckon.
How's that knee?
It's a lot better today.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's good.
So I better get the rain cover out.
Yeah, it won't miss you, will we?
No. No getting lost today.
It was raining when we left this morning, so we all had our wet weather gear on. But sure enough, it's cleared up and we're getting hot.
It's the best way to get rid of the rain.
Yeah. Or to make it come back.
You're gonna make it. It's going to start raining now, you know.
Come on, fall. Don't you hurt your knee. Oh, no.
So delicately done.
We've gone from just about getting sunburnt, well in fact some people did get sunburnt a day and a half ago, to it's actually snowing.
Does strange things to people. Snow.
Are you French?
Yes, I am. Mad.
Oh, I come from Switzerland to see snow.
With the snow coming down thick and fast outside, it's a good time to be inside a nice warm hut, even if it is pretty crowded.
What have we got?
We got carbonara for dinner tonight. Give you some indication of how cold it is.
Oh, mine's better. What have you got?
Mushroom risotto. Yum.
It stopped snowing this morning and the sky's clearing up. There's still a nice cover of snow on the ground.
A nice start.
What's that?
To the day.
Something worth filming, you think?
Yeah, just up there.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Pretty cool.
As the day warms up, the snow in the treetops is melting, causing it to rain under the trees. Everything in this region has been influenced by water one way or another, starting with glaciers which have carved out most of this landscape over the last 2 million years. The last one only melted about 10,000 years ago.
Lightning strike. Quite black.
Yeah, it does look blacker, doesn't it?
Just leading up the top too.
Yeah.
So all of the forest we're walking through here is less than 10,000 years old, and the layer of soil beneath our feet hasn't had very long to build up. So it's very shallow, and the high rainfall washes it away in many areas, exposing the rock beneath. Because the dirt's so shallow and wet, the tree roots grow along the surface, which makes for some tough going. It also results in lots of streams and bogs as the water can't seep down very far, so the ground stays waterlogged. Fortunately, the rangers build boardwalks over the worst sections. If you leave your packs anywhere to walk down a side track like this one to Ferguson Falls, make sure your packs are strapped up nice and tight, because the crows are pretty smart and will get into them and steal your food, and there's nowhere to buy any more.
So what would you say to anybody else thinking about coming doing this walk?
Do it. Absolutely. Yeah. Be organised, but do it.
Pack Ziploc bags.
Yeah, yes. Make sure there's metho in Launceston.
Yeah, no metho shortage.
What a great way to start the day.
This is a hut last night where 9 people slept, and I walked in here last night and I arrived. I got about this far in the door and I could barely move. There was just people everywhere and gear everywhere, and I just thought, nah, we'll sleep outside tonight.
Well, I'm on the home stretch now with just 10 kilometres to go along the edge of Lake St Clair.
Actually rained most of the night last night, so the track's nice and muddy this morning.
It's worth keeping an eye out for these guys when you're walking the overland track. This is a fairly large tiger snake and they are venomous, so you don't want to get too close. A good reason to wear gaiters and long pants so that if you do accidentally step on one, there's less chance of it biting you.
Soon warm up once you get walking, that's for sure. Shaved. $79 down, 1 to go. So that's it. We've almost made it. And I must admit I feel better now than I did when I started. I thought I'd be limping in. But on the contrary, I feel fitter and stronger and feel like I could realistically rest for a day or two and go and do it all again. There you go, that's the overland track. Wanted to do it for years, finally got to do it. Loved every second of it. Frankly, it's completely exceeded my expectations. The amount of work and effort that has gone and continues to go into the track to maintain it is just unbelievable. Kind of expecting there to be a banner across the track with a finish line on it or something like that. I might be expecting a bit much.
Now all I have to do is sign the book and
we're finished.
Now it's time for something not rehydrated from a packet.
Real food. Seen him for about a week and a half, so pretty desperate to catch up. How much have I missed him? Unbelievable. I reckon the only downside to living in a camper trailer for 16 months is the fact that you're all sort of bunched into this one little space. And you know, the girls wake up in the morning at 5:30 or some other ungodly hour and they jump up on the bed and they're waking us up and it's like, oh. But I'm kind of looking forward to that tomorrow. There they are. was looking for you. But you're out there somewhere. And all of a sudden I saw these hands going, wait. There they are.
It's only a few days to Christmas, and now that we're all back together, we're heading down to Hobart where we can do a bit of Christmas shopping.
What do you got there?
Some greasy noodles.
Greasy noodles.
Best thing about markets is greasy Asian food.
You can tell I'm pregnant, really, can't you?
This is where we'll be spending our salubrious Christmas day. So, what's this? Our little Christmas tree here, see?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, isn't it?
We're going to put the decorations on there. Figured out we should have this.
Okay.
I don't know what it's for though.
Oh, it's pretty easy to see what it's for.
Hair?
There, see? It's a wig.
Have the Sara.
You, Sarah? Yeah. Your bit there? Pink and purple. There could be a little blue strand of beads on there next year.
Yeah, there will be.
There's loads of it. 1,000 strands of it, so.
How about we all put it on the sand? It could be a sand decoration. Yeah.
What do you think of our budding interior decorators here? See if we can actually see any remnants of the tree in amongst all that. Oh yeah, look. There's some there.
Ah, look at that.
Alright, look at that.
Oh, that looks
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Right, you go and play. See ya. Right, keep going, I'll stand going.
Okay. Other people here, so.
Well, it's starting to look like Christmas now. So if it doesn't rain tonight, flood the floor, otherwise we're in real trouble. Now we go in there, chief present wrapper.
Well, big stuff's done.
Yeah, sitting on the lids off our food and kitchen tubs so that they don't get wet because it's been raining outside for quite some time now.
Bucketing is probably the right word for it.
Santa's getting a muesli bar, is he?
Yep.
And what are the reindeer getting?
Oh, banana.
Well, that's a bit of a luxury, isn't it?
Yeah.
A couple of bucks each these days.
Little baby stuff.
Well, it sure knows how to rain down here in Tassie, and it doesn't even take a day off for Christmas. Fortunately, we put the Christmas trees and presents on the food tub lid because our floor is soaked.
Thank you.
Santa bean?
Santa's been alright. Can't come back from the lake, so this is a bit of a good, we've got a moat thing happening
Yeah.
here.
See, Santa was pretty clever. He put them on the seats like that so they wouldn't be sitting on the ground.
That's good, isn't it?
Look at that, eh? Wow. How's that rain, eh? All night. Non-stop.
Some visions of lakes.
Yeah.
What?
She's busting.
I said presents! Yes!
Oh, we were going to have a cup of tea first.
No! Oh, look, they got reindeers! Oh, my presents! Look at all these presents!
What is it? What is it? I can't see.
Oh! It's marshmallow skirt. This is what I wanted.
It's a scooter.
You're not moving anywhere.
Chef extraordinaire.
Well, Christmas is all about presents for kids, but for me, it's all about food. And we start the day with a nice breakfast. So,
Is that my one?
yeah,
I just want a little bit, okay?
try a little bit.
Yeah.
Say when.
That'll do.
Here's something I prepared earlier.
A
There you
feast.
go. Look at that.
Fit freaking.
It's like a restaurant, isn't it?
Well, except for the plastic plate.
What's wrong with that plastic plate? It's been most of the way around the country, that plate. There you go.
Most of the way. All the way. Thank you.
With Christmas out of the way, it's time for us to catch up with our good mates, the Friend family. Simon, Bryony and Billy Friend live in Melbourne, but Simon's family lives here in Tassie and they're down here for Christmas as well, so we're going to spend a few days hanging out with them. We've left the kids and the mums back at the house, and Simon and his nephew Toby reckon they're going to show me how to catch a trout in one of the local rivers.
Got water in the tanks plenty. We run out, it's all your fault. We've taken Mum's car and she doesn't know we've got it, so there's another factor we'll have to consider later.
Yeah.
We're weaving our way up the valley now.
Yeah. This is Glen Huon.
Glen Huon, we're in the Glen.
Huon River runs off to the right, all the way along. We got to get out to Judbury.
So this is the secret trout fishing spot.
This is the secret spot there.
Very common knowledge, but secret. Yeah. In the sense that
it's only known by those who know about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Brendy's our star trout fisherman in Southdown.
Yeah.
A lifetime dedicated to extracting fish from the sea one way or another.
Yeah.
Fresh and salt water.
We're not catching 80 kilo yellowfin on hand lines today.
Not today?
No, not today. Today we're just going for a bit of relaxation, get away from the city. All the stresses.
We're getting into the water.
Walk in the water. People need to appreciate what it means to actually walk in a river where you become part of the river.
I'm going to do away with the gumboot technique. The gumboots can go, and I'm getting walking into the water technique.
Toby's not wasting any time, he's straight into it. Meanwhile, Simon's still trying to get his tackle sorted out. Toby's favouring an open river strategy, while Simon on the other hand is confident the trout are lurking in the shadows of the road bridge. Toby's heading off upriver, maybe has a secret fishing hole he's not telling us about. While Simon looks more interested in playing with the trees than catching a fish. We'll wait and see how that one works out. Okay, he's back into it now.
Haven't been trout fishing for a while, lost a bit of form. My nephew's wandered up the river. Beautiful day though. I've got a couple of hookups. My legs are wet. But I haven't gone in any further. But Stephen thought might be a good idea. The day's not over yet.
Better TV if you go and call
the day's not over yet. Next strategy is we're going to walk up and find Toby and get away from this public environment, which is the wharf.
We've got to come through here.
We can get through.
Yep.
You right there, mate?
Yeah, I'm right, mate. Blackfish. Have to get a man.
Well, the boys are determined to show me a trout one way or another, so we're heading further upriver and away from the road so we can see if we can land one or two. Simon thinks he's found one.
Good thought. Oh no, there he is. Yeah, I think I had a look, but it's too short. Righto, good fish too. Fractionally short, wasn't it? Righto. Come up, walk up with him. Beautiful, magnificent. Ah, Stevie, that's what it's about. Now, that's what fishing's about. You don't need Rex Hunt, and you got Toby inside. And it's a keeper. Yeah, a little beauty. Keep the hook in him.
Brownie.
Russell River Brown. And
beautiful. It's taking him on the Celta.
Taking him on the Celta in the dappled light.
Oh.
Down in the blackberry.
Action. Action.
Full action.
Action MacGyver.
No Rex Hunt here. We'll cook him up tonight.
It's MacGyver. Here we go. Get the barb out. There he is. Yeah. Nice, beautiful little fish.
Can you introduce yourself as the person who caught this fish?
Yep, I'm Toby, and of course caught this nice little brownie in the Russell. There he is. And I'm pretty keen to get in and get another one.
Yeah. Let's make a meal of it, eh?
Yep.
After another half an hour of casting, the number of fish caught was still just the one. So we've called it a day. We're heading back to cook up the day's catch for dinner. Today the hunt for fresh seafood continues, but this time we're after a highly valued delicacy of the sea, the abalone, which thrive in these clean, cold southern waters. Tasmania supplies about 25% of the world abalone, so hopefully we'll have more luck finding them than we did the trout.
So how are you enjoying the boating lifestyle?
Oh yeah, I love it.
Yeah?
When are you going to become a millionaire and get me a boat?
One day. Right mate, get your gear off. Get your rubber suit on, in you go.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, da-da. It's the true athlete from Melbourne look.
How deep are you diving here, mate?
Oh, mate, probably about 7-8 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you. Jellies.
Bye, Ty. See you when you come back.
There he is.
What a weapon. Claustrophobia kicks in. A bit tighter than it was last year.
Pull. Now, push the slab over.
Friendy's going a very dark shade of blue
Is it
there.
tight enough? You might have to tighten it up later again.
Right.
Tighter the better.
You probably should do a bit of training before you go diving. Make sure you're in good physical condition.
Good luck. Head for the shoreline. And offload.
While Toby and Simon swim over to the shallows, we're taking the tinny so they can offload all the abalone.
Got some there? Yeah, he's alright. No, hey, we've got a big one over there we want you to get for him. We'll measure them properly when we get them back to the boat.
Just like any other seafood, abalone have a daily bag limit and a minimum size, so any that are undersized will go back. How's that for a catch? I sure hope they taste better than they look.
Another lead. Oh, he's got one.
Well done, Friendy. You found one.
He's size, I reckon. He's a legal size.
We've got enough for a feed now, so we'll head back and cook up a couple for lunch.
Are they hanging on to the bottom of the boat?
Yes,
They suck on pretty well.
They are, they're still alive.
You've got to measure them up properly to throw back the small ones.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm alright.
As long as it's a good waxing job.
Right, go quick on this, I'm claustrophobic.
That's not the ideal suit to get. If you're a person that can afford anything, don't get the claustrophobia unit. Get the strap-on one.
Maybe I'm 36. That's 150.
Right. Keep him.
Waist size, yeah. Abalone nice fruit, always the best, the wide nose on it. See that?
Just like the razor fish we caught back in Port Lincoln, there's a technique to getting the meat out and into the pan.
When you cook them, you usually slice them, for example, like this, little slices. Oh yeah. Fry them up.
Let's go inside and see how they're cooked.
Lots of people do lots of different things with them, but they're very rich, very dense meat, and we tend to just like to have them as they are.
So the only two ingredients you need are butter and garlic.
You know, people traditionally egg and bread crumb them and coat them all sorts of things, and really all you ever taste then is all the other bits and pieces. We think that if you go to eat abalone, you just eat it.
The Nagoya style. Once again. Oh, the presentation. Cooking shows. No.
Just stick to catching them, mate.
I'll come in for a connoisseur's touch. Here we go.
Good like razor fish.
Yeah.
Down Port Lincoln.
Well, I reckon this is firmer texture.
Yeah, it's quite. It's sort of like calamari, isn't it? Got a bit of a calamari kind of texture to it. This is lunch.
It is.
There are a lot of worse ways to spend a day, that's for sure. And tonight's New Year's Eve, so we're heading back into the dock at Hobart to join the party and watch the fireworks. Being on the boat, we've pretty much got the best vantage point for the night.
So we're just kicking back, relaxing. Vanessa's taken the girls over to watch the street performer, so it's given me a nice bit of free time. Landed on our feet, you know, in the Hobart docks on a boat, enjoying the friend and Shields family hospitality very nicely.
After a week in and around Hobart, it's time to head north back towards Devonport and sadly, the end of our 16-month adventure. Mount Field National Park's a beautiful spot to camp, and it's going to be our base for a couple of days so we can take a trip out to the Styx Valley. Looks like a couple of the locals have come out to say hello. This echidna thinks if he hides his face we can't see him.
Dad, look at all the dead trees.
We're heading out to check out the giant Eucalyptus regnans trees in the Styx Valley, but it's impossible not to see the remnants of rainforests on the way.
Look at the dead trees. Yeah.
The Styx Valley is one of the more hotly contested areas between environmentalists who want to see the forest preserved and the logging industry which would rather turn it into wood chips. I've been showing Jen and the girls the video and photos from my overland track hike, so it's great to bring them out to see some of this amazing rainforest for themselves.
What is it? It's ferns growing on the tree, isn't it?
It's ferns growing on the tree.
Is it soft?
It's soft.
These Eucalyptus regnans are some of the tallest trees on Earth, growing to over 90 metres high and 20 metres around the base.
Huge.
They grow relatively quickly and can reach 65 metres in their first 50 years. Assuming they aren't cut down first, they can live as long as 400 years or possibly even longer. With as much as 300 tonnes of wood in these big trees, it's easy to see why they're so valuable as timber and wood chips. For my money though, I prefer to see them just like this.
Although the risks to health are low, to ensure water is safe for drinking, authorities suggest it should be treated by boiling for 3 minutes before drinking. So they're saying, you know, it's probably not going to make you sick, but it's always a good idea to check first. So, but that's alright, we'll just have a look at it anyway. You know, I reckon the risk might be high.
I reckon you might be right.
I'm not going to be drinking that one.
It seems that was the last of the fine weather for a while, because for most of the last 5 days we've had almost non-stop rain.
They say in Tassie there's no such thing as bad weather, just different forms of good weather. But I'd have to say this is my least favourite form of good weather. Especially when you've got to set up a campfire. It is now day 3. It's been raining, and we are over it. We have had enough, and it's ready for the rain to stop, I hope. It's very wet outside. So I think we're all going a bit stir crazy. Yeah. It's called cabin fever. We're suffering from it at the moment. So we've been basically trapped in here for 2 days. And the weather forecast is going to clear it tomorrow. We desperately want to get out to Straw and have a good look around and get a bit of fresh air and, you know, have a holiday and all that. We've got, what day is it today? It's
Sunday.
Sunday, so we've got 5 days to go before that's it. Trip's finished.
It's the next day and finally some blue sky. We're going to make the most of it with one more excursion before it's time to head to Devonport to catch the ferry.
Sunshine.
We've made it into Strawn and our first priority is to make some lunch.
1 for me, 4 for me after that one. I couldn't eat that many.
Three, maybe.
Get through 3. Madame over here wants an egg sandwich, so...
Have some sausage with your sauce.
Yeah.
We've jumped on board the West Coast Wilderness Railway, which is a steam train that runs between Strahan and Queenstown. The railway was originally built and owned by the Mount Lyell Mining Company and began running in 1897 and was used to ship copper being mined at Queenstown to markets. The line ran up until 1963 before being closed down due to increasing maintenance costs and improvements in road access from the north. Following some very committed campaigning by locals on the West Coast, the line and 2 of the engines were restored with $20 million in funding provided by the federal and state governments and some private investment. And the railway was up and running again just after Christmas in 2002. Jumping on board the train's a great way to see the Tassie wilderness up close, and there's several stops along the way like this one where you can get off and stretch your legs. Sitting on the train watching the world go by, as beautiful as the scenery is, there's no doubt that our thoughts are somewhere else. With only a few days to go before we have to be back on the ferry, it's hard not to think about the trip ending and the reality that we need to go back to everyday life. Savanna is starting school. We want her to be there on the first day of term. We've also run out of money and we've been giving our credit cards a workout for the last couple of months, so it's time to get back to work. With a new baby on the way, Jen needs to be taking it easy, and she's already thinking about building a new nest.
Can't wait till the girls have their own little playroom.
So as much as we'd like to turn around and do the whole trip again in the other direction, the reality is that we have to get back to civilization, get back to work and get on with life.
All nice and neat. Daddy likes them neat.
We're going to live in Woodside in the Adelaide Hills, where my mum has an investment property that we can rent for a year or 2 while we get back into the swing of things. Jen and the girls went over to have a look at it while I was walking the overland track, but I've never been there before, so it's all new to me. After so many years of dreaming about travelling around Australia, I'm finding it hard to believe that we've actually done it, and the trip's nearly over. It really has been the adventure of a lifetime. Some people say we're crazy spending our life savings on this trip, but we can always earn more money. The experiences we've had and the memories we've made are priceless, and something we'll have for the rest of our lives. It's a dream that many people share, but most wait until they're retired and travel as grey nomads. And no doubt we'll do that as well. But I'm glad we chose to go while we were younger and could experience it with our girls. They've had an experience that will stay with them for their lifetime. And even though they're probably too young to remember most of it, at least they'll be able to watch the film one day. Thanks for coming along with us on our journey. And I really hope we've inspired you to get out there and have an adventure and see Australia for yourself.
5:55 a.m. I didn't think this boat got in until 7. For some ungodly reason it's here at 6. It's just hideous.
As you came home this morning on the Spirit of Tasmania, is there one word that sort of encapsulates how you feel when you got off that boat this morning after such an enormous trip and such an enormous challenge?
Satisfied.
Satisfied?
Yeah.
Done.
You feel like you've achieved your goals?
Yeah. It's not a... I mean, as the trip was going along, I started to sort of, dread the end, because you sort of think, well, we're having so much fun. But it's kind of complete now. We did what we set out to do, and we're ready to move on.
You can see the arm there, and the arm here, and the heart here, and the baby's 2 legs, and the baby's...
You see the baby there?
Yeah. What happened to the baby?
Nothing.
Strong regular heartbeat of 156 beats per minute.
How do you feel now?
Good.
Yeah.
Happy.
Yeah.
Relieved. or that.
A lot of people find reasons not to do things, but the object is to find ways to do things. Because it's not the things that you do you regret, it's the things you don't do. You know, it's when you look back and think, gee, I should have done that. I had the opportunity, I could have made it happen, I didn't do it. That's what you regret. You won't go on this trip and look back and say, that was a dumb idea, you know, taking off around Australia for a year. That, you know, I've never met anybody who's done it and regretted it. Everyone says, oh, you know, that was such a high point in my life, you know, wish I could do it
so
again.
many people said to me, you know, you're so brave and blah blah, and I don't think that I am. I don't think I'm brave or courageous or any of those things. I just dared to step out and do
Step
it,
out of the comfort zone,
you know, and do it, and just do it. And you realise that you've got so much more in you than you ever thought possible, than you ever dreamed. And you just get out and do it. Yeah.
It sorts itself out.
Yeah.
You did it. I need a holiday.
Good. Yeah, we're good. Yeah. No, this is Oh, this is beautiful. Yeah, isn't it beautiful? There's the trap.
Look at you with the schoolgirl dress there, eh?
Look at that. Okay?
Yeah.
Comfortable?
How do you feel about starting school today?
Excited.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What are you excited about the most?
All of it.
Yeah?
It's so heavy. And I feel like cardboard.
Remember your first day at school?
Yes.
Can you? Cool.
Do you remember when you went to high school?
I do, darling. But I don't remember my first day of primary school.
Love you. Have a wonderful day. I know you will. Alright? Heartbroken. Look at you. You just took your time. You're little. You're so little.
It's all a bit scary, isn't it? Eh?
Yeah. There we go. Now just hang on to this little tight.
Sure.
There you go.
No.
Decided you were going to girl number 3.
No.
More than nice even number.
Yeah. There she is. This is Sienna. And this is Sara. And this is Savanna. Oh. You got a kiss for me? You got a kiss for baby? Oh, that's lovely. You got a kiss for your sister? Look. Oh, you got two cats. There you go. Oh, so you want a bit of chicken? You don't have any. There you go.